Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan made audio stories.
Ben 10. Justice Incarnate. Part 1. It had been 5 years since the incident with Diagon, Vilgax, Sir George, and the war between the Forever Knights and the Esoterica. At the time, Ben had proven his development into a proper young adult. As a sign of approval, Asmith had gifted Ben with a brand new Omnitrix. The Ultimatix was, in Asmith's words, an inferior copy. Instead of a gauntlet, the new Omnitrix was back to a wristwatch. Its faceplate was now square instead of round and had a white and green color scheme. The faceplate was black with two green stripes forming an outline for the hourglass of the intergalactic peace symbol. When the faceplate slid back, the Omnitrix revealed the core. Ben was ecstatic that Asmith trusted him with the final product. This was a new dawn in his hero career. 5 years have passed since that day. Ben continued to fulfill all of his social roles as a family member, friend, and boyfriend. The cousins graduated from their respective high schools thanks to a mutual understanding of the duo's responsibilities. Max made sure that Ben and Gwen were only brought in only when necessary, and both of their parents made sure that they were not skipping out on schoolwork. The parents knew they were heroes, but they didn't want them to be high school dropouts. Gwen graduated with honors, and Ben graduated within the top 20. Soon after, they went to different colleges. Ben wanted to continue hero work, but he promised his parents that he would make it into his full career after graduating from college. He attended a local university to at least get his criminal justice degree. Gwen, on the other hand, fulfilled her childhood goal of attending an Ivy League school. Friedkin University was where Gwen studies the mystic arts. It was located east of Bellwood, and it was the best Ivy League college among all the colleges around Bellwood. Given the fact that Ben 10,000 was able to perform some magic, Ben had asked Gwen to help him in that area. Ben had also spent the last 5 years doing some part-time plumber work with his new partner Rook during breaks. After many exciting adventures, he unlocked new aliens and sharpened his combat and mental skills at the Plumber Academy. In honor of Ben's 18th birthday, Asmith gave a software update to his Omnitrix. This added new features and improved old ones. Initially, Asmith believed that the evolutionary function that Albedo previously developed was asking for trouble. Then again, he made a sword and a watch that could allow a being to conquer galaxies. In the end, it all comes down to how power was used and how stable the power is. Asmith was well regarded as the smartest being in the universe. He was often referred to by his Galvan peers as the first thinker. Along with his intelligence, Asmith was gifted with years of experience and knowledge. It was evident that if anyone could improve the evolutionary function, it would be Asmith, and he did. One of the initial problems of the evolutionary function was the lack of safeguards in the evolutionary process. Previously, the ultimate forms in the Omnitrix became unstable and conscious, and they tried to escape while possibly trying to kill Ben in the process. Another problem was the issue of a stable mental state. The evolution feature worked by placing the selected species in a simulation, right down to the DNA, for an extended period, about 1,000,000 years or so, in what was described as a worst-case scenario. The actual DNA was then modified to match the new DNA. This survival of the fittest routine explains why the evolutions are more combat-centered than their standard forms. One would assume that a species spending 1,000,000 years in hell could cause possible mental problems. The new safeguards Asmith placed in would slow the development of evolved DNA. Each genome would be analyzed to meet Asmith's requirements before the form would be allowed for use. Earth has changed a lot in the last several years. Things had finally calmed down not only on Earth but throughout most of the universe. The Plumbers, an intergalactic police force dedicated to preserving peace throughout the cosmos, had been granted powerful new technologies developed by the Galvan. New weapons, new armor, basically, everything they needed to combat threats that previously required the aid of Ben and his team. Asmith made sure to regulate the level of technology that was distributed in the organization. In fact, he was made the leader of research and development. The plumbers would be well equipped to handle low to mid-level threats, but the Tennyson family would be on call whenever extreme danger arrived, which was not often. Ben was mature enough to know this change was a good thing. There was peace, crime was down, and life was good. But still, there was a part of him that missed turning into an alien every day and fighting some criminal or giant monster. He didn't do any of his heroics for the fame, or at least, not anymore he didn't. He enjoys the feeling of helping others. Ben even got back into soccer along with other hobbies. With the newfound peace, Ben was better able to strengthen his social bonds. He kept close ties with his best friend Kevin and his family. His relationship with Julie Yamamoto only strengthened thanks to the peace. They were finally able to spend quality time together without the worry of danger. Both of them attended university together. Ben and Julie moved in together in an apartment not far from campus. Luckily, they were still able to keep Ship as their pet. Julie continued to pursue a career as a professional tennis player, and Ben fully supported her. He did anything he could to keep her happy. After the situation with Esoterica, Ben knew that he had to be more supportive, considerate, and understanding. They shared a very loving and intimate relationship. All in all, life was good. 5 years after Diagon, Women's Tennis Association WTA Tour Finals. Ben, Kevin, Gwen, Ship, and Zed spectated Julie in the last match of the tournament. Ship laid on Ben's lap while Zed curled up against Kevin's leg. Winning this tournament would be a big step in Julie's career. The final match was between Julie Yamamoto and Donna Vekic. So far, the first 2 sets have led to a tie, and the score had Julie at an advantage. To win the match, Julie had to score 1 more point. The game is cutting close. Do you think Julie can win Ben? Gwen asked. She's been practicing for months. I know she can do this. I have faith in her. His eyes were full of confidence toward Julie. Ship, said. That's nice to hear coming from you, Tennyson, Kevin commented. I'm not the same guy as before, and today is gonna be a big milestone for us, Ben said as he kept watching the match. I know. It's so sweet that you guys have been together for 4 years today, Gwen commented. I have you to thank for all this, Gwen. You made this all possible when you helped me ask her out to the pier. Ship, said, in a much lower and embarrassed tone. Ben cringed at that memory of the date, sighed, and smiled. I'll be honest. It could have gone better, but it all worked out in the end. An alien was saved, we met Ship, and Julie and I walked home safe and sound. Ben stroked Ship's head as he purred. Even though walking a few miles home isn't the most romantic, it did let you two get closer. I saw you two walk past my house holding hands, Gwen replied with a slightly teasing smile. Ben blushed and rubbed the back of his head. Yeah, I remember that. When I escorted her to her house, her dad gave me a menacing glare for bringing her home the next morning. I ended up getting interrogated to find out what exactly happened. Luckily, Julie was there to confirm my lie that the car broke down, and we got lost. He was suspicious, but in the end, all he cared about was that Julie was safe. When I got home, I ended up having an awkward conversation about my innocence, feelings, with girls, and safety. He sighed at that memory. Kevin tried to hold in his laugh until Gwen elbowed her boyfriend to get him to stop, and she pointed toward the court. It was Julie's turn to serve, and Donna was on the other side in a ready stance. Julie bounced the tennis ball twice, threw the ball up, and swung an overhand serve. The ball soared to the other side as Donna made her move. The ball bounced once, and just as it was going to make its second bounce, Donna stretched her racket arm in time to underhand swing the ball back to Julie's court. The awkward body movement made her stumble a bit. Julie was prepared for that, and she quickly knocked the ball to the opposite end of the court. It landed just before the line, and Donna couldn't make it in time, scoring the winning point for Julie. The tournament is over, and we have a winner. A first-time winner, Julie Yamamoto. Congratulations on your victory, yelled the announcer. Julie walked toward Donna and shook her hand. Good game. Donna took a deep breath. You too. She gave a congratulatory hug. I want to thank all of my friends and family. I especially want to thank my boyfriend of 4 years, Ben Tennyson. He supported me in my dream. Meeting him is one of the best moments of my life. I love you. Ben jumped from the stands and ran to his girlfriend and the announcer. He wrapped her in his arms and kissed her tender lips. They both had a blush, but Ben continued. I love you too, Julie. Congratulations on winning. I knew you could do it. You were with me every step of the way. I could always count on you. Thanks, but there's something important that I have to ask you. Anything, Ben. The announcer stepped off to the side while still maintaining the camera view and audio of the conversation. Ben got down on one knee. Julie, Gwen, the announcer, and all the women in the crowd covered their mouths in expectation. The life of a superhero is filled with danger, adventure, and excitement. However, I want to spend every moment of it with you by my side. He pulled out a small black box from his back pocket. He holds it in one hand and opens it with the other, revealing a gold ring with a sizable tatanite gem in the center. Will you marry me? Oh my God. Julie immediately broke into tears of joy at what was happening to her. Gwen was jumping up and down squealing in excitement while latching onto Kevin. We have it here first, folks. The hero of Earth, Ben 10, has officially proposed to his longtime girlfriend, the announcer said to the camera. While I'm happy for you, bro, you raised Gwen's expectations for me. He gave his best friend a big smile with a small sweat drop. Ben, I can't believe this is happening. She exclaimed with such enthusiasm and excitement. The world is waiting for your answer, Julie, the announcer stated. She takes a deep breath to calm her nerves. She opens her mouth, and just as she was about to give the obvious answer, BTOOOM, a massive explosion occurred in the background. While all of the civilians screamed in shock at the development, Ben had a different reaction. Julie blushed at what that statement implied. The thought of them together at home with a young baby sleeping her arms caused her to go completely red. Gwen, Kevin, I'll meet you there. The two and Zed ran toward the site. The faceplate of the Omnitrix opened, and Ben began scrolling through his aliens. He found the right one. It's hero time. He slammed down on the core, instantly transforming him in a flash of emerald green light. What replaced him was a blue-skinned, green-eyed, semi-armored velociraptor wearing a helmet that was black, long, elliptical, and pointed at the top. The creature had black wheels on his feet, 5 blue stripes on his tail, arms that ended in 3-fingered hands, black lips, black facial markings, black rings around their eyes, and had the Omnitrix symbol on its chest. XLR8. He looked at the camera and stated, "Gotta go fast." And he proceeded to run to the battle. Always wanted to say that. Downtown Bellwood. XLR8 finally reached the area which turned out to be the plumber outpost downtown. Gwen, Kevin, and Zed were currently assisting civilians outside of the danger zone. He zipped toward Gwen and Kevin and asked, "What's the current situation?" Gwen turned to him and replied, "The civilians have all been moved, but the intruder is still inside." XLR8 acknowledged. "Kevin and I will take point while you take our 6 and give support." Both nodded, and the trio headed toward the outpost entrance. Ben pressed his Omnitrix symbol and released another burst of emerald light. XLR8 was replaced with a humanoid crystalline rock being wearing a green and black jumpsuit with an Omnitrix belt buckle. Diamond Head. Not holding back, huh? Diamond Head was one of the first aliens that Ben transformed into, and the form had become one of his favorites. With a hint of anger and annoyance, he gave a devilish grin. Whoever interrupted my marriage proposal is so going to pay for that. The world can interrupt my first date. It can ruin prom night. It can even crash my high school graduation. But interrupting a milestone in my life such as this crosses the line. You guys ready? Consider this your early wedding gift from us, Kevin remarked and received another blow to his side. Don't worry, Ben. After this is all over, I'll be picking out the present. Kevin will just be paying for it. Isn't that right, babe? Gwen gleamed a look to her boyfriend for approval. Kevin was such a softie for Gwen that even if he were in charge of the relationship, Gwen would tell him when to put it on. Kevin nodded nervously. There's nothing worse than a woman scorned, especially if she's an Anodite. Kevin remembered the time when he almost forgot their anniversary. Luckily, Ben was able to distract her long enough for Kevin to prepare everything. Kevin shook his head of these thoughts as he genuinely loved Gwen, and he would go through a lot to be with her, even the fallout from his mistakes. Thanks. You guys are the best. Let's move out. Zed, stay. We'll take it from here, ordered Kevin. Bark. Plumber outpost. The hallways to the facility were significantly dimmed. Whoever broke in cut off all the power except the auxiliary. Gwen proceeded to raise the palm of her hand, creating 3 purple glowing orbs of mana. She had the spheres lead the way about 10 feet ahead. Kevin gave his thoughts on the situation. If I remember correctly, the only systems that should be on right now are emergency lighting, life support, and high-level security. Many of the plumbers stationed here escaped with minor to moderate injuries. The baddie is hostile. Does anyone know what this section housed? It might give us a clue on who we're dealing with. The other 2 shrugged as both had no clue. Most of the time, they had to deal with off-planet issues. It was more comfortable to allow the Earth plumbers to manage the local stations. The group came across a computer terminal in what appeared to be the receptionist area. Kevin logged in with his plumber authorization. From the looks of it, this facility was in charge of storing confiscated items until disposal transport. I have a bad feeling that today is going to be one of those days, resigned Gwen. Ben let out a sigh. Great, just what I need. Even more drama with the possibility of big explosions. 5 minutes later, they heard a loud crash, and Diamond Head's hulking crystal figure sped up to the sound, with Gwen and Kevin following. Diamond Head reached a level 8 security door with a giant hole cut out. Alarms were going off signaling said break-in. He whistled at the sight. Gwen and Kevin caught up and gave a similar response. Kevin stepped forward and examined the metal door. It's Colton. Whoever did this was able to heat this to the melting point at about 3000 degrees Celsius. Diamond Head replied. We're getting close. Keep an eye out. After they went through the hole in the security door, they saw that the walls were lined with security boxes. Wow. Look at all this. These must have been here for years. Kevin explained. Due to the amount of paperwork, plumbers tend to keep them in storage for much longer than intended. Gwen stopped. Wait. Do you hear that? Yeah. It's this way. Kevin exclaimed as he ran toward the source. BTOOOM. A door flew off of its hinges, revealing a helmeted figure in a black cloak with purple lining. Well, if it isn't the pest, himself, Ben Tennyson and company. What an unpleasant surprise. Yeah, and it's all cinnamon and spice for us seeing you, Eon, stated Diamond Head sarcastically. What are you even doing here? Gwen demanded. Isn't he stealing confiscated alien tech? Kevin whispered to his girlfriend. Gwen's sweat dropped as the answer to her question was pretty obvious. In an attempt to salvage herself, she whispered, it was a rhetorical question. Diamond Head cut in. What could you possibly want from here anyway? But telling you would be too easy. As people say, it's for me to know and for you to find out. Now it's time that I get going. Eon reached into his pocket, grabbed a remote, and pressed a button. Why don't I introduce you to my entourage while I continue without you people in the way? Eon stepped aside, revealing approaching figures. As they left the shadows, it was clear who the enemies were, Tekadon robots. These 5 have been custom-made to hold you off. Ta-ta. The Tekadons jumped and landed in front of the team. The alien force took their battle stances, and Ben looked towards the retreating figure and said, once we finish these tin cans, I'll be coming after you. Yes. Whatever you say. I have much work to do. Eon ran off into the shadows. Let's get this over with. Kevin absorbed the steel from a support beam, and Gwen charged up her hands. The room turned into an all-out brawl. It didn't take long for the trio to break through several walls to bring the fight outside. Diamond held off the machine and glanced at the others. Gwen and Kevin were doing well holding off 1 Tekadon each, but the 2 extras were pushing them back. Looks like we're gonna have to even the odds. Diamond Head punched the machine straight at the chest, pushing it back about 20 feet. Diamond pressed the Omnitrix symbol on his cheek, and he was once again engulfed in emerald light. When the light show ended, a small white humanoid stood. One of his most noticeable features was a square appendage resembling an MP3 player behind his back with a port on it. The alien appeared to have cassette tapes on his lower legs. He wore a pair of headphones around his head, and he had green circle-shaped indents on the back of his hands. The inside of his mouth was green with lines that give it the appearance of an amplifier. Echo, echo. His voice sounded high-pitched and electronic. He immediately split into 3 copies. Help them. Got it. The two said in sync and ran off. Echo, echo faced the staggering robot and glared. Wall. He split into 3 copies. Of the 3 turned into 9. Sound. All 9 copies reverberated the last word in sync with one another. The sound waves amplified each other into a single devastating blow through constructive interference. The Tekadon was still standing, but it was sparking in places. Thank you, physics. Echo, echo thought. Meanwhile, lay off the family, rust buckets. The 2 echo echoes attracted the attention of the 2 extra Tekadons. The 2 echo echoes nodded at each other and stood at opposite sides of the robots. Echo chamber. In a flash, the 2 robots were surrounded by copies, bearing down the force of multiple amplified sonic attacks and sparking like the others. Suddenly, the Tekadons grabbed Gwen and Kevin and pinned them down. The remaining 3 grabbed onto the echoes. Ben. Hey, let us go, you oversized action figures. Yelled the trio in unison. Yes. Thank you for the distraction, my minions. I have finally completed the device. What's it going to do? Destroy me. Just like every other time, someone tried that on me. Echo Echo said sarcastically. As much as I would love to destroy you, I believe that I have found a much better solution to prevent your further hindrance. A machine with a large ring was wheeled into view. Through my many travels, I had seen many alternate timelines when I battled the Tennysons and the Omnitrix. His eye made a glance at Gwen before turning his attention back to Ben. Echo Echo didn't know why he used his family name, so he pushed the thought to the back of his mind. So, that means I'll always be there to kick your butt one way or another. He replied in a mocking tone. That's where you're wrong. I know that I can't kill you. He looked at the Omnitrix symbol, remembering the Omniverse timeline. Echo Echo gave a confused look. Since I can't do that, I'll just have to move you. Eon pressed a button on his wrist, and the device lit up and activated. Inside the ring was a distortion of colors. It brings me great pleasure that I have the opportunity to cast you out, forever lost within the expanding multiverse. What? Gwen and Kevin called out. How is that even possible for you? I thought you could only move through time. Gwen was still struggling to get free. Ah. Yes. I still haven't gotten to that part yet. He turned back to Ben and asked, do you remember that interview you had a few years ago? Echo Echo thought back and remembered. He hoped he wasn't right. Yes. You disappeared on national television, so it was obvious for me to find out about your predicament. What did you do? Echo Echo shouted. Ben knew Eon was referring to the time he went into Rex's Earth, but what happened while he was gone? While you were on the other side of that thing doing who knows what, I decided to do a little digging. That little light show that appeared was an event horizon. The energy particles were able to tear through the boundaries of the multiverse. I tried to close the anomaly before you could return to no avail. That was when I realized that this was my opportunity to get rid of you. I just needed to bide my time to get the necessary equipment and set the trap. The 3 Echo Echoes struggled to get free from the robotic grips, but their small form didn't give them the necessary strength. Don't make me do something I might regret, Eon. Surrender now and maybe I won't punch you in the face. Eon scoffed. A tempting offer, but I must get started. He turned around to run some diagnostic checks. The 3 Echo Echoes looked at each other and nodded. 3, 2, 1. SCHREEEEEECH. Each echo aimed at a different target. 2 aimed at the 2 Tekadons holding down Gwen and Kevin, and 1 was aimed right at Eon and the control panel. Ah, Eon yelled in pain. He needed to get out of range, so he jumped away to safety as the console began to spark and the machine shut down. Gwen and Kevin were able to break free from the Tekadon's holds, and they proceeded to bash their helmets. The three Echoes tried to blast sound waves at their captors, but they were able to shut him up. How? They shoved their fists into his mouths. Gross. With Ben incapacitated and Gwen and Kevin still distracted, Eon needed to act fast. He ran to the console and pulled the manual override, activating the machine once again. I need you gone now. The device powered on, but something was off. It was too unstable, and it began to pull in the surroundings. Goodbye, Ben. I'll see you never. In an instant, Eon jumped out of the current timeline. This was bad. The Tekadons were still holding onto Ben, and he needed to get out. He never tried this move before, but now was as good a time as any. The three Echoes closed their eyes and focused. Suddenly all three exploded into multiple clones, causing the robots to lose their grip. The multiple clones unleashed multiple sonic attacks, shattering the three robots to scrap. What the clones didn't know was that the pull of the machine was getting stronger. The Echoes tried to run for it, but the pull was too strong. Some recombined, and then they became a line of 5 clones, each hanging on to the other with one hanging onto a nearby railing. Somebody, stop this crazy thing. All 5 of them screamed in sync. The duplicates couldn't focus enough to recombine. I'm slipping, yelled the one at the far end. Just hold on a little longer, the one fourth in line yelled back. Number 5 looked ahead to the struggling Echo slowly losing his grip on the railing. He looked back to copy number 4 inches. At least one of us needs to survive this and get married, we need to let go. Are you crazy? We can't do that. We don't know what's on the other side. We can't wait for the others any longer, and the pull is getting stronger. I don't want Julie to be a widow before she even gets married. I know I'm going to regret this, but fine. The original is the priority. Follow my lead. Both clones let go, allowing the leading Echo to reaffirm his grip. The two flew through the air toward the hole. 5 gave a hard look at 4, and they both nodded. Both opened their mouths and unleashed a combined sonic attack at the ring. The machine began to break down, and the hole started to shrink slowly. Unfortunately, the pull was still active. Hopefully, I'll see you on the other side. Stay safe, 5 saluted to 4. Who knows? Maybe we'll make it back home, replied number 4. They both smiled at each other as they both flew into the tier. Seconds later, the tier closed, and Echo 1 was finally able to let go and recombine. Gwen and Kevin made it back to Ben and saw the broken robots at the destroyed machine. What happened here, Ben? Asked Gwen. Echo pressed the symbol on his chest and reverted to Ben. He had a somber expression. I couldn't recombine, and I couldn't hold on to all 5 of us. 2 of my clones decided to let go so one of us could live. The hero sat down to absorb today's events. Gwen placed a hand on his shoulder. Ben, we can mourn for their loss later. Don't let their sacrifice be in vain. You still haven't heard Julie's answer yet. Ben's expression perked up at the mention of Julie. They began walking back to the tournament to find Julie. Kevin took his other shoulder. Don't worry, Ben. I'm sure they're in a better place. Elsewhere. Echo opened his eyes as he felt a massive gust of wind blowing on his face. That's when he realized he was falling from the sky. Oh, geez. What the? Echo tried to say as he kept falling. He immediately slapped the Omnitrix symbol, once again transformed. In place was a hulking, broad-shouldered alien covered in natural, yellow armor plating on his back, shoulders, and the backs of his arms. The alien was mostly white, with 4 claws on both of his hands. This was Cannonbolt. He rolled up into a ball and crashed on the ground, creating a sizable crater. He turns back to human form and lies down on the same hole. Ow. Omnitrix DNA entry. Name: XLR8. Species: Kinesolaran. Home world: Kinet. Powers and abilities. Kinesolarans can manipulate friction to reach speeds of 500 miles per hour within 2 seconds. No top speed has been recorded as of yet. This species can accelerate so quickly that time appears to completely stop. They also seem to think, act and react at superhuman speed as well, as he was able to think of a million combinations in a few seconds. They can deliver speed-enhanced attacks rapidly, such as excessively kicking or stabbing enemies with great speed and strength. This species has enhanced speed, agility, jumping, reflexes, recovery, strength, dexterity, and durability. They have sharp claws and a prehensile tail. They can also wall and water run, and create vortexes. Name: Diamondhead. Species: Petrosapian. Home world: Petropia. Powers and abilities. Petrosapians are composed of extremely thick organic green crystals. They have the ability to manipulate the atomic structure of their physiology at will and can control all crystals they generate. Being living prisms, Petrosapians can refract light and beam-based weaponry, channeling them through their bodies and projecting them back at their source. Due to the natural density of crystal, Petrosapians are extremely durable to physical impacts. Because of Petrosapians are made out of organic crystals, Petrosapians are immune to aging and time rays, as crystals do not age. Name: Echo Echo. Species: Sonosaurian. Home world: Sonosaria. Powers and abilities. Sonosaurians are small, white aliens whose bodies are living amplifiers. They are actually living sonic waves contained in a suit made of silicon. Sonorosians can emit sonic screams that range from audible to ultrasonic frequencies. Sonorosians can duplicate themselves, like the Splixons, but different in that the clones aren't linked in any way, allowing entire groups to be knocked out without harming the rest. Using their sonic screams, Sonorosians can use echolocation. Name: Cannonbolt. Species: Arborian Pelorota. Home world: Arboriate destroyed. Powers and abilities. Arborian Pelorotas have the ability to curl into a ball and, like a motorized wheel, roll at high speeds, ricochet, and bounce. This shell is highly durable, able to resist corrosive chemicals. Arborian Pelorotas have a high sense of balance. Arborian Pelorotas can contain fairly large objects within their spheroid form. An Arborian Pelorota's shell is resistant to acids and lava, and can refract lasers. While rolled up, Arborian Pelorotas can survive a drop from space to Earth, with just minor amounts of pain from the impact received. Arborian Pelorotas are capable of rolling in a circular pattern to damage enemies, compressing themselves tightly and then releasing the pressure to create a sonic blast. Arborian Pelorotas are able to flop onto the ground to create a shockwave, as well as rotate quickly to generate a miniature tornado. 4:36 p.m. Wake up, Tennyson, said a voice. No, Mom. I don't want to go to school today. I want to stay home and bake cookies with you. Ah, Benjamin K. Tennyson, you wake up this instant. Yelled the being in annoyance. Ah. Ben woke up instantly to the yell. The voice was relieved. Finally. Ben looked around for the source of the voice but found none. Who said that? I did, the voice replied. Ben looked at the Omnitrix in confusion. What? Suddenly, the faceplate opened up and projected a hologram of a small frog-like being. I've been trying to wake you for about an hour now. Ben raised an eyebrow. Azimuth. What are you doing here? I'm not Azimuth. I'm the AI that runs the Omnitrix. Azimuth 10. Who do you think says all those indications to you? Ben just blinked. I'm surprised about seeing an AI besides Eunice. Azimuth 10 decided to explain. The Omnitrix uses quantum computing to analyze all the DNA stored within along with monitoring the various functions. Azimuth couldn't trust any AI except one he made himself. So why are you here now? You haven't shown up before. I was given this feature with the latest update you received. Whenever you lost connection to Primus, things tended to go poorly, so he allowed me to speak to you in such cases. Well, that's good because I happen to be in a bit of a pickle. Azimuth sighed in annoyance. What happened this time? Ben relayed the events before his arrival here. Interesting. What's that supposed to mean? Remember when you split yourself using the Sonosaurian DNA a while back? Yeah, I ended up causing trouble because of the different personalities. After you told me that, I was programmed to reduce mental side effects. At the moment, your mental state should be about equal to the original's. Quote. Well, that sounds good. If we're able to get back home, do you think that we could recombine? I'm not so sure about that. Why? Do you know how Sonosaurians reproduce? Ben thought about Echo Echo. Isn't the species just living sound in a suit? So, if I don't get home soon, I won't be able to recombine as one Ben. Azimuth nodded. That is correct. Ben sighed in relief. That's not too bad. I'm alive. He's alive. Not the worst thing to happen. Azimuth smirked at the response. I'm glad to see such optimism in our current situation. Ben shrugged. Since we're pretty much stuck here with no way back, we should probably look for civilization. Indeed. I may be able to help you in that regard. Raise the Omnitrix above your head. Ben did as requested. The hologram turned off, and energy emitted. Ben raised a brow. What was that? Azimuth began to explain. I used a small pulse to locate large concentrations of sentient life. There appears to be a city a few miles north just through that swamp. I wouldn't recommend flying there as we don't know if this Earth is hostile to new life forms flying. On a side note, there is a signature in the swamp, so you might want to transform before your departure. Ben nodded. Thanks for the help. No problem. Azimuth closed the hologram function. Since we're going through a swamp, I know who to be. He scrolled through the watch and pressed the core. In a green flash, he became a humanoid plant-like alien with a green and black-colored body with root-like feet, seemingly holding rocks. The shoulders and head had red and yellow petals. Swamp fire. Take that, fool mosquitoes. It will be a long walk. Engage lifeform lock. Lifeform lock engaged. Better get a move on. 8:14 p.m. Swamp fire was in the middle of the swamp. Sheesh, how big is this place? Huh. He came to a small clearing with a strange plant-like house near the swamp water. Must be that signature Azimuth told me earlier. I should approach carefully. Hello. Is anyone inside? I'm just passing through. I mean no harm. I'm just heading to the nearest city. A minute passed, and there was no response. I guess no one's home. Who are you? The creature eyed him warily. What are you doing here? I mean no harm. My name is Swampfire. I'm just passing through. The creature looked at Swampfire once more. Very well. You may call me Alec. The swamp seems to confirm your words. I will trust you for now. He gave an immense glare and looked to the sky. It is getting late to continue on foot. I permit you to stay for the night. Ah, thanks. I appreciate the hospitality. 10:13 p.m. The two were gathered around a fire cooking some gator that they caught earlier. They ate in awkward silence until Ben decided to break it. So, what are you? What do you mean? Are we not of the same origin? Swampfire raised his non-existent eyebrow. You're an alien too. It was Alec's turn to be confused. I am confused. Are you not a product of the swamplands? You are an alien. Alec eyed him top to bottom, trying to get a read on him. So, you're like that Superman guy but a plant. How is that possible? Superman. I guess he's a known alien here then. I come from a planet where plants evolved into sapient life. It wasn't a total lie. That is what happened for this species but not him personally. What about you? At the moment, I am not sure. I used to be human, studying these very same swamplands, but there was an accident. Well, that's a new one to add to the origin books. I'm sorry to hear that. He wasn't sure about what else to say. Don't worry about me. I have come to terms with my new life a long time ago. The green, it comforts me, guides me. The green. I don't fully comprehend it myself, but it resides and connects with all plant life all around us. It is within me. I can even sense it within you. Swampfire placed a hand to his chest. Whoa. That's heavy. Although, I think I know someone who can clarify. Alec tilted his head in confusion. Hey Azimuth, I think I found something you might want to look at. From the Omnitrix symbol came the Azimuth AI. Yes, what seems to be the. He cut himself off at the sight of him. Fascinating, sentient plant life on Earth. Alec blinked at the hologram. Who and what is he? Swampfire paused to come up with an answer and shrugged. He's my guide of sorts. He's brilliant, so don't judge him before you get to know him. Alec continued to stare at the little frog thing. I see. A yellow light panned over Alec. Asmith put a hand to his chin. From my analysis, I can see that you are perfectly fine. Although you aren't an evolved life form such as Swampfire here, your consciousness and plant body are bonded together because of the Earth's mana. Alec's confusion on the current situation grew, raising an eyebrow. Mana. Swampfire decided to step in and explain. To me, mana is considered life energy. It is in all lifeforms and planetary bodies. Doesn't sound too far off from the green you mentioned. Alec looked at his hands and then to the surrounding swamp. Fascinating. But, why me? Asmith nodded. That's the question we all ask ourselves. Whether this green has a conscience or not, it saw something in you before you perished. The green. It has shown me many things in this swamp. As there is a light, there is also darkness. Swampfire frowned. Darkness. Alec pointed into the distance. Just as the green is a balance of life and death, there is an imbalance out there, only bringing death, a rot if you will. That doesn't sound good at all. I know. It is not a lie to say that the land of the rot had been abused. Swampfire nodded solemnly. This green, it's trying to find balance again, right? Yes. Tell me. How can I help you get rid of this rot? The rot goes beyond conventional biology. I listen to the green, and they tell me what is needed. You said that you sense the green within me. Can you teach me? I would be happy to. Thank you for your help and for talking to me about all this. Maybe in return, we can exchange tips on controlling plants. I'm pretty sure you grew that house that way. Alec chuckled before walking toward a tree. Perhaps. Now, place your hand on this trunk. Close your eyes, and let the green flow through you. For the next hour, Swampfire felt more connected to the world than ever. 7:16 a.m. Both of them had woken up at the crack of dawn. The two were standing outside of the camp seeing each other off. Good luck on your journey. I hope you find what you were looking for. Alec held out his hand toward Swampfire. Swampfire took his hand and gave a firm shake, confirming their friendship. Thanks for everything. Goodbye. I'll come by and visit sometime. He began walking north. Alec waved at the shrinking figure. Farewell. Swampfire waved back without looking, continuing his journey toward the city. Omnitrix DNA entry. Name: Swampfire. Species: Methanosian. Home world: Methanos. Powers and abilities. Methanosians have a wide array of powers, such as regeneration powers, the ability to slip through tight spaces, enhanced strength, chlorokinesis, stretching, and the ability to alter their body. They can generate and blast flames of various amounts of heat and intensity through their hands and mouths via igniting the methane in their bodies, with enough precision to melt a metal cage without harming the people inside. Methanosians can reattach detached body parts by manipulating their vine-like veins to reach out and meld with the insides of the detached limb. Methanosians could instead regenerate a lost limb or reform if destroyed and their body parts are close enough. 3:46 p.m. Man, that walk took forever. Ben reached the end of a forest line near the city limits. I don't want to scare people, so I better change back. With a thought, he reverted back to human. He checked his jeans, black shirt, and a green jacket to make sure nothing made him stand out too much. Seeing nothing wrong, he continued walking toward the city and approached a large green sign. Welcome to Central City. Huh. Not much of a creative name there. He shrugged. Well, time to explore the place. The city had its usual social classes: upper, middle, working, and lower. After exploring the middle of the city, his stomach growled. Reaching into his pockets for his wallet, he only found his ID, credit, and debit card. Of all the days, I forgot to bring cash. Ben sighed at his situation, deciding to take a look around town. Seeing a pawn shop, he had an idea. After confirming that it was empty, he walked into a nearby alley and activated the Omnitrix, transforming into Diamondhead. Ben remembered the time when Kevin's body was used to farm Tatanite. Initially, Diamond Head could only control silicone crystal, but after much training and focus, he could control crystals of varying compositions. Calming his mind, Ben grew a high-grade sapphire from the ground. He decided against making a diamond since he learned that diamonds are intrinsically worthless. He dug up the sapphire and transformed back to human. From there, he went to the pawnshop and spoke to the manager. The man examined the stone with his eyepiece. This is some high-grade crystal. You didn't steal this, did you? No, I didn't. He gave a slight glare to the rather large pawnshop owner. Ben lied, giving an innocent smile. It's been in my family for generations. The man sighed and took another look at the rock. There is definitely no professional cut, so it wasn't from any high-end place. There also doesn't seem to be any identifying marks. Even if this was stolen, there would be no way for police to identify it. He gave a small smile. Okay kid, I'll believe you. The semi-high-grade crystal was about 1 carat, so Ben received a respectable 10 grand. The first purchases he made was chili fries from a nearby vendor. Thank whatever God exists that chili fries are an omniversal concept. Now that his hunger was taken care of, he had to rebuild a life here. He walked near the government district and found the city library. Luckily, people only needed a library card to borrow books. He walked to a computer terminal in an empty corner of the room. Ben decided to update himself on this Earth's current events. What surprised him was that there were a good amount of superheroes and supervillains around. The US even made a prison specifically for villains and criminal, meta-humans, as the article said. Apparently, there is a group of superheroes that formed an organization called the Justice League that works alongside the UN for the world crisis. They remind me of the Galactic Enforcers. I really hope that they aren't similar in personality. He whispered to the Omnitrix. Hey, Azimuth. The hologram appeared. Yes. Do you think you could get into the network and set up my identity? Very well. It will only take a moment. The hologram disappeared, and the Omnitrix connected to the local Wi-Fi signal. A few seconds later, it disconnected. All information has been made with nothing left behind. You may visit the district office nearby to pick up your replacement papers and driver's license. Ben smirked. You got me a license too. Of course. You didn't think I would let you walk around forever in this place. Would you? Thanks, Azimuth. I really appreciate all this. Now I have to get a car. Ben did as Azimuth said and retrieved his papers. With the required documentation, he could now start looking for a home. After some browsing on Craigslist, he found a modest studio apartment at the north side of the city. The next day, Ben's apartment. Azimuth decided to appear around noon. What do you intend to do for continued stable living conditions, Ben? Even though living off sapphires would be easy, people would get suspicious about the recent influx of sapphires in the market. I need to make a steady income. Oh. Luckily, I've had an idea ready for this situation for a long time now. He gave a beaming smile. Azimuth knew that smile. I take it that this will be something rather personal to you. All he received back was a grin and a nod. Time skipped 3 months later. 2 women walked down the street. One appeared to be an emerald-haired Brazilian with a green and black attire and the other a snow-white-haired Caucasian with a white and light blue attire. At first glance, anyone could see that both women looked flawless. They appeared to be in their early 20s. The first woman's outfit was a green long-sleeve blouse, black skirt and flats, gold earrings and bracelet, and a black Nixon watch. Her friend had a more modest impression. She had a light blue shirt and Vans shoes with a white undershirt. Her socks were white as well, but there were blue snowflakes placed around the top. Around her neck was a simple gold lace. The two continued to walk for a few blocks toward the local mall. The Brazilian was the first to speak. It's nice to finally have some time together. I know. With you being a traveling model and all, it's hard to juggle both of our careers and enjoy ourselves. Personally, I like the heat. The woman in blue rolled her eyes at the inside joke. But, if it'll make you happy, sure. You're the best, she said, giving her best friend a quick hug. The Emerald Beauty reached for her phone and did a quick search. According to Yelp, there's this hot and new drink place up ahead. Even better. About half a block later, they reached the storefront. The Brazilian raised a brow. Mr. Smoothie. I love smoothies. Let's order. She ran inside dragging her model friend along. The inside had a modern look. The walls were pearl white and the floors were hardwood. There were also wooden tables with houseplants placed around. It gave off a homely atmosphere. They reached the counter and took a look at the chalkboard menu. No one was here, but they noticed a bell on the counter. Ding! The snow-haired girl was the first to reply with a smile. I'll have a winter melon, please. Huh. Nordic. You don't see them often. Her outfit really suits her along with her Brazilian friend. He turned to her and asked, and you? Green eyes, the emerald woman thought. Shaking her head out of her stupor, she gave her order. I'll have a strawberry sunrise. Sure. Coming right up. Can I get your names? The emerald Brazilian was the first to speak. You can call me Beatriz. Her friend spoke next. And you can call me Tora. She smiled happily at the man before them. Mr. Smoothie. 11:25 a.m. Eastern Daylight Saving Time. Wednesday, June 2, 2010. A young man soon came walking in. He had worn his common black shirt and jeans under his green apron. He looked at the two and smiled. Welcome to Mr. Smoothie. What can I get for you ladies today? The snow-haired girl was the first to reply with a smile. I'll have a winter melon, please. Huh. Nordic. You don't see them often. Her outfit really suits her along with her Brazilian friend. He turned to her and asked, and you? Green eyes too, the emerald woman thought. Shaking her head out of her stupor, she gave her order. I'll have a strawberry sunrise. I always liked Latin accents. Sure. Coming right up. Can I get your names? The emerald Brazilian was the first to speak. You can call me Beatriz. Her friend spoke next. And you may call me Tora. She smiled happily at the man before them. He smiled at the two. It's nice of you two to stop by. You may call me Ben. He walked around the kitchen and soon made their drinks. After he received payment, he handed the two their drinks. Enjoy. The room was quiet at first, but a conversation started between them. The three continued to talk for another half hour, enjoying each other's company. We're actually staying here in Central City for a month, answered Tora. I'm sure that you'll enjoy your stay. You two can come by any time, he replied. I take it that we gave off a good first impression, Beatrice commented. Don't sell yourselves short. It normally takes time for people to get on my good side. Now that I think about it, where were you two headed before you stopped by here? Tora and I were on our way to Central City Plaza to check out the sights and do some shopping, Beatrice answered. Tora's eyes widened from an idea. Ooh. Do you want to come with us? Ben blinked at the sudden request while Beatrice raised an eyebrow at the invitation. Excuse us while I have a little chat with my friend here. Beatrice grabbed Tora and walked to the other side of the store. Ben was used to seeing girl talk, so he didn't mind. Tora simply rolled her eyes and whispered back. Come on, he seems nice. As far as I can tell, he seems pretty docile and sweet. So, we're new here and I would prefer to have a local show us around compared to a tour guide. Remember what happened in New York last winter? Beatrice shuddered at the memory. Their tour guide was a total sleaze. He barely knew anything about the town. Not to mention, he tried to get into their pants the entire day. You have a point. Plus, he is pretty cute, especially with those green eyes of his. Beatrice twitched. Really? I haven't noticed. So, it is a plan. Fine. He can come along. Yay. They turned around to see Ben leaning against the counter, hands in his pockets. So, he started with a hopeful smile. Does the offer still stand? Beatrice nodded, and Tora smiled back, replying. We would love for you to accompany us today. Ben pushed himself upright and clapped his hands. Great. We can take my car. It's pretty hot out there for us to be walking there. I'll close up shop. Wait for me outside, and I'll pull the car up front. They both looked at each other to see the other's reaction of getting into their new friend's car. They had the unspoken agreement of, we can handle him if anything. Turning back to Ben, They answered, sure, and walked out the front door. As soon as they were out the door, Ben took a deep breath. It's been a while since I went out with people on this new earth, huh, Azimuth? As Ben closed the shop, a hologram projected from Ben's wrist and replied. Indeed it has. Ever since coming here, you haven't had much social interaction outside of your shop. Then again, you did devote a lot of your free time to your recent projects. I'm just glad that I had the flashes to keep things calm till I got everything set up. It took a lot of blood, sweat, and tears to bring him back and build my new ride. One of which you will show to your new acquaintances. A smile pulling at Azimuth's lips. Ben rolled his eyes at the implication. We just met, and I'm not one to rush into relationships. I will admit, they are both really cute. I swear. Beatrice has to be a model or something. If things go well, then who knows? Yeah, even though I'm just a copy, I still miss my family and friends, especially Julie. Ben walks into the back room and changes into his signature green jacket. I'm sure she's happily married with me, right now, disregarding the flow of time across universes. He shook his head. Getting back on track, I better not keep those two waiting. After pocketing his wallet, phone, keys, and a small metallic device, he walks to the garage. 10 minutes later. What kind of car do you think he drives? Asked Tora. B shrugged. If it's a windowless van, we book it. In the corner of their eyes, a sleek black blur sped down the road and stopped right in front of the pair. The car in Alien Swarm and the series was based on the Mazda RX-8, but I wanted his new one to be modeled after the 2016 Nissan GT-R. Now that it stopped, the two were finally able to get a better look at the car. The color scheme was overall jet black with emerald green highlights. Said highlights formed an X on the front and stretched to the side skirts and the rear spoiler. The chrome rims also had an emerald green center. B whistled, and Tora gawked. It looked fool good. The tinted passenger window lowered to reveal their new friend Ben with a knowing smile on his face. Thanks for waiting. Ready to head out. He was wearing the familiar black shirt and jeans, but he was now wearing a green jacket with white stripes and the number 10. Strangely, it suited him very well. B placed her hand on her HP. Sure. I have to say, Ben, you really know how to make a good first impression. Ben gave a modest shrug and grin. I aim to please. I'm glad you guys like it. Hop in. The Emerald Empress nodded. I have to agree with sis. What model is this? Shifting gears, Ben replied, I'll tell you later. In the meantime, here's a little demo. Reaching for the dashboard, he enabled high performance mode, adjusting dynamic control, transmission, and suspension. Holding down the brake, Ben charged the engine by stomping on the accelerator and then released the brake. The car shot to 60 miles an hour in less than 3 seconds. Whoop! Sounds of excitement came from everyone in the car. The G-force was incredible. Luckily, Ben was taking the back roads, so he didn't need to worry about any traffic. They eventually came to a calm and steady 45 and began to talk. So, have you had a chance to see the flashes? Asked Tora. B shook his head. No, not really. Things have been pretty quiet since I've been here. B raised a brow. Really? Shrugging, Ben replied, hey, it's been peaceful in my part of town. I'm not complaining, but I would be nice to eventually talk to them. Maybe the villains and crooks are on summer vacation. Besides, I'm sure some of the heroes appreciate the quiet. Ben ended up striking another entertaining conversation with Tora while Beatrice looked out the window and stared at the passing clouds. I do admit, it is nice just spending time with my best friend. She glanced at her friend through the side mirror. As much as we love both of our jobs, we really needed this outing. Her thoughts drifted to Ben. He's not such a bad guy. You all right? Ben's words pulled B out of her thoughts. To recover, she replied, you might want to keep your eyes on the road, Juice Boy, with a playful tone and smirk. A smile tugged at his lips. What? You think we're gonna crash? She tilted her head. I haven't decided yet. Is that a challenge? He changes gears and pushes on the accelerator. Ben, what are you doing? Tora asked, slightly panicked at the increase in speed. The speedometer was going over 60 miles per hour. There weren't any other cars around, but the speed was still high. Ben and Beatrice looked straight into the other's direction, a blink here and there, not looking at the road at all. Ben. You're scaring me. Her hands latched onto the seat. The speedometer was reaching 90 miles an hour, and the upcoming light was red. Ah. Tora closed her eyes tight, but nothing bad happened. The next red intersection arrived, and the car came to a sharp yet comfortable stop. She opened her eyes to see the smiling pair in front of her. Oh. She was rather pink in embarrassment. A few snickers escaped before the car erupted into full laughter. Oh, my God. That was hilarious, exclaimed Beatrice. I know, wheezed Ben. I can't believe you called my bluff. I can't believe you called my bluff. I can't believe you guys did that. The two turned around to see a squealing Tora in the back seat. She gave off a watery-eyed puppy dog expression that clearly melted hearts. Even her friend Beatrice was not immune to those eyes. Beatrice sheepishly rubbed the back of her neck with an apologetic look. Sorry, Tor. We got so caught up in it all that we put you through that. Hee hee. If anything, it's my fault. I'm the driver. Can you forgive us? B is my friend, so I'll let her go, for now. A small sly smile appeared on her face. You, Ben, however, are not getting off that easy. His sweat dropped with a nervous smile. What do I have to do to make it up to you? I'll forgive you if you do two things for me. I'll think of the second one later, but you'll be treating us to dinner tonight. Sure. He rolled his eyes. The best friends proceeded to high-five each other. Somehow I feel like that was you guys' plan all along. Ben only received giggles. 20 minutes later. Central City Plaza. They had just arrived at the plaza near sundown, and Ben started to show them around. Surprising to them, Ben seemed to know all about the local hot spots and a little bit of the history. They visited many of the nearby landmarks and scenic points along with a few shops. Beatrice also helped Ben pick out a few clothes since she had an eye for fashion. When they visited a dog park, the girls went head over heels for Shibas and Corgis. Don't leave me. I will hug you and squeeze you and call you George, squealed Tora hugging a Corgi. Ben was finally able to get them moving along to their next stop, the top of the central arch in the middle of town. Nearby radio speaker plays Zelda's Lullaby, violin cover Taylor Davis. The three of them were the only ones there as they gazed out into the distance. Wow! Cheered Tora. It looks amazing up here. B chuckled at her enthusiasm. It really is great to be here. He shrugged. I'm sure that you have been to other great places like this. The three of them ended up against the railing, taking in the entire view, overlooking the sky, park, and city lights. Truth be told, Tora and I haven't had much time to venture during our stays. They eventually stopped talking. Boom. Well, that killed the mood, B deadpanned. Shaken from their relaxed state, they raced toward the source of the sound. Down below, a beast was wreaking havoc. Upon closer inspection, he looked vaguely like a giant tiger cat or a puma. Where is Flash? He yelled. It's time that we settle our score without that runt of a sidekick getting in the way. No one was getting hurt, but he was causing a lot of property damage. With that kind of entrance, the Flashes should be here any second, stated Tora. The music was cut off, and a female announcer took control. This just in. Broadcasting to you live, the Flash and Kid Flash are currently engaging with Mirror Master at the Springfield Natural History Museum. Just earlier today, the Hope Diamond had just made its stop along its nationwide tour. Crack. Oh no. The Flashes have just been trapped in the mirror dimension. This isn't the first time they have been trapped, but it will take some time for them to find their escape. Local law enforcement is in pursuit of Mirror Master, but his use of mirror gateways make apprehension extremely difficult. We'll keep you up to date on this as best we can. We advise all citizens to vacate the surrounding area until further notice. The loudspeaker was cut to commercial. Or not, said Ben dryly. B gave Tora a serious look and whispered. We need to get down there, now. What about Ben? Tora asked. What about me? Ben wanted to go down there to help, but he had to deal with the girls first. He had just overheard his name come up. Bee grunted loudly, expressing much of her irritation and discomfort. She pointed straight at Ben. If you tell anyone about us, I swear to God that I will. Fire, come on. Ben turned to the voice of Tora to see her encase herself in ice and break out of it in a completely different outfit. Ben's eyes widened as Tora was the perfect combination of cute and sexy. Her snow-white hair, sky-blue eyes, and shape of her face was an amazing combination. Ben also noticed her silky smooth legs revealed by her rather high-cut suit. It didn't help that the suit also gave a distracting view of her cleavage. Yeah, ice. Remember what I said, Ben. He turned back to her, and she erupted into green flames, transforming into, in Ben's opinion, an emerald sun goddess. Her skin was a hue of green while her hair was a torrent of flame. One thing that stood out to him was that she looked mostly naked, allowing Ben to see her luscious skin and jaw-dropping curves while her other flames covered her conservative areas. His eyes moved between the two elemental beauties, processing the shock and awe of what's in front of him. Bee flew down to face the obnoxious threat. Tora walked up to Ben, kissed him on the cheek, and gave it a light pat. Don't worry. We'll explain this later. You still owe us dinner, saying the last part teasingly. She went down below using an ice slide. It took a few seconds for Ben's brain to reboot and draw a conclusion. Oh, I did not just get left behind to fight crime. He looked down at the two now facing off against the feline freak. A grin grew on his face. Well, Azimuth, it's hero time. Down below. I asked to fight the fastest man alive, not some hothead and an ice princess. He uprooted another tree and hurled it toward fire. Luckily, the tree phased right through her and she fired another scorching flame. Sabretooth, as he named himself, took on the searing flames without even flinching. From above, ice was sending slabs of ice in his direction. His thick hide and brute strength could withstand her attacks, so she was acting as support for now. Fire flew in close, blazing like a phoenix, and launched a stream right at Saber, knocking him into a tree behind him while ice started hailing him with rock-hard snowballs. Saber pulled the tree out of the ground to block the snowfall and then proceeded to throw it at the heroine in question, knocking her out of the sky and behind Fire. Ice. Fire turned and saw Saber get closer. She shot out some fireballs which didn't do much to stop him. Suddenly, Ice shot the ground underneath him with her powers, making her equivalent of a banana peel beneath him, tripping him up. As he slid forward, Fire and Ice shot extensive blasts to each side of him, making him roar slightly in pain. He jumped out toward Ice, and plucked her out of the sky, throwing her at her friend when he landed. As she hit, he picked up a nearby fire hydrant and threw it at the duo. As Fire and Ice saw it, they countered, firing streams of their respective elements at it, trying to stop the velocity of it enough to get away. As they just managed to duck under it, Ice shot an ice cage around the offending cat's feet and promptly collapsed. Fire then flew towards him and started fighting up close. Ice was losing her breath, she was overtaxing herself. She stood behind cover to regain her composure. At that time, Fire was going in close-quarter combat with the cat. While Fire had technique, she lacked the brute force Sabretooth had. Sabretooth, with a few bruises here and there, was able to get Fire off balanced and on the ground. He picked her up by her neck and declared, "Come on out, Flash. If you don't get here soon, you won't like what you'll see afterward." Ice was still exhausted, and she feared for her best friend's safety. A thud happened behind her, and she quickly whirled around only to be left speechless in shocked silence by the darkened 9-foot figure towering over her. Ice stared at the newcomer. She saw what looked like two claws protruding from its wrists extend outward by at least half 6 inches. "You wanna fight, Sabretooth? Raagh. Let's go." The towering figure turned to her. "You okay?" Surprised at the new guy just talking to her, she simply nodded. The behemoth's fiery gaze instantly shifted from to the beast. "Using hostages is not cool. The shadow-veiled colossus jumped near the pair and then unleashed a primal roar so powerful its resonance echoed for miles. Let me tell ya something, Sabretooth. It shockingly bellowed, pointing menacingly at the man. Nobody threatens Rat's friends. You think you're the alpha predator here. There's a reason your name is extinct, and Wrath is gonna make you wish you were. Not at all intimidated, the beast man merely replied with a snarl of his own. I'm still waiting for the flash, but I guess I'll have to establish my dominance to you right after I'm finished with her, feline. Without further ado, the newcomer instantly exploded out from the shadows, rocketing past the female duo and crashing into Sabretooth with the full force of a jet-propelled battering ram. The fire, ice, and civilians and newscasters still in the area stared in shock as the now exposed luchador tiger-like behemoth slammed his forearm into Saber's chest, bringing the tiger man crashing to the ground. Standing at about 9 feet tall, he resembles a tailless orange and white bipedal tiger with one claw coming out of each wrist. He is wearing a green and black outfit similar to that of a luchador, a Mexican masked wrestler. His green eyes contrasted his sharp black eyebrows. Black stripes ran on his shoulders, head, legs, and upper body while white fur filled his jaw, neck, chest plates, hands, and feet. Finally, an hourglass symbol is on his luchador belt. Free from the throat hold, Fire stood back up and faced her rescuer. I don't know who or what you are or why we are friends, but thanks. Now, let's kick his ass. The battle of the beasts raged on as the newcomer jumped and brought his hulking elbow smashing into Saber's solar plexus. Distracted by the pain, Saber was set aflame by a pissed-off Brazilian. Saber helplessly gasped desperately for the air that the blow had knocked from its lungs and that the fire burnt up. Ice jumped in to douse the flames and freeze Saber's entire lower section and left arm. The tiger-like behemoth picked up Saber by its chest fur. Come on. He thundered into Saber's face. You wanted a fight, and now you got one. So show me what you got. Saber was not going to give up until he got his revenge. He roared right into the apoplexian's face and sent a mean right hook, sending the newcomer reeling backward. Saber was able to free his left arm and right leg, but he didn't have the time to free his left because fire started beating down on his chest with plasma-enclosed fists. The apoplexian was unable to help itself from grinning. Now, that's more like it. He shouted with pumped-up enthusiasm. You think you got a second wind? Well, Wrath is going to rip it out of you. He then cracked his knuckles and then his neck as he loosened up for round 2. RAAAGH. Without any hesitation, Saber countered Fire's last strike, spit out some blood, and tossed Fire aside to face Wrath. Wrath narrowed his eyes at Fire and back to Saber. Unfortunately, having never actually encountered an apoplexian, Saber had no idea what a mistake he had just made. While Saber was strong, he had nothing over on Wrath's raw strength, fighting prowess, and just overall unbridled savagery. With savage ferocity, Wrath instantly smashed its fist into Saber's windpipe, cutting off his momentum. He then dealt Saber a powerful knee to the stomach, causing Saber to keel over in pain. The battle-hungry apoplexian picked him up upside down, securely locking him in its hulking arms, and sprang high up into the air. Polaris piledriver. He thundered as they came crashing back into the ground. Focusing her power on a high-powered stream of fire, Bee unleashed it on the being getting back up, stopping after a few seconds. Fire gave a wicked grin as Saber soon collapsed in an unconscious black soot mess. Ice took the chance to make his ice prison, so the police would be able to take him in without any further problems. Bee stretched her arms from the fight. Thanks for the help, Wrath. Ben waved it off. Don't mention it. It's what I do. The civilians nearby were cheering the trio in thanks and taking photos while a few reporters were already targeting the heroes. Questions were shot at them from multiple directions. Who are you? What are you? Are you ladies single? Are you an alien like Superman? What are your 3 sizes? Are you part of the Justice League? Will you go out with me? Are you 3 new heroes to Central City? Ice made a small ice blast to the sky to get the reporters to shut up. One at a time, asked Fire. Yes, we are single. We will not tell you that, and we respectfully decline. She turned to Wrath. We gave our answers. Now, it's your turn. Wrath grunted. He still hated the media after his experience with Wilharang. It didn't help that Wrath was the body holding in the emotions. He needed to stay composed. Wrath is a hero. That's all you need to know. I'm not part of the league. I kick criminal butt whenever I see it. Kinda sorta on the last one. Now, Wrath and Wrath's friends will be on our way. He scooped up Tora into a bridal carry, causing her to redden in embarrassment. Wrath motioned Fire to follow. The three of them moved to a nearby rooftop away from the media and civilians. Wrath gently put Tora down on the roof. Sorry. Wrath wanted some privacy. Didn't want an ice trail. She nodded slowly. No, I understand. Who and what are you, by the way? Asked Tora. And why did you call us your friends? Asked B, who just landed. Wrath sent a fake hurt expression to the pair. Wrath hurt that you guys don't recognize me, Tora and Beatrice. The two girls held back a wince at their identities being known. Should we? B asked. I'm pretty sure that we would remember a gigantic luchador tiger man. Wrath grew a mischievous grin. After all the time we spent together this afternoon. It was their turn to go wide-eyed at the sudden revelation. Ben. Tora exclaimed in shock and awe. Is that really you? Hold on a sec. He pressed the hourglass symbol on his belt, causing him to be engulfed in emerald light. After Tora and B removed their hands from their eyes, they saw the familiar Ben standing there with a friendly expression on his face. It really is me. The one and only. Considering that you showed your secrets to me, it is only fair that you know this little bit about me. Tora and Beatrice changed back into their civilian clothes once they confirmed that it was really Ben. That still doesn't explain how you changed. Tora was still confused. We'll trade stories soon. Come follow me, the night's not over yet. What are you talking about? Said the two in unison. Anybody hungry? Like I promised you guys earlier today, dinner's on me, and I know just the place. Tora and Beatrice were so consumed about the fight and Ben that they forgot about their hunger. Their faces reddened as growls escaped from each of them. Ben laughed. Glad to see I'm not the only one ready to eat. Ben took them to an all-you-can-eat yakiniku restaurant. For those who don't know, a yakiniku restaurant allows you to cook the food on a stove at your table. They had their own private booth, and they each gave a Cliff Notes version of themselves, nothing too specific but gets the point across. Ben talked about his Omnitrix briefly but focused more on some of his past adventures. He even explained why he opened a smoothie shop. Ben did not mention that he was from a different universe. No one needs to know that. Why would anyone need to know that? Seriously. Why does anyone need to know someone is from a different universe? It's just stupid. After trading stories, they ended up enjoying a casual dinner together. This was Tora's and B's first time in this type of restaurant, and they were liking Ben's company. Once all things were said and done, Ben drove them to their hotel. Both paused before either of them got out of the car. We should do this again sometime. Ben was surprised by that. I take it that the villain thing didn't ruin things. Actually, that is the best case scenario, replied Tora. It's hard making friends when you travel the world from time to time, but we can finally relax when we hang out with you since we both know each other's secrets. B will be busy with a meeting, but are you free next Friday? Are you kidding? It's a plan, Ben answered in a quite happy tone. With a small flicker of jealousy, Fire spoke. I'll be modeling in the Victoria's Secret pageant in a few weeks. Why don't you stop by? Noticing B's intentions, Tora also spoke up. You should come. If you want to, call us later, and we'll give you the details and the backstage pass to meet us. How could I turn down such an offer, especially from you two? I'd love to go. Ben replied sincerely and teasingly. A slight hue of pink growing on their cheeks. Beatrice and Tora took out pieces of paper and gave Ben their phone numbers. Tora smiled. Bye, Ben. Don't be a stranger. B waved back. The same goes for me too. I'll call. Good night, ladies, waving them back goodbye. As Ben drove off, he thought, looks like I'm back in the hero game. Back with Tora and B. Tora gave her friend a sly smile. I told you that he was a great guy. Shut up. B muttered in embarrassment from her best friend. We both like the same guy. This will be interesting. Meanwhile in Washington, D.C. Hey, Don, are you feeling okay? You've been staring in that direction for a while now. Holly, you feel the same thing. Right. Something new arrived and it keeps popping up every month. I can't figure it out, but I feel somehow connected to it. I know. It's strange. I'm sure we'll find out soon enough. Forget about it for now. Come on. Let's go home. Omnitrix DNA entry. Thank Rocker On for reminding me. Name. Wrath. Species. Apoplexian. Home world. Apoplexia. Powers and abilities. Apoplexians possess enhanced strength and agility, enabling them to jump great distances and lift objects heavier than themselves. While not the smartest of species, their expert fighting style is a mixture of wrestling, grappling holds, and sheer brute force, allowing them to power their way through dozens of opponents and smash through tough defenses. Apoplexians possess a large, retractable claw on each wrist. Apoplexians are extremely durable. Apoplexians can always remember things relating to fights or battle techniques learned. Their unbridled aggression gives them a psychological edge in combat. There are very few things that an apoplexian fears, and many opponents find it extremely difficult to stop one that is fully enraged. Behavior, special case. Apoplexians value emotional openness. If an apoplexian has a feeling, they express it openly. Generally, the feeling is a blind rage. Apoplexians love to fight and have a great appreciation for the best fighter. Instead of shaking hands when they meet, they engage in a wrestling match until one is established as dominant. Apoplexians believe any problem can be solved by hitting it. Apoplexians are prone to referring to people by their full name or title, as well as beginning a conversation with, "Let me tell ya something." They also refer to themselves in third person. Apoplexians have an advanced level of shame and wear pants. The Wrath strand of DNA lacked the strong sense of shame that most apoplexians have, as he ran around naked uncaringly. Justice League Watchtower. Green Arrow slumped over the monitor. Ah. Monitor duty is so boring. The Scarlet Speedster sitting right next to him in a similar state. Come on. Someone. Anyone. Try to make a doomsday machine. Anything. I'll even take stealing candy from a baby. Just 2 more hours and I can finally go on my date with Felicity. How long have you been with her again? A little more than a year. She was the one who helped me launch the whole Green Arrow gig. She's been with me the whole way. That's so sweet. I still have to buy a gift for my anniversary with Iris. I was supposed to get it yesterday, but Mirror Master ruined my outing. Flash put a hand to his chin. Is there something specific for a 5-year anniversary? Not that I know of. Now that I think about it, what was that huge ruckus on the other side of the state back in Central at the time? What do you mean? Flash wasn't aware anything happened. I heard there was something but it was taken care of. At least, that's what the police chief told me. Hold on. Let me Google it real quick. After a few clicks and keystrokes, he found what he was looking for. Check this out. Flash checked the screen to see his old villain Sabretooth fighting fire and ice. They were on the League's charter for potential members, but they said that they weren't ready for the League commitment yet. I'm glad to see that they were able to hold the fort down while I was gone. That's not the part one was referring to, keep watching. Flash and Green Arrow rolled their eyes at the inappropriate questions asked of Fire and Ice. They were more interested in the newcomer's answer. The Tiger Man grunted. Wrath is a hero. That's all you need to know. I'm not part of the League. I kick criminal butt whenever I see it. Kinda sorta on the last one. Ice was scooped up by him into a bridal carry, causing her to redden in embarrassment, and Wrath motioned Fire to follow. He's a loud one, that's for sure, noted Arrow. I'm glad to hear that he's on our side. What do you think about him being in Central? Since I've been with the League a lot, it's good to see that the city is still in good hands while I'm gone. What do you think of the guy in general? He seems alright. A bit rough for my taste, but it looks like the girls are keeping him company. Flash nudged Arrow on the shoulder. He simply chuckled. Yeah, from the looks of it, they are having fun with their new toy. Anyways, do you think we should tell the others about the new guy? I wonder what he's doing right now being a tiger wrestler thing. Flash smirked. Maybe he's auditioning for the next season of WWE. Central City. Ben wiped the counter with a positive expression on his face. The day before was quite eventful. He met two beautiful women who turned out to be heroes just like him. In addition, he's able to make his debut on the hero front. Considering what happened the last time his identity was leaked, he would do his best to keep his secret in a small circle. Things were looking up for Ben. The doorbell rang signaling a new customer. Ben wasn't looking at the door as he was moving some things under the counter. Welcome to Mr. Smoothie. May I take your order? Hands in the air, bub. That caused Ben to drop what he was doing and look up from the counter. At the entrance of the store was a quite attractive blonde woman pointing a gun at his face. Ben looked at the sign he'd posted on the wall nearby. Days without incident. 54. Well, looks like I have to update the sign. Years of getting pointed at with guns got him used to the experience. Ben could have used master control to change, but the woman would have still seen him change. Shut up, she yelled. She walked closer to the counter, still aiming the gun. As she drew near, Ben noticed her eyes. They were quite red with dry tear marks trailing down each of them. What really caught his eye was the bruise on her left eye. What happened to her? Come out from behind the counter, she ordered, and Ben complied. Now I want you to remove all the money in the register and place it in a bag. Ben wasn't concerned about the money as he could simply make more sapphires. He was more concerned about the woman in front of him. Just by looking into her eyes, Ben could see how broken she was. Over the years, Ben had helped beings of all backgrounds. There were times where Ben was to assist in domestic issues on other planets. This person in front of him needed help. Ben reached for the register and started packing the money. The woman started to relax a bit as everything was going smoothly. This was his moment to act, but it would be a huge risk. Would it be okay for me to know the name of the woman who's robbing me? The woman's expression didn't change, but she answered. It's Harley. Harley Quinn. Well, Ben, I'm glad you're making this easy. He continued to pack the money. So, Harley, what's a woman like you doing here? She raised a brow. What's it to you? I'm robbing you, aren't I? That's not what I mean. Harley tilted her head. What's he going on about? What do you mean? You're robbing a smoothie shop. I wouldn't call it the best place for profit. Ben paused for a moment to look her in the eyes. Does it have anything to do with whoever gave you that bruise? Harley's eyes widened at the comment. Her free hand slowly reached for her left eye, but she shook her head at the last moment. No. This has nothing to do with it. She yelled. Ben could see that her conviction was wavering by the look of her hold on the gun. Just a little more. Did someone you care about do this to you? She kept silent. No, she answered. He loves me. I deserve his love. Her belief in her statement was faltering. Ben was seeing the signs of what this person was, and he didn't like it at all. Whether he loves you or not, it's obvious that he doesn't respect you. Is this really what you want in a relationship? She didn't know how to answer. Ben frowned. What kind of person was she involved with? Was there ever a moment he put you ahead of his or her own desires? Harley's mind raced through several memories of her with the Joker. It wasn't good, at all. The betrayals, the lies, and the abuse began to surround her mind. That was the straw that broke the camel's back as Harley collapsed onto the floor in a crying mess. She felt so helpless. She felt so helpless. Ben couldn't help but feel empathy. Ben placed the money on the counter and walked toward the still crying Harley. He took a seat beside her, and Harley didn't react. At that moment, he pulled Harley into a hug. Harley continued to cry, but she knocked on Ben's arm with the butt of the pistol. Each hit was weaker than the last until she simply let go of the gun and dug her face deeper into Ben's shoulder. Harley slowly wrapped her arms around him, returning the hug while still tearing. 1 hour later. Ben was leaning against the store counter with Harley resting on his lap. Harley's sobs slowly stopped over the course of half an hour. She finally stopped when her body gave up from all the fatigue and stress that was likely building up inside. Ben gently stroked Harley's hair as she let out slow breaths in her sleep. You know, when she's not pointing a gun at me, she does look pretty cute. Her sleeping form slowly squirmed, and her eyes lifted open. She took a few seconds to get her bearings. Once she saw Ben, she realized that she was on his lap and moved to get away. Ben gently placed his hand on her shoulders to get her attention. Harley. Hey, it's okay. Calm down. I'm not going to do anything. She gave him a skeptical look. How do I know that you haven't already called the cops and that they're on their way right now to take me away? Well, for one, we've been in this position for about an hour now. In his lap, Harley blinked at the statement and gave a nervous laugh. Oh, I guess so. Ben rolled his eyes with a small smile. 2. I think that it would have done more harm than good for you if I had called the cops and let them handle you. Harley raised an eyebrow in confusion. Good for me. While I respect the men doing their job, I believe that you need help outside the system. Harley lightly scoffed. You expect me to believe that you want to help me? Hey, I'll have you know that my best friend was a criminal. This surprised her. She thought back to the statement. Was. Ben shrugged. He moved on to better things. He's much happier if you must know. Oh, she replied. There was a brief moment of silence before Ben spoke up. So, do you feel much better now? Harley was slightly taken aback by the concern for her well-being but straightened herself back up. Her eyes drifted away from Ben's face, a little embarrassed at what happened so far. Well, much better than before. Thanks for not calling the cops. It's not what I do on the daily, but I made an exception. Ben stood and held out his hand to Harley. Come, let's get you cleaned up. She was hesitant to trust the guy she just met, but he didn't seem to have any ill will against her and her actions. This piqued the curiosity of the psychologist inside of her. The way this man acted was contrary to her expectations. She wanted to know more about him. What made him tick? Why is he helping her? She closed her thoughts, gathered her resolve, and took Ben's hand. I hope that I don't regret this. She was led to the back of the store and up the stairs to the second floor. She was surprised to see a loft right above the shop. Ben noticed her surprise and explained. Sometimes when I stay here late, I crash here as a second home. He led her to the bathroom. Go get yourself clean. I'll be back with a change of clothes. Harley was left in the bathroom as Ben walked away. Harley's first instinct was to lock the door behind her. After taking a breath, she walked to the sink and took a look at herself in the mirror. Aren't I a mess? She sighed and began to strip, placing her clothes atop the toilet seat. Soon, she was in a lukewarm bath lying back against the tub staring up. She occasionally scrubbed away the dirt and grime that she collected but stared up at the roof at the end. The scars from her previous injuries have nearly faded away. Her thoughts were looking over everything that happened in the past few weeks. It's been 1 year since I joined the Joker, and it's been about a month since I left Gotham. I just wanted to get away from it all. My feelings with the Joker were all messed up since that day. She gave a sad chuckle. I guess I was just in denial. I still can't believe that I was lucky enough to get out of Arkham during the breakout. I wonder if Pam is doing okay without me. Knocking on the door brought her back to reality. I have some spare clothes for you at the door. Just call me if you need anything. She sunk back into the water and thought about what she was going to say to Ben when she got out. 15 minutes later. Ben was sitting on the couch in the living room watching TV when he heard the bathroom door open followed by footsteps. Out of the walkway came a clean Harley wearing a black t-shirt and shorts one size larger than her. The larger clothes enhanced the mystery of the luscious body underneath while her smooth arms and curvaceous legs gave a pretty good hint. She soon planted herself on the couch next to Ben and they watched the TV in silence for a short time. Hey, Harley asked to get his attention. Yeah. Listen, I just want to say. The words were getting caught in her throat. I'm sorry about earlier. That was a load off her chest. I've been through a lot, and I took it out on you. Her mind drifted back to her time in Gotham, but she shook those thoughts away. Also, thanks for everything. Most of the time, people don't spare me a second glance before they judge me and run away. Ben smiled at her honesty. I'm glad I'm not most people. He gave a small chuckle. I don't mean to push, but do you want to talk about it? You said that you were dealing with personal issues. She opened her mouth to answer but stopped. She took a moment to think before answering. No. Maybe not now. I just need some time to think everything over. Ben accepted her answer. I don't want to force you into anything you don't want. Take as much time as you need. I'm all ears anytime. Thanks for understanding. I should be okay. I'm a psychologist, you know. He smiled. Huh. Who knew? That's all well and good, but it's always good to have an outside perspective. Like I said, I'm all ears if you need me. I actually have experience in psychology when I went for my criminal justice degree. That threw her off a bit. You have a degree in criminal justice? Yup, he replied, still with a smile. It was Harley's turn to laugh a bit. So you have that degree, yet you're running a smoothie shop. Ben laughed a bit along with her with a shrug. You know what they say. Do what makes you happy. Yeah, what makes you happy? A brief pause came before she spoke again. Hey, Ben, I know that you've done a lot for me already, but. She turned her head in a feeling of shame. Do you mind if I stay here for a while? I don't really have anywhere to go, and I don't feel like talking to anyone else right now. In a way, I did what I did this morning because I needed money for a place to stay. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and braced for rejection, only it didn't come. Of course you can stay. Harley's head twisted to face Ben. Really? She couldn't believe it, yet she could see the sincerity in those emerald eyes of his. Ben took a seat closer with a smile and continued. I promised that I would help you through this. Right. Harley lunged at him and pulled him into a deep hug. Thank you. That was all that she could say at the moment. Ben returned the hug with a tinge of pink on his face. The rest of the afternoon went smoothly as they talked a little bit about themselves. Harley really enjoyed Ben's stories of his time across the country during the summers. When night fell, Ben offered Harley the guest bedroom. Before Ben left her alone with the room, she called out to him. Hey, Ben. Yeah, I have to ask. Why are you helping me? I pointed a gun at you. I tried to rob you. Now I'm taking baths and sleeping in your home. What did I do to deserve this? Ben's face turned into a much more solemn one and answered. Just like you, I had my moments of helplessness. When I first saw you this morning, I recognized the look in your eyes. The eyes of someone on the verge of breaking. Someone feeling hopeless. I was lucky enough to have friends and family around for me. I assumed that you didn't have someone to talk to. After that time, I learned that the best way to cure hopelessness is to get up and do something. Don't wait for good things to happen. If you go out and make some good things happen, you will fill the world with hope. I wanted to give you hope. I wanted to help you see a better tomorrow. A smile grew on Harley's face with a slight terror in her eyes as she heard those words. It has been a long time since someone showed genuine care for her well-being. Thank you, Ben. You have no idea what this means to me. I'm glad to help. Before Ben closed the door, he said one last thing. It's nice to see you with a smile on your face. The closed door hid Harley's grin. She looked at the nightstand and saw the phone. She needed to call someone. Gotham City. Pamela Isley was lying in her apartment for the night. Her fair skin gave an alluring contrast to her auburn red hair. The nightwear of leaves that she was wearing accentuated her curves. You can imagine her to be any appearance you see as attractive. One look at her DeviantArt told me that I couldn't choose one. Her room was filled with her plants that she called her babies. She looked out the window as she stroked her tulip. I hope that Harley is okay. I haven't seen her since we were both in Arkham. Her face scrunched up. It's all that Joker's fault. Single quote. She then grew a sad expression. I knew that he was bad for her, but I just let her live in her deluded fantasy hoping that she would realize her mistake. She sulks even more. I should have known that Joker's manipulation would have ingrained deep in her head. Does his madness have no bounds? She has been friends with Harley Quinn since she met her. Unlike most of her team-ups, their partnership is genuinely rooted in friendship, and Ivy really wants to save Harley from her abusive relationship with the Joker. Her thoughts were broken by the ringing of her cell. She sighed and answered the unknown number somewhat irritated. What? Who is this? Hey, Pam. It's me, Harley. Pamela paused, nearly dropping the phone. The sound of the familiar voice and name made her jump at attention. Oh my God, Harley. Is this really you? Her voice grew in concern. Yeah, it's me, the one and only, answered her friend shyly. Where have you been? I haven't seen you since the breakout. I almost thought you were dead. Do you have any idea how worried I was about you? Pam was in a state of anger and relief because, deep inside, she was glad that she was safe. I'm sorry that I made you go through all this. I just needed to get away from it all. I didn't mean to hurt you, Pam. You're my best friend in the world. Pamela smiled since Harley sounded much better than a month ago. Well, I'm glad that you're all right. So tell me, where have you been? Why did you leave? I finally did it, Pam. What you've been telling me for the past year. I finally left the Joker. To say that Pamela was shocked was an understatement. She was absolutely amazed that Harley finally left Joker. Oh my God, Harley. That's great. I always knew that you had it in you. I guess that I did the right thing then. He was never good for you, Harley. That man had no respect for you. I've seen the bruises and scars. Last time was just unforgivable for me. I'm starting to see that now. Anyways, I'm staying in Central City right now while I get everything sorted out. I almost forgot to ask. How are you doing since the escape? I'm doing fine. I'm just living in my apartment with my babies until the heat dies down. Are you staying somewhere nice? I'm actually staying with a friend. Oh. This piqued Pam's curiosity and concern. She experienced cruel men in her lifetime and grew to distrust and manipulate these men. Meeting men like the Joker manipulating Harley did not help man's cause. I see that you've already moved on. Who's the lucky man? Harley sputtered before replying. I just met him today, and his name's Ben. So, how'd you two meet? Well, I was robbing his store. Pam blinked at the statement even though it was a phone call. You didn't hold him hostage while you lived in his house. Did you? What? No. Harley replied. I was just trying to get money for a night's rent. One thing led to another, and I ended up having an emotional breakdown in his store. Are you feeling okay? She asked with concern and then her tone changed into a more threatening one. He didn't take advantage of you. Did he? No. He didn't do anything like that. In fact, he's been nothing but empathetic of me. He genuinely wants to help me. He didn't call the cops on me. He got me cleaned up and clothed. He's even letting me stay with him while I sort myself. All of this coming from Harley was something new to Pamela. She sounded so relieved, so happy. I honestly don't know what would have happened to me if I didn't meet him. I honestly don't want to imagine it. Pamela felt a weight lifted off her shoulders when she knew about Harley's new situation. She was getting the help that she desperately needed. Me too. I don't want to lose my best friend. Best friends for life, Pam. Anyways, it's getting late. I should probably go to bed now. You're right. Take care, Harley. Call me back soon. Thanks. I'll keep you updated. Oh, and if this Ben gives you any trouble, I'll be right there to turn him into fertilizer. Harley chuckled at the threat. I have no doubt that you will. You'll like him if you meet him. He's different from the people we're used to. Pamela smiled at the idea. Maybe when the heat dies down I'll come to visit. I'll send you the address when you're ready. Just try not to scare him too much. Oh, Harley. Whatever do you mean? Good night, Pam. I'll talk to you later. Good night, Harley. I'm so proud of you. Central City. Harley washed up and wrapped herself in her sheets. Before she closed her eyes, she whispered, Thanks, Ben, for everything. It didn't take long for her to enter her dreams. For the first time in a long time, Harley had a peaceful night of sleep. Ben left Harley to the room, and he slumped onto his own bed. It was quite the day today, but he was happy to help Harley. He waited for Harley to go to sleep before he pulled up his watch and called for his friend. The image of Azimuth came up and greeted him. Greetings, Ben. How are you? It was a common thing for the two of them to talk every other day. Ben gave him a recap of what happened, and he was surprised at the response. I must say, Ben, that I am very proud of you. This is a sign of your growth and maturity as a person. He blinked at the compliment. Thanks. I normally don't hear that from you often. Azimuth scoffed. It's not often that you give me a reason to, at least until recently. If you from about 5 to 6 years ago were put in this morning's events, he would have gone straight to the violent approach. Ben flinched at that thought. He knew it was true and sulked a bit. He didn't want to imagine himself hurting Harley physically when she was having emotional problems. I see what you mean. Thank God it turned out better. Azimuth gave a hopeful expression, but you are much different from then. Today, you were calm and collected. You went to the root of the problem and dealt with it appropriately with compassion and understanding. I really have changed, haven't I? Indeed you have. Do you remember why I made the Omnitrix? Ben nodded. It was to bridge the gap between species to promote understanding and peace. And what you did today was of your own ability. It seems that you continue to prove that I chose the right wielder of my creation. Ben smiled at the compliment, but it went back to a neutral expression. That means a lot to me, Azimuth. Though, I still remember the day I broke your trust when I tried to hack into the first Omnitrix. I still feel remorse for that. I'm glad that you still allowed me to continue working with you. Azimuth gave a small chuckle. For what it is worth, Ben, I have gotten used to humanity by now. Your kind means well, but they don't realize their mistakes until after the consequences. The same can be said for Sir George. May he rest in peace. For you, you have learned your lesson and changed for the better. I do forgive you, but I hope that you please show some respect for my warnings. Thanks for the talk and everything, Azimuth. Thanks to you as well. By the way, it's that time of the month to meet with Serena and Bellicus. After getting the new Omnitrix, Ben tried to improve his relationship with Serena and Bellicus. They have not been on good terms the last time they met before that. Since then, Ben has tried to do his job as the voice of reason. Thankfully, college helped to improve his public speaking and persuasion. As Serena and Bellicus have been arguing for eternity, never having a tiebreaker, getting them to focus on any present task is difficult at best. This leaves Alien X's body trapped in place, floating about a foot above the ground until an agreement is made. It is indeed. It is fortunate that they allowed time to dilate when you are helping them make decisions. He sighed. I know. Last time felt like a week, but only a minute passed. That still doesn't compare to the first time I talked with them here in this universe. Anyways, release the safeguards, Azimuth. Very well. Do take care. I hope that your meeting goes well. The core opened up and displayed the hologram of Alien X. Ben took a breath and pressed it down, now engulfed in emerald light. He soon disappeared, and in his place was a 7-foot humanoid. He was shaped like a human, save for the 3 crests that rose out of his head. His entire body was black as the void itself, yet was dotted by distant stars. It was as if someone had taken a part of the night sky and poured it into a glass man. The only part of him with any different color was the green Omnitrix symbol on his chest. When he spoke, he did so with 3 voices. One was a deep, male voice, one was a gentle, feminine voice, and the third was Ben's voice. Alien X. Inside Alien X. At the moment, Ben found himself within the mind of Alien X, which appeared to be the darkness of space, with stars in the distance. Of course, he wasn't alone. The other 2 personalities within Alien X were also there. They appeared as giant green faces, but without eyes, the empty sockets revealing only the space behind them. On one side was Bellicus, the embodiment of rage and aggression. On the other side was Serena, the embodiment of love and compassion. The two were constantly debating on what actions to take, unable to agree on anything unless Ben intervened. Motion to welcome Ben Tennyson. Serena asked pleasantly. I guess it's that time again. Fine. Very well. Motion carried. Bellicus said. Welcome, the two faces said in unison. Are you ready to begin? Asked Serena. Ben nodded. Yup. Bellicus chimed in. Remember our agreement, Ben. For every 100 decisions you resolve for us, we'll listen to one of yours, but that doesn't mean we will say yes. I got it, replied Ben. What was our last decision, Bellicus? Serena asked again. Bellicus thought about it for a moment. I believe we were on whether we should create a new star and then whether or not we bring back the dinosaurs on this Earth. We never had a chance to decide in the previous universe. Serena gave a light sigh. Oh, I remember when Ben first talked to us in this new universe. Yeah, I really wish that you would allow us to go home, and set Ben on fire. It certainly was an eventful meeting, replied Ben. Serena faced her companion. Oh, Bellicus. Don't be so brash. I remember it like it was yesterday. Flashback to the first month. Ben found himself within the mind of Alien X with Bellicus and Serena. At the moment, Bellicus looked angrier than usual while Serena seemed more excited. Ben was extremely nervous as the two faces in front of him found out about the change of scenery. Hey, guys. How's it going? Anything new? Bellicus merely narrowed his eyes. Oh, you know the usual. Arguing, staring out into space, finding out that we're in a completely different multiverse. Ben coughed. What? I have no idea what you're talking about. This is never going to work. Serena chuckled at Ben's attempt while Bellicus sighed and continued. Really, Ben? Did you really think that would work? No, I was just trying to relieve the tension. Serena spoke up. We are one of the most powerful beings in this universe. We noticed the change in the balance between chaos and order. This was new to Ben. Ah, change in chaos and order. She smiled. Why, yes. The universe or any universe really must stay in balance. This universe, in particular, has several entities of chaos and order. Bellicus scoffed. Bah, those beings are ants compared to us. Ben raised a brow. I guess it makes sense that you guys are aligned with chaos and order. Chaos can be connected to rage and aggression, and order can be connected to love and compassion. Anyways, what do you think of the place? Bellicus sighed. It's all right, I guess. There are some pretty interesting places full of rage and aggression. The color red seems to come up a lot in that area. With little pockets of yellow and a speck of orange. Serena giggled. I personally love it. The Forge of Creation was always so boring. It's so exciting to see something new that we or the other celestial sapiens didn't do. I can also feel the areas connected to me too. Mostly indigo and violet with a touch of blue. That's pretty interesting. Not sure why you're thinking about colors, though. Ben shrugged. You guys want to go home or do you want to check this place out? Personally, I want to see more of this world of heroes. Meh, Bellicus replied. We'll make it a decision later if we want to leave. Now that I think about it, a new multiverse means a new set of decisions. He chuckled. Oh, I haven't felt this way in eons. Same for you, Serena. Most definitely, now that you bring that up. What do you want to do first? She asked, full of excitement. Good question. He looked at Ben. You have your job as reason out for you now, Tennyson. Now, I would like to wage war against the gods of this place and establish my dominance. The excitement in his voice rang out as Ben and Serena gave him a blank look. What? Too much. Motion denied, the two said in sync. Bellicus groaned. Fine. Fine. We'll start off a little smaller then. I propose that we bring back the dinosaurs. Ben and Serena glanced at each other and looked back at Bellicus. We're listening. Flashback end. Anyways, back to business, Bellicus replied. The meeting had gone for about 2 days inside Alien X before the two personalities decided to give Ben a break for now. Ben's living room. In a flash of green light, Ben turned back to human, and he yawned. Azimuth popped up again and asked how it went. Oh, the usual. stopped Bellicus from waging war against the local deities, made a few planets and stars here and there. Serena was able to convince Ben to make an entire society consisting of corgis on one of those worlds. I might visit that planet one day. We did some other stuff, but I'll tell you that later. Azimuth chuckled. Quite a productive meeting then. I'll say so. I'm going to sleep. He fell on his couch like a log. Night, Azimuth. As Ben went to sleep, the Omnitrix gave off a faint glow, indicating that Azimuth was still active. Little did the two know that Alien X's appearance was felt by a few individuals. Omnitrix DNA entry. Name: Alien X. Species: Celestial Sapien. Home world: Forge of Creation. Powers and abilities. Celestial Sapiens are an extremely powerful species. They are capable of controlling reality with ease and at any level. Professor Paradox considers them the greatest power he's ever seen, going as far as to call them omnipotent. This places the species above his Chrono Navigator, which can destroy an entire multiverse. Celestial Sapiens are apparently immortal, or at least extremely long-lived, as they can live for tens of thousands of years before even being considered mature. Celestial Sapiens each have their own personalities. Bellicus and Serena are unique to Alien X. Mr. Smoothie. Friday, June 4, 2010. When Harley woke up, she seemed to have a much more positive attitude than the day before. While she was still broken after her relationship with the Joker, Harley felt that yesterday gave her the spark of hope to continue. For a short while, she sat on her bed, just staring out the window while thinking over what happened. I guess it wasn't all a dream. Harley looked down at herself, thinking about the previous weeks without clean ones. Now that she thought about it, Mr. J would always pick out her outfits. This feels nice. She got to her feet, stretched, and made her way to the door. I wonder if Ben is still here. Harley peeked out of her room to see if Ben was still around. While she didn't see him, as soon as the door opened, a gust of fresh breakfast aroma blew into her face. He's in the kitchen, then. Knowing that Ben would show some concern since yesterday, she plastered on a small smile. While she appreciated that Ben was letting her stay here, she didn't want him to worry too much about her problems. Taking a deep breath of the deliciousness, she made her way downstairs still in her sleepwear. Something smells good. What's cooking, Ben? By the time she got down the stairs, she could hear the light bustle happening in the kitchen. Ben was wearing a simple black tee and jeans with a hot pan in hand. Oh, morning, Harley. I decided to make some breakfast for us before I opened up shop. She smiled at the small array of food on the table. There were some waffles, breakfast sausages, and pancakes ready to be served. Wow. Thanks. This looks delicious. Is there anything I can do to help? I'm still working on the omelets, so if you can grab some salt and pepper from the pantry, that would be great. Sure. She walked up to the cupboard, opened it, and traced her finger along the rows of boxes and other containers. Salt and pepper. Salt and pepper. Salt and pepper. Ah, right next to the bulk popcorn. Here you go. Thanks. Take a seat, and I'll have this ready for us. About 5 minutes later, all the food was set and ready to be eaten. Harley's mouth watered a bit from being so close to the smell. When Ben sat down, he noticed this. Thanks for waiting. Let's dig in. While they were eating, Harley decided to start up some conversation. This is all good. How did you learn to cook like this anyway? When I finally moved out of my parents' place after college, I had to start learning how to cook on my own. The internet helped, but that didn't stop me from burning a few things at first. Harley laughed at his modesty. My cousin and my best friend didn't like how I ate out a lot. In retrospect, a diet of chili fries and smoothies for a few weeks does not end well. Things were looking up for the two of them. Things were not looking up for the Green Lantern Corps. The Guardians of the Universe were in a frenzy. Random stars and planets were popping up out of nowhere, and they couldn't find a reason why. One of the sagely blue beings was sitting in a chair massaging his head from today's headache. A knock came from the door, and he let the man in. It was Kilowog, a rather large alien man who is a well-respected member of the Corps. He was holding a datapad and read out the message to him. Ganthet, it appears that one of the planets that popped up has intelligent life. Wanna send lanterns to investigate. Ganthet took a breath and contemplated the situation. Considering that we have no idea who these inhabitants are, I advise that we only send in one lantern to scout. I hope to know more about these new arrivals and if they know how they came there. I advise against any direct contact with them. We need someone who can blend in with the surroundings. Considering that the planet contains many forests and plains, I believe that I know the perfect man for the job. He raised his hand to his communicator. Hey, Chip. I got your next assignment for you. This wasn't the first time events like this happened. They began to occur several months ago. Since then, they happened about a month within each other. The Guardians could not find a single pattern. This phenomenon has never happened before and will most likely lead to trouble. News of these happenings has been kept to a select few to prevent panic. On another note, there have also been reports of power fluctuations coming from all colors of the lantern spectrum at the same time as these events. The emotional spectrum beasts are reacting to something, but I don't know what. Thankfully, the beast of willpower seems to have the least reaction during these timeframes. They should be with the Justice League back on Earth. Ever since Guy got in that accident a few years back, they try to stick near him so he doesn't get into any more trouble. Yes, I remember that incident. He really should not have aggravated that prisoner during transport. He really should have read the prisoner report beforehand. Maybe he wouldn't have poured his drink on the guy. Suddenly, a light buzzing came upon Ganthet's monitor. It looks like another Lantern Corp calling. He sighed. This must be in regards to the latest incident. I better take this. Okay then, I'll be off on my rounds. Kilowog left while Ganthet answered the call. Hello. Greetings, Ganthet, a feminine voice spoke. The caller on the other side has blue skin, a slim figure, and black hair. She has darker blue eyes and face paint. She wears a sleeveless pink top that exposes her midriff and navel, 2 pink bands around the arms, and a pink skirt with a longer length in the back than in the front and pink high heels. To you as well, Agapo. He sighed once more. Let's get this over with. Earth. A young raven-haired woman was currently stretching on the lawn. If men were to walk by, they would stare at her for a bit before they walk right into the nearby tree. It happened more often than one would think. In all fairness, she was wearing a typical female workout attire. She wore a black sports bra with midnight blue athletic shorts. This is good for me, Dinah Lance thought to herself. Due to some personal issues, Dinah decided to travel around the country for a bit to help clear her head. While this may sound like an expensive task, it helps that the Justice League has Zeta teleporters all across the United States and some parts of Europe. It really helped when she had to meet with the other League members when mutant horseshoe crabs began attacking San Francisco Bay and she was all the way in Boston. If she remembered correctly, Arthur said it had something to do with some radioactive waste being dumped off the coast under the table. Thanks to Arthur's natural affinity with sea life, he ended up taking the leftover population to a remote location in the Pacific Ocean. For the past 2 weeks, Dinah had been staying in Barry's home with his wife Iris. It was fortunate that the two were understanding and generous toward her. Then again, she and Iris are very close friends. For some of the League members who were more open about their identity to trusted friends, they hung out during the holidays and other special events. Considering that Dinah never really had a secret identity in the first place, it made introductions quite easy. Whenever she fought on the streets, most people never had time to get a good look at her. Anyways, Iris and Barry were now at their respective jobs. Apparently, Iris is working on a report about the incident that happened when Barry was taking care of Mirror Master's latest heist. Dinah didn't really look into it as it was stated in his short interview with the press at the time that he was an alien. If anything, Hal and John would look him up in the Lantern database for any past discrepancies. Another one is the recent crow problem. Barry, on the other hand, is running some tests at his CSI lab. He really wanted to stay indoors since yesterday. Something about crows, popcorn, and water. I'll ask him about it later. Whenever Dinah is alone at the house, she would take the time to do some exercise during the day and catch up on some TV shows and movies at night. She had just finished her stretches, and she was about to jog to the UFC gym. While she had her canary cry, she still needed to stay in peak physical condition to fight. She had numerous mentors before that helped her become an expert in hand-to-hand combat. Even though the people at the gym weren't her level, they could at least keep her on her toes whenever she sparred. Packing up her gym bag, she started jogging west. Mr. Smoothie. The breakfast and lunch rushes have passed, and it was time for Ben to go on his break. At the moment, he was tying his sneakers, ready to head out. Currently, he's wearing a silver tank top with black basketball shorts. Are you sure that you don't want to come with me to the gym? Nah, I'll be fine. As much as I love to get worked up and sweaty, I have some stuff to do before I work the afternoon shift. Harley volunteered to work the shop in the afternoon while Ben took the morning and lunch rushes. Why? Remember what happened last time you went out? The sign clearly said not to feed the birds. How was I supposed to know that it was the crows' mating season and that they get violent during this time? He placed a hand on his chin. Fair point. I didn't even know that. She waved her hand carelessly. Besides, everyone got out of the park okay. Ben's face reverted to a deadpan expression. The elderly nearby were almost getting their eyes poked out. He groaned. Thank God that they were wearing such thick glasses. See. Almost. The worst thing that happened was when that guy with the blonde hair got attacked and kept running into street lamps. And then he ran into a popcorn stand, spilled it all, and got assaulted by even more crows. PSH, he's fine. Her smile grew to a mischievous grin. That sexy firefighter saved the day. Didn't she? Glad you liked the show, you bet your sweet fool, I did. Ben simply gave a nervous laugh. You're lucky that I was able to pick you up after seeing the news flash before anything else happened. So, can you at least promise me that you won't cause any more trouble today? I make no promises, but I'll try. The innocent smile she gave would make any man think she was serious. Ben, however, held it with a grain of salt. If you get in trouble again, no more dessert. What? Wait. Oh, I get it. You want me to blame it on someone else. That's the most basic rule in Gotham. I can't believe that I forgot that. That's not what I. Don't worry, Ben, I hear you loud and clear. I'll try not to hurt anybody, but I hold no responsibility when it comes to the mimes at the park. She gave a final wave before she slammed the back door shut. Ben sighed. Azimuth. The holographic mentor appeared before him. Yes, Ben. What's the probability that she'll make another scene? Taking into account her prior history and current emotional state, I calculate that there is a 60% chance of recklessness and tomfoolery. At least that's an improvement from last time. I'm surprised that you let her out when I said it was 90%. I had faith in that 10%. And now, I'll deal with it when the time comes. Right now, I better get going. While I admire your somewhat trust in your new companion, I do hope that she does to you in turn. Well, Azimuth, sometimes all that you can do is hope for the best. With that, he packed up his backpack and headed south on Siena Avenue. Taylor Street. 30 minutes later. It was pretty clear out for an afternoon in the city. Usually, it would be somewhat cloudy, but not as much as Gotham. Dinah left the house a while ago and left a note for the Allens. As Dinah continued her jog and thought about recent events, she felt more at ease thanks to the soft breeze brushing by her face with the warm sunlight. As they say, exercise is therapeutic. Things were going well, however, these comforting thoughts were cut short. Just as she was passing the corner, another figure runs by, and they collide with each other, leaving both of them dazed for a bit and on the ground. So much for that easing feeling. She blew at the strands of hair that covered her left eye. Dinah fought criminals on a daily basis. This was nothing compared to that, so she was used to getting hurt. What made today different was that today was still her vacation and that it wasn't a criminal but a civilian. Is it too much to ask for some relaxation time outside of work? She was more annoyed than hurt. Well, that hurt, answered the other person nearby. Shifting her gaze to said person, she saw what looked to be a man in silver and black workout attire. On the ground, she shook her head. Would you watch where you're going? I'm pretty sure neither of us wanted to end up on the floor today, she complained in an annoyed tone. As he took notice of her, he immediately stood up in a fluster. I'm sorry. I should have been more careful when I was running. He dusted himself and regained some composure. With a calm smile, he extended his hand to Dinah. Here, let me help you up. At least he apologized. With what just happened, she sighed. She grabbed onto his hand as he pulled her to her feet. Thanks. I guess I can forgive you a little for your consideration. Rubbing the back of his head, he asked, That's good, I guess. You're not hurt, are you? Trust me. I've had worse, replied Dinah as she was adjusting her clothes. A nervous sweat dripped as he took a small breath. That's a relief. Again, I'm sorry for the mishap. She moved her hair out of her face. He seems like a nice guy. Given his body language and tone, he appears genuine. The thought lightened her up a bit. Don't worry about it. In any case, it wouldn't be right to put all the blame on you. This caught him off guard for a sec as he soon tilted his head a bit. Really? I mean, why do you say that? His shift in mannerism made her chuckle. To be honest, I was lost in my thoughts for a moment too. I'm on a vacation of sorts right now, so I've been trying to ignore the stress of my work life. He nodded in understanding. Yeah, work can get pretty unsettling sometimes. I'd be lying if I said my life was always perfect. Tell me about it, thought Dinah. I may get rough at times, but it feels nice to help people who need it. This piqued his curiosity visibly. If you don't mind me asking, what do you do for a living that has you all stressed? Sorry. I completely forgot to ask your name. She moved a lock of her hair behind her ear and reached her right hand out. I should have introduced myself. I'm Dinah. Dinah Lance. And you? He reached out to her hand in turn and replied, Ben. Ben Tennyson. As with most people with secret identities, she had a cover story. Lucky for Dinah, it fit really well with her profession and education. Well, Ben, I'm a private consultant for the Department of Defense, she explained. Ben blinked at the answer. Private consultant. You mean you're like Sherlock Holmes? She laughed a bit at the statement. Yes, in a weird way, I am like Sherlock. She paused a bit before she continued. I still have season 4 in my Netflix queue. Ben beamed at the mention of the show. Same for me. I really like the show, but I was left off after Moriarty made his digital return. I know, right? I can't wait to see what happens next. She shook her head in realization. Sorry, I got off track. As I was saying, I have a doctorate in psychology, so I assist in behavioral analysis and therapy. Earning that degree was one of the hardest moments in her life. Well, aside from the time the city was nearly overrun by toy robots. You would think that the robots being made of Legos would make them break more easily. Well, she was right about that, but the others would rebuild them afterward. So, you're Dr. Dinah, then? Asked Ben in a teasing tone. She answered back with a smiling eye roll. This wasn't the first time that she was called that. Ben continued to talk. You know, my friend and I also have degrees in psychology, although she received a doctorate in her major and not me. That's good for her, but if you didn't go for psychology, what did you end up majoring in? Ben went on to talk about his time in college and his current career status. In a similar matter to Harley, she couldn't help but laugh. I know that it's not the most common choice, but it's mine. I'm happy with it. Maybe I should just tell people that I'm in the consumer beverage industry. Maybe that'll hold off the laughter till later. Meh. People are really enjoying the new boba tea flavors I added recently. They talked a bit more before Dinah asked the obvious question. I take it that you were also exercising before our meeting. Hee. Yeah. I was heading to the UFC I've heard so much about. Well, I'm headed there too. She started walking ahead of Ben. Wanna join me? Ben crossed his arms and replied, sure. It's always better to have a partner to train with. If anything, that'll probably keep us from running into each other by accident. They both laughed and continued their walk. About 10 minutes into the walk, Ben decided to ask about the gym. They say a lot of professional UFC fighters go there to train and spar with each other in preparation for the next tourney. I've been going there for a while, so I can confirm that what you heard is true. With my profession, the higher ups encouraged me to take part in various self-defense arts. What about you? What's a smoothie jerk doing at a UFC gym? I'll have you know that I have been sparring with people since I was 10 years old. You sound experienced. I'm surprised that you kept it up for so long. To be fair, I had an unrefined style until I was 15. After that, I started taking martial arts. My cousin is actually much more skilled than me in judo since she started before me. She raised a brow at his history. I won't lie, Ben. Some of those people can get rough. I should know. I'm one of the top fighters there. Ben's widened a bit from the revelation. Wow. You weren't kidding when you said that you were doing self-defense. What's it like over there? I'll be honest, I'm still looking for a challenge to come up. Fighting the League of Assassins once in a while is a much better learning experience than traditional training. You sound confident. She looked up to the clouds in the sky before she spoke. My mother always said to control the fight on your terms. Act. Never react. Ben nodded in agreement. Your mother is a wise woman. A sad smile formed on her face. Yeah, she is. Noticing her shift in tone, he decided to change the topic. Hey. Maybe we should spar to see how well I stack up. Maybe. Let's see how you do with the warm-up and training before we even think about going there. I wouldn't want to break you by accident. We'll see about that. People have underestimated me before, and it didn't work out for them in the end. Dinah smirked at the hint of a challenge. Noted. She looked ahead before she gestured at Ben. Come on. We're almost there. Once they finally reached the gym, Dinah offered Ben to do the same routine as her, and he gladly accepted. What they ended up doing would be considered a high-intensity workout for MMA fighters. The workout consisted of a warm-up, a station workout, and an additional set of grip strength moves. By the very end, both were in a fatigued state, Ben a little more than Dinah. I gotta say, Ben, she took a short breath. I'm surprised that you made it this far. He gave her a grin. I'll take that as a compliment. He breathed and pointed to himself with a thumb. As I said, don't underestimate me. She laughed a bit with a grin of her own. With a raised brow, she asked, so, you wanna keep punching the bag, or you want to go a few rounds with me? Ben paused at her words. What? She turned away from him and started walking toward one of the practice rings. I am talking about sparring. Coming back to reality, Ben replied, that'd be nice too. He narrowed his eyes a bit with a sly smile. Oh, it's on. I'll have you pinned under me in no time. Ben waved his hand dismissively. Dinah looked at him with a raised brow and a small smile. She decided to push it further. In a humorous and mocking tone, she continued. I'm a classy girl. Her palm bent over, pointing at her chest. At least take me out to dinner first. Seconds passed before both of them broke into laughter. Some of the bystanders gave odd looks, but the two didn't really care. They soon arrived at the ring and set themselves up in the center. The two got in defensive stances. Last chance to back out. If you think I'm too much for you to handle, we can do something else. Dinah asked. Ben shook his head. Nah, kicking butt was on my to-do list anyway. Might as well take care of it now. Standard rules. She nods. Let's go. She immediately swung her left leg towards Ben's face. He was able to block it with his left arm, but her right fist came rushing in. Using both arms, he held back, but he was put on the defensive. This caused Dinah to frown. Is that all you can take? Frankly, I'm disappointed. Ben got ready again. Don't worry. We're just getting started. I don't disappoint. Narrowing his eyes, his instincts and training at the Plumber Academy kicked in. Dinah sent a left hook, and he narrowly dodged it just in time. When Dinah threw a right fist, Ben rotated his torso and countered with a right hook to her face. Moving with the momentum, he continued to rotate left and sent his left leg as a follow-up. Dinah managed to duck the swing, and as Ben sent another left kick, she grabbed onto it with both arms. Swinging her body, she flipped Ben over and onto the floor. Dinah took a breath. I'll admit, you're good. Ben got back to his feet, sending a left strike. Unfortunately, Dinah deflected it. Ben sent a right strike, but she deflected it again. This went on for a few seconds before Dinah sent another swift kick to his face, turning once more to deliver a kick to his chest and sending him back. But you still have much to learn. Just as Dinah sent a left strike, Ben grabbed that arm, diverted her movements, and delivered a connecting right hook. They soon began to grapple arms together, but Dinah was beginning to overpower him. I really wish I had 4 arms right about now. Dinah ended up pushing Ben down to one knee. Taking a page from Kick and Hawk, he pulled her arms toward him. This caused her to lose balance easily, and Ben dropped to his back. With her falling over, Ben used his legs with her momentum to throw her right over him, sending her landing about a yard away on her side. Thankfully, the floors were padded. Ben waited for her to recover, and she immediately went for a leg strike. Anticipating this, Ben dropped down and performed a sudden leg sweep, bringing Dinah to the floor. He quickly rolled to get on her back and grab her arms, putting her into a standard hold. With bated breath, he asked, "Told you I'd be on top. You yield." She smirked. As if. Dinah forced her arms outward while knocking Ben off balance from her back. The struggle for dominance on the floor would continue for another 5 minutes until Dinah was finally able to get Ben pinned to the floor. Unable to get free, Ben surrendered. Okay. I yield. With that said, Dinah let go. She dropped onto the floor with heavy breaths. That took longer than I expected. You have potential. Where'd you learn to fight like that, anyway? He stretched his body. I traveled a lot, learning from new teachers all the time. I even went to an academy. I couldn't really use what I learned on Koros, because of the lack of extra appendages and more brutal methods. This is a spar in a gym after all. You've been taught well, but you still have room to grow. She thought for a second before she asked. If you want, we can train together while I help polish your technique. That's really generous, but I don't want to be a burden. She shook her head. No, it's all right. I actually don't mind having someone to work out with. To be fair, it's been kind of lonely here since the others get intimidated by me. Is it because of your looks or your fighting skill, because both knock people out easily? You're actually the first person here to reach my level. Has there been anyone who beat you? Dinah thought about the normal people she fought with and spoke. There is this one guy, but he's a bit of the loner type. My other friend bested me too, but she is busy with politics most of the time. If that's the case, I'm happy to come along and learn from you. They shook hands before they each headed to the lockers to shower and change clothes. About 10 minutes later, they met outside the locker rooms. Today was a long day. You wanna grab a drink before we go? She asked as she pointed out the room. Shaking his head, he replied, Nah, I know a better place. Drinks are on me. Mr. Smoothie. 45 minutes later. They finally reached the storefront, and Ben was relieved that everything was still in one piece. Opening the door, he saw Harley in a simple red apron working the counter. I'm back from the gym. Hey, Ben, you're back. Her eyes widened when she looked at the fellow woman in the room who she recognized from an encounter in Gotham last year. Why she didn't wear a mask, she didn't know. Black Canary. It took all her willpower not to flinch. So, who's your new friend? Dinah extended a hand to Harley, which she accepted fully. Sorry, I'm Dinah. It's nice to meet you. I met Ben at the gym, and he offered to make me a drink for winning our spar. She sent her a smile before turning to Ben. Is this the smoothie store you told me about before? Yeah, I opened this place not too long ago. People really seem to like it. He looked back to Harley, who seemed a bit nervous. Sorry, I forgot to introduce my friend. Dinah, this is However, Ben was cut off by Harley. Haley. It's nice to meet you too, Harley stated in a cheery tone. Not really sure about the sudden name change, Ben decided to just roll with it for now and ask about it later. Yup. I've known her for a short time, but she's a nice girl when you get to know her. When she's not outside doing who knows what. Dinah tilted her head when she got a close look at Harley. Luckily, the entire time she was Harley with the Joker, she wore her red and black skinsuit with a hat covering her blonde hair. Not to mention that she always wore face paint at the time. Not many people remember what Harleen Quinzel looked like. Do I know you from somewhere? You're strangely familiar. Ah, I don't think so. I tend to blend in sometimes, you know. Maybe we crossed paths at the park. Dinah looked at her for a little longer before she shrugged. You're probably right. Harley couldn't help but feel relieved. Oh, thank God. Ben crossed his arms with a smile. I'm glad that we made a good impression. I'll go make us some drinks. Anything from the menu? Dinah asked for a banana blueberry while Harley asked for a raspberry vanilla. After making drinks for the three of them, they sat and talked in the store for a while as customers came and gone. Dinah checked her watch. It's getting late. I don't want to miss dinner with my friend. I guess I'll see you guys later. I'll see you at the gym next time, Ben said as he waved goodbye. Harley did the same. Don't be a stranger. Come back anytime. Once she left, Ben turned to Harley and asked about today. So, why did you change your name to Haley? Well, if I used Harley or Harleen in public, people might recognize me even though I don't have my outfit and makeup on. Good point. He took a seat at the counter. So, how was your day today? She simply smiled. I did some shopping, exploring, and whatnot. I'm glad you enjoyed yourself. Well, he groaned. What happened this time? It involved 3 cats and a tuna sandwich. He held up both hands. Stop. We'll talk about it in the morning. She laughed nervously. I'm also not allowed at the subway on 4th Street. Ben just sighed as he made his way up the stairs with Harley close behind. Later, Dinah finally finished her jog back to the Allen residence. She knocks on the door, and a red-haired woman with green eyes greeted her with a bright smile. Iris always knew how to make people smile. Hey, Dinah. You're back just in time for dinner. Dinah looked around the dining room and couldn't find the Scarlet Speedster. Where's Barry? He's usually on time for dinner. Iris shook her head with a slight frown. He decided to turn in early. That incident with the crows and the fire hose is still fresh in his mind. I told everyone in my report that they were getting more aggressive, but I guess he didn't see it at the time. That's too bad. If anything, I'm willing to talk to him if things don't get better for him soon. Thank you, Dinah. That would mean a lot to me. So, anything new happened today? Why do you say that? First off, you look more scuffed up compared to all of the other times. Second, you seem much happier than when I saw you this morning. If it's that obvious, I guess. Taking a plate from the cupboard, she smiled back at Iris. I made some new friends today. Ben and Haley. What's he like? She told Iris the short version of who Ben and Haley are and what happened during their spar earlier. He was able to keep up with you? A surprised Iris asked. Not many people, normal people anyway, match her combat experience. Yup. He almost kept me pinned to the floor. We went for 5 rounds before he tapped out. Lucky for me because I was running out of steam myself. Iris grinned like a madwoman. With a raised brow, Dinah asked. What? Tell me. Is he cute? Quote. Dinah rolled her eyes. I just met him, so it's nothing like that. We're just friends. Ah. I swear, Dinah, you need to get out more and talk to people. She dropped her head onto her palms. You don't need to flat out marry like I am with Barry, but you need to keep up with the dating scene. But, Iris looked back up at Dinah. If I were to put him on a scale of 1 to 10, he would be about an 8.5. After a good dinner with Iris, Dinah got ready for bed. She walked by her dresser and placed her choker by a photo frame. Picking up the frame, she looked at it with a somber smile. Her thumbs would grace the wooden finish before she placed it back down. The photo showed three people, two adults and a little girl. The man was in a police officer uniform with his arms draped around his wife. She wore a blue jacket over a black blouse, with a choker around her neck. Her hair matched their daughter, who was wearing a white dress. The girl's face was beaming with joy on her mother's lap. They looked so happy together. Closing her eyes, she whispered, "Good night, Mom. I'll always miss you. Things have been going well so far. Since the defeat of Mirror Master and Saber, the local rogues decided to bide their time to make their next heist. There have been a few crimes here and there, but the police were able to handle them without complications throughout the day." He could see the occasional blur of red and yellow passing by. Ben continued to train with Dinah, and she even invited Harley to come along. She was hesitant at first, but they eventually convinced her to join. Harley surprised both of them with her agility and dexterity with a few acrobatics moves and stances. She said that she used to do gymnastics in high school, but most of the recent practice came from battling the dynamic duo during her career. It was fine for Ben since running the shop is more of a hobby and passion than an actual job. One would wonder how he stays in business and pays bills, but it helps a lot when people love his drinks. That's also not including spending late nights in his room, eating popcorn, watching movies, and literally, making gold. Thank Azimuth for master control. Mr. Smoothie. Friday, June 11, 2010, 13:30 Eastern Daylight Saving Time. The door to the shop chimed open, and a young Norwegian entered full of enthusiasm. Walking to the counter, she greeted Ben with a hug from behind while he was wiping down one of the tables. "Hey, Ben." He laughed at the surprise before turning around and returning the hug. "Nice to see you too, Tora. So, are you ready for our date?" Tora cheekily asked. "Yeah, I'm just closing up right now. Harley should be in the back putting away our stock." Said blonde just walked out from the back to hang up her apron. Tora waved to her. "Hi, Harley." "Hiya, Tora." While the two model besties couldn't visit for long, they did their best to come by when they could. All four of them ate lunch together often. During that time, they got acquainted with Ben's roommate Harley. Harley was preparing her shift when she thought of something. "I wonder if it's possible for me and Ivy to meet in a few weeks. She still needs to lay low from the bat and the police. Hey, Ben, is it okay if I invite a friend to come over next week?" He blinked at her for a second before he shrugged with a smile. Sure. I'm glad to see you opening up again. What's he or she like?" She smiled at his reply. "You'll like her. She has a knack for plants. You could even say she has a green thumb. Ha. Ha. She's one of my best friends back in Gotham. In a way, she is one of the few people who looked out for me." The smile didn't look as bright anymore. The blonde shook her head. "I'm fine. Don't worry about me. You two go and enjoy yourselves." "Are you sure? If you want, we can just hang out here," offered Tora. Harley shook her head. No, I can handle myself. I wouldn't want to spoil your date. Besides, after work, I'll be visiting the store for something I want to try and cook tomorrow." Ben complied. "Well, if that's really what you want, don't hesitate to call us. We'll be here," added Tora. Harley rolled her eyes jokingly. "I always have him on speed dial." Ben turned to the Norwegian beauty. "Ready to go, Tora?" "Yeah," replied Tora. As the couple left the building, the two said their goodbyes. Ben and Tora were riding along Main Street, enjoying the midday atmosphere. "So, what do you want to do today?" asked Ben. He nodded. "Yeah, he did take a huge chunk of our time. Now that I think about it, I know where we should go first." "Oh, what do you have in mind?" "You'll see when we get there." With that, he took an on-ramp for the freeway and stepped on the gas. "Anyways, how have you been so far? I've texted you two a few times since then, but it feels great to get together face to face again." It brightened Tora to hear her effect on him. "It's great to see you again too. It's been pretty busy this past week. A lot of preparation is being made for the event. We've had to meet with numerous managers and sponsors. The meeting today involved all the models in order to perfect the layout according to each of their styles." "Wow. Seems like a very high-profile event. It really is. Some of the up-and-coming designers are really trying to get their career to take off. In fact, my good friend Mari is both the designer and model. He nodded. I hope that it goes well. I've heard that it's a competitive niche. Yeah, well, enough about me and work. Anything new with you lately? She asked. Hey, a lot actually. I'm glad that you two are getting along. It's a challenge, but I feel like she's making progress. Should I be worried about you coming onto her? She slyly asked. Ben knew she was joking, but it still stung as an insult to his character. I'll admit that she's cute, but I wouldn't do that to you both. Harley's still healing. A lot of her issues still lie in interactions with those around her. She and I understand the effect toxic relationships have in the long term. People feel less confident and closed off from others. It would be wrong both morally and professionally for me to take advantage of her vulnerability. It's good that you are knowledgeable on the subject. Yup. While she and I are certified psychologists, the treatment is easier said than done. If things get worse, she'll show signs of sociopathy, a weakened conscience, and weakened empathy. I've also had to do counseling with alien couples back home. I hope for the best with her recovery. Also, points for you. Points. What's that about? I wanted to see a little more of your personality. I see a lot of compassion and empathy. You gave a great answer and more. I knew you wouldn't disappoint. Ben rolled his eyes. Well, I'm glad a lovely lady as yourself has high expectations of me. So, about these points, can I redeem them for some sort of prize? He asked suggestively. She smirked. That's for us to know and for you to find out. Let's hope that I go on a points streak, he replied with a small smirk. They continued to talk more about each other with Tora explaining a bit of her early life and home. By the time they pulled into the parking lot, Tora realized where they were. It was the largest indoor mall in the state. Inside, the two walked among the crowd with arms locked in each other. While the many shops and decor were, the large ice rink in the center of the plaza drew her attention. She raised an amused brow toward Ben for his choice of activity. With a person of your talent, I thought it would be nice for us to go ice skating. Tora rolled her eyes in amusement. A little bit on the nose there, but you're lucky that it's one of my favorite things to do. She smirked at him. Have you ever skated before? In an honest voice, he replied. Not one bit. Yeah, my place never really had one. The closest I ever got to ice skating is when I had to dash through a frozen river to stop an artificial spirit of Christmas from turning my grandpa into Santa. Tora tried her best from holding in her laugh in disbelief. You can't be serious. I'm completely serious. The old mayor built a machine years ago to keep the entire town in a moment of time. You definitely need to tell me more about that later. I know. They finally reached the rink and paid the rental fee. All strapped up, Tora jumps onto the ice with no problem at all. Ben, however, had more difficulty. You weren't kidding. So, you want me to teach you? She teased. If you're willing to, he asked with a wry smile. In that case, grab my hand, and I'll let you. From there, the rest of the day went off without a hitch. It took about half an hour before Ben could move on the ice by himself. Tora and Ben took slow laps around the rink, and they didn't mind at all. It gave them an excuse to stick together as the world passed by around them. At one point, Ben hung around the wall to watch Tora glide across the rink. With a little bit of ice power, she was able to turn her cheap rental skates into temporary professional blades. She performed spins and leaps with the grace and elegance of an Olympic figure skater. To put it simply, he was stunned and amazed like everyone else. By the time she skated back into a hug, she asked with a wry smile, So, how'd I do? The words simply fell out of his mouth. It was a work of art that no one else could ever copy. She pressed her finger against the tip of his nose. Points. Tora gave a light kiss on his cheek before wrapping arms around each other. A bit cheesy, but still good. Ben raised, Hey, I'll have you know that some people like cheese now and then. She pressed her head against his chest. Well, you're not wrong since I'm one of them. The two spent the next few hours exploring the area, finding new things to do every turn. After a sushi dinner and dessert, it was time to go home. Right now, Ben and Tora pulled to the entrance of her hotel like last time and walked her to her room. I had fun today, Ben. Yeah, me too. Tora's hotel room. Earlier. Beatrice just came from a long day of preparation for next week's event. At the moment, she was getting a drink from the mini fridge. She scrolled through her social media feed until she heard familiar voices coming from outside the room. To fill her curiosity, she peeked through the peephole. Ben and Tora were standing close to each other, still holding each other's hands. Tonight just got more interesting, thought Beatrice. I had fun today, Ben. Yeah, me too. Go for it. Do it. You guys better not leave me hanging, the Emerald Beauty exclaimed in her thoughts. Outside, their faces started to draw close to each other. It didn't take long for their foreheads to make contact and for them to be looking into each other's eyes. To them, it felt like an eternity waiting for something to happen. Screw it. He started off with a forehead kiss. She felt so warm. A kiss on the tip of her nose followed. A small giggle left her mouth. Finally, after cupping her face in his hands, he went in for a kiss. Tora pulled him closer by the waist. A few seconds later, they separated. Vanilla, commenting on her lusting taste. Tora smirked. She grabbed Ben by his coat and pulled him in, softly pressed her lips against his once again. While Ben was surprised for a second, he quickly recovered and followed her lead. Both of their hands wrapped around each other. They kept soft eye contact as they eased into the kiss. They kept them soft and tender at first, kissing the top and bottom of the lips. Tora teased him by putting the tip of her tongue in his mouth for just a second and then moving your head back slightly. So sweet and seductive, she began grazing her tongue between the lips and slowly added a little tongue. Soon, it became a little game where they chased each other's tongue for a couple of seconds and then sucked on the top and bottom lip. The intensity continued to grow between them. As Ben ran his fingers through Tora's hair, Tora gently scraped hers along his back and neck. His hands slowly started to lower from her back to her HPs. In return, she started to kick it up a notch. They began using tongue, a lot of tongue. Thank God for nose breathing. Contrary to what's seen in movies, they followed about a gentle use of your tongue. There were an ebb and a flow, at times slow, tender and sweet but gradually increasing in intensity. Light moans and deep breaths escaped both of them. The taste of her saliva had hints of vanilla from dessert. Their eyes would occasionally make soft contact. She pressed her modest breasts against his chest. Her fingers lightly dug into his back. It didn't take long for his hands to slowly creep towards her butt. Ben waited to see if she wanted him to stop, but her lips and hands were telling him to keep going. His hands finally reached her curve to an increase in her moans, and it only got him riled up even more. What followed were varying intensities of squeezes, clawing, and moaning. They let go and got lost in the moment. They started going through a wide variety of things. She ran the tip of her tongue around his teeth, played with his tongue, and even sucked on his tongue gently for a few seconds, which felt surprisingly amazing. There were combinations of kisses with sweet kisses, slow and soft kisses, neck kisses, cheek kisses, etc. It took a few minutes before they needed to take a break. When they separated, they were left hot, bothered, and a little ragged. Tora moved stray hairs from her eyes. Wow. Took the words right out of my mouth. He chuckled. Sorry, if I got a bit carried away there. Don't be. I don't mind. I may not be like Beatrice, but I know passion. I'm sure she'll enjoy herself with you as much as I have. He shook his head in amusement. I swear. Every time I see you guys, I hate it when I have to leave. She whispered into his ear in a seductive tone. You know what they say, always leave the other wanting more. With that, she kissed him one more time and entered her room, leaving Ben alone in the hallway, a bit dumbstruck and staring at the door. He took a deep breath to calm himself down before leaning against her door. With a smile, he whispered, she just knows how to push my buttons, doesn't she? I need a cold shower when I get home. Inside. When Tora entered her room, she also leaned back against the closed door. Looking up, she saw Beatrice wore a teasing expression lying on her bed. So, Beatrice smirked. How was your date? Long story short, it went well. That sounds like an understatement when you compare it to what happened outside just a minute ago. Tora's face glowed red. Oh my god. Were you watching us in the hallway? A little. Beatrice had her own red glow. You weren't being subtle with all those sounds. Tora groaned into her pillow. You're killing me, B. Oh, calm down. If anything, you two almost made me want to open the door just to join. Tora moved from her pillow and gave a grin. Oh, you love him. He's definitely a keeper. Mr. Smoothie. Tuesday, June 15, 2010, 13:32 Eastern Daylight Saving Time. It all started out like any other workday. It wasn't till around 4 o'clock that a woman with luscious red hair walked through the door. In Ben's honest opinion, she was a beauty, rivaling even Beatrice. Welcome to Mr. Smoothie. Instead of walking to the counter to order, she flipped the door sign and shut the blinds. Can I help you? Ben had a feeling that this was no ordinary customer. She smiled mischievously. Yes, you can. But before that, let's get more comfortable. She raises an arm, and the nearby ficus soon grows rapidly. The branches wrap themselves around Ben's ankles and lift him off the ground. Ben stared at his new predicament. A chlorokinetic. I did not expect that. She soon pulled out a chair for her to sit right in front of the dangling owner. That's better. Who is she? He thought with a dumbfounded look. Are you robbing me? If you are, why are you robbing me? It's a smoothie shop, not a bank. That's not including the piles of gold in my room safe. The redhead rested her chin on her hands. Well, that all depends on whether or not I found who I'm looking for. Is Harley here? Ben blinked at the mention of his housemate. She's here for Harley. Wait, didn't Harley mention a friend coming over, the one with the green thumb? Huh. Harley invited you, right? She smiled in amusement. So, I am in the right place. Has she told you about me? Not enough apparently, he thought dryly. Well, you're her best friend with a knack for plants. She said that you had a green thumb, but I didn't think of that in the literal sense. Now that I think about it, Harley never told me your name. She rolled her eyes. I shouldn't be surprised. Friends call me Pam. You, however, can call me Ivy, Poison Ivy. Still hanging upside down, Ben introduced himself. Well, my name's Ben, and it's nice to finally meet you, given the circumstances. I see that the name fits. Is Pam short for Pamela? She raised a brow at Ben's attitude. Yes. In fact, it is. Ah, so, how did the whole plant thing happen? Oh, you know, science, genetics, and whatnot. You're taking this situation rather well. Well, this is way better than being over molten lava on a planet about to explode. Would you believe me when I say that I've had worse? Really? Her curiosity about the man before her increased. If you've looked at the news lately, it's a pretty crazy world. Am I right? Ivy nodded in agreement. And that's why I don't leave Gotham often. So, you're the one that Harley's living with. Yep. We take turns running the shop. She's gotten the hang of it so far. She waved off the latter half of his statement. Enough with pleasantries. What's your angle? Ben blinked at the change in tone. What? Her eyes narrowed. Your angle. What are you trying to do here? Ben was confused, but he gave an honest answer anyway. Run a smoothie shop. Her scowl didn't let up. Don't play dumb with me. No one just takes in a random person off the street. Why did you take Harley in? Are you using her for some sick pleasure? What? No. What kind of person do you take me for? The scowl continued until she thought, right, we're in Central City. Some people here couldn't compare to those in Gotham. That Flash guy deters a lot of lower-class criminals. Harley's voice echoed from the staircase. Hey, Ben, I'm almost ready for my shift. He looked at Ivy for what she wanted him to say. Instead, she shrugged. Ben shook his head in slight annoyance. Being Harley's best friend certainly explains the somewhat hostile first impression. That's good, he called back. By the way, that friend of yours came over. Oh my god. Ivy. Is that you down there? Harley ran down the staircase in her work attire. Seeing that her friend was safe, Ivy gave her a warm greeting. Harles. Pam. She practically leapt from the bottom of the stairs into a tight hug. Oh, I've missed you so much. Pamela laughed at her attitude. You call me all the time. PSSH. It's still nothing like the real thing. I'm glad to see that you're okay. Yeah. Things didn't go so well until I met Ben. Now that I think about it, where is her? Ivy laughed and whispered. He's right there. She pointed behind the counter. Harley turned her head to the overgrown ficus and her friend dangling from it. Oh, crap. Ben, how long have you been like that? Ivy stopped controlling the plant a while ago, so Ben was left rotating upside down. About a good 8 minutes or so. That surprised the blonde. Why didn't you say anything? Well, I haven't seen this happy in a while, and I didn't want to ruin the moment. Harley chuckled. Idiot, she turned to Ivy. Would you mind letting him go? Sure. Ivy waved her hand again, and the plant released Ben to his feet and regressed back into the pot. Harley sighed. Sorry about that, Ben. Ben rubbed his lower back. I'm just glad my blood is circulating again. Pam, this is the guy the first told you about, Ben, gestured Harley. He and I have already exchanged greetings. Ivy shrugged. I hope you guys had a good first impression. Harley's sweat dropped. She seems alright, stated the two people in green in sync. That's good. Hey, Ben, you don't mind if I steal Harley for the afternoon? Do you? The young blonde frowned. Pam, I can't. It's my shift. Ben interjected, I don't mind, actually. Really, Ben? Are you sure? Come on, Harley. You and I both know that being with supportive friends help the process that we've been talking about before. I'll still be here tomorrow, but I don't know how long Ivy will be. Actually, I'll be vacationing here for the week. Mr. Cobblepot finally paid back his debt, so I have some vacation days to use. Really? Oh my god. We're going to have so much fun. You two enjoy yourselves. I can manage an extra shift. She gave Ben a sweet hug. Thanks, Ben. I'll make it up tomorrow morning. Go ahead and get yourself ready. Just remember what I asked you before. Harley rolled her eyes as she recited, don't do anything illegal, and don't show up on the morning news. While Harley was upstairs, Ivy and Ben tried to restart their previous conversation. Ivy asked first, I understand the illegal thing, but why the news? Would you believe me when I say it started with crows attacking, a fire truck, and a bikini? Ivy blinked at that statement before she laughed a bit. Ha. That's Harley alright. It's kinda exhausting to have the person sitting next to you on the couch also on the news for doing something outrageous the day before. Ben asked, so, how did you first meet Harley? Ivy thought for a bit before she answered. I first met her when she was my therapist. My profession can be overbearing at times. Ben nodded. I understand. I would assume that it's something along the lines of botany. She shrugged. Yeah. As you can see, I went through a little bit of a change during my career. Her eyes narrowed a bit. This isn't going to be a problem. Is it? It didn't really faze him. Not at all, really. Harley trusts you, so I do too. Besides, I've met stranger people and aliens. From there, more small talk happened. Ben even offered he a smoothie for the road, and that led to a conversation about how he's cultivating gross Michelle bananas in the backyard. Soon, Harley came down the stairs with a black miniskirt and red blouse. Okay, Ivy, I'm ready to go. She turned to Ben. How do I look? After a short look over, Ben replied, you look great. You two are definitely ready to hit the town. Thanks, beamed Harley. She turned to Ivy. I can't wait to take you to the pho restaurant Ben showed me to last Tuesday. Ben gave one last goodbye to the duo. You two take care, now. Ivy smiled back. We'll be alright. Harley left, but Ivy held the door open and looked back at Ben. Also, please, call me Pam. With that, she left the shop behind Harley. Downtown Farmers Market. Thursday, June 17, 2010. Ben was browsing the various boxes of produce. While he could easily grow fruits and vegetable seeds at home with a little alien help, Ben enjoyed getting the fresh air and talking to the people. Ben walked to his usual stand and waved to the owner. Morning, Mr. Abernathy. The middle-aged was currently helping another customer pack her order. Hearing a friend, he turned his head and waved in return. Good morning to you too, Benjamin. I'll be with you in a minute. Ben chuckled. Like I always say, take your time. Once he finished with the woman, he turned to his regular. What can I do for you, Benny? The usual. Ben shook his head with a smile. Not today. I'm preparing a roast, so I'll need onions, garlic, carrots, celery, and potatoes. Abernathy grinned at the thought. Ah, you're trying to savor those drippings, right? I wouldn't cook it any other way. I still haven't had a chance to visit that shop of yours. If you ever do stop by, I'll give you the first one on the house. Selecting his food from the crates, he made his way to the register. 42nd Street. Ben was walking back to his car, groceries in hand. I wonder if Harley wants me to get her anything. Ben pulled out his phone, but before he could call, a car flew through the air and landed 20 feet away from him. Several people ran in fear from the intersection. Peeking his head around the corner, Ben found the culprit. It was some weird robot rampaging through the streets. Is it so hard to have a nice day? After looking around for any civilians nearby, Ben reached for the Omnitrix. The holographic interface appeared, and the hero activated his uniform. He glowed in white light before his clothes started to change. His signature green jacket, black shirt, and jeans changes into a black and green jacket, matching black pants and gloves, and silver boots. A black mask covered his face. The part covering the mouth was smooth while the area covering the eyes had a digital display. In place of his eyes were symbols. At the moment, they were simple X's. Taking cover, Ben's mask started analyzing the situation. His modulated voice came out. So, Azimuth, what am I dealing with here? In the corner of Ben's vision, an icon of the Omnitrix's AI voiced his thoughts. It's definitely on the higher end of level 3 technology. I'm detecting a fission power source. The range of level 3 tech is quite large. While your Earth had electrical systems and engines, interstellar law forbade alien technology greater than or equal to the planet's current technological age going to the public. With the rate you humans progress, your planet was due for an upgrade soon. Huh, good to know. Anyways, it doesn't seem like the robot has a target. It's just working at random. With recon done, he ran behind a dumpster. It's hero time. One green flash later, the transformation finished. It's time to face the wrath. Considering that Wrath already made a positive impression on the public, it would be for the best to not scare them with a different alien showing up. He's already had to deal with people back on the other Earth that he was starting an alien invasion. Running down the block, he arrived at the scene. Several police officers were pinned down behind their squad cars, occasionally taking potshots at the rampaging machine. While the robot was still bashing against a storefront, Ben took in the entire area and saw officers attempting to help people out of their overturned vehicles. They kept getting pushed back by the flying debris. Taking a few leaps, Wrath landed alongside the officers. They immediately pointed their guns at the unexpected arrival, but Ben wasn't fazed. Let me tell you something, officers. You want a piece of Wrath, you got a piece, but Wrath's only here to stop that. He pointed to the robot. And help them. He pointed to the trapped civilians. Several officers were hesitant. While they usually worked alongside the Flash, it was only recently that they heard of an alien running around their city. Sergeant Ramirez glared at the intruder. You ain't the Flash. Why should we take a stranger's help? Wrath groaned. If you haven't noticed, Flash ain't here. So, unless you have a tank coming anytime soon, Wrath's clobber that guy so you can save those guys. The group was silent before one of the lower rank officers spoke. I say we trust him, Sergeant. Ramirez turned to his subordinate. What makes you say that? This alien might have been the one who unleashed this thing in the first place. She shook her head. You and I both know who that robot belongs to. This thing broke out of the captivity somehow. She then turned to, besides, he's the same guy who fought Sabretooth alongside Fire and Ice. The squad leader groaned and turned to the alien. All right. I have faith in my people, so I'll put my faith in you just this once. Just know that if you make one wrong move, I'll have your hide in my den. He then bellowed orders to the other officers. Prepare for emergency rescue. Carlos, you're taking point. Yeah, sure. Wrath faced the female officer. Thanks for having my back, She coughed. It's Officer Spivot. Got it. She nodded. No problem. It's not every day I get to meet an alien like Superman. Now, we need you to get him at least 30 yards away from the civilians. I'm sure you can pull this off. With that, Wrath jumped into the fray to engage, and the officers went to work. The doors were jammed, so they had to break the windows open and pull them to safety. The two fighters traded blows as the people made their moves in the background. Once they were all free, Wrath motioned them all to get out of range. Get out of here if you don't want to end up as robot roadkill. They all followed the order immediately. Wrath turns back to the rampaging robot to see a mailbox flying at him. Crossing his arms, he braced the force of impact. Wrath glared at the machine across from him. Let me tell ya something, Chrome Dome. Wrath's just trying to enjoy his day, and now you show up and ruin it along with everyone else's. It's time that Wrath fixes his problems in the one way he knows how. Wrath jumped on the metal torso and began jabbing at the head. By beating them into submission. Seconds of a beating later, it managed to grab Wrath in between hits and slammed him into the concrete. Just as the alien hero was about to recycle the machine, a scarlet blur sped by and landed a kick against the machine, pushing it into a brick wall. The figure ran back right in front of Wrath. He was a man in a red bodysuit with a lightning bolt on the front. The sides of his head also had the familiar Colts. While his eyes were hidden by white lenses, his mouth and nose were exposed. This man was the iconic hero to all of Central City. I hope you don't mind that I dropped by. Wrath blinked at the hero's arrival. Flash. That's me. Flash pointed a thumb at himself. You're Wrath, right? The alien hero I've heard about recently. You got that right. Wrath crossed his arms. Super speed my ass. You're late to the party. I get that a lot, Flash replied with a shrug. Did you just throw that car at him? What? It was already busted. Looking past Flash, Wrath noticed the bot pulling itself out of the wall. Whatever, let's take this thing hunk of junk down. Wrath extended his blades and ran back into the fray. Flash sprinted alongside him and spoke. We have to stop it, but we can't destroy it completely. Wrath grabbed an oncoming metal fist with one hand and gave Flash a disappointed look. What? Why not? It escaped Star Labs. Originally, it belonged to Toy Man. They were trying to reverse engineer the technology for advances in prosthetic research, but the original programming reactivated. Flash ran around the robot, striking the torso in specific points trying to find a proper access port. If you can hold it down long enough, I can find an access port, upload the override codes from Star Labs, and power it down. Wrath nodded back. This would have been much easier with upgrade, but I'm already in this mess as it is. Azimuth, start scanning. The AI replied. Understood. The machine sent a barrage of punches with its free arm before an enraged Wrath grabbed the other as well. Have him check under its left side. Check under its left arm. Flash narrowed his eyes on the area under. I think I've found it. Good eye. I need you to keep him stable for me. Leg hook camel clutch. Wrath moves his weight to the right and drags the robot face first to the ground. The alien tiger gets on its back, places both of his arms on its thighs, and reaches around the head. Wrath pulls his opponent's leg backward, and tucks it under his underarm and applies a chin lock. Wrath then leans back and pulls its head and torso, applying more pressure to the lower back with the leg's new position. Great job, Wrath. Flash quickly plugged in a device. Lines of code ran down the terminal screen. Below, a progress bar slowly grew. Come on. Suddenly, a panel from the robot's leg opened, revealing a sparking prong. It stabbed onto Wrath's hide and began shocking him with several thousand volts of electricity. Wrath grunted at the jolts, his fur all standing up. Can you hurry it up? Wrath doesn't like being a lightning rod. Wrath released the metal body as it fell lifelessly to the ground. Finally, Wrath started patting down his fur to a more decent appearance. From several yards away, cops, civilians, and a news crew were cheering and thanking them. Flash smiled at the alien. We did pretty well, there. Thanks for the assist. I wouldn't have been able to neutralize it as safely without you. Nah, it's cool. Wrath checked his surroundings again while Flash answered a phone call. The destroyed street, walls, and vehicles were a real mess. Suddenly, his headset started ringing, and Beatrice's picture popped up in the corner of his eyepiece. He took a deep breath. Hey, Fire. What's up? Hey, Ben. I wanted to check up on you. I heard about an incident in the city. It's nothing Wrath couldn't handle. Hell, Wrath finally got to meet the Flash. Apparently, this hunk of junk is confiscated villain tech. Wrath. Well, I'm glad to hear things went well. Tora and I were out of town sightseeing, and we had to deal with some guys trying to siphon off the local oil pipeline. Sheesh. They're really coming out of the woodwork now. Was starting to feel like a vacation. I know, right? It was a real pain trying to deal with them because of the oil everywhere. Thankfully, Tora was able to keep things under control. On a lighter topic, she paused. You're still up for our date tomorrow, right? You kidding? Wouldn't miss it for the world. You certainly sound excited. Tora told me what happened to her. Really, now? What did she say? You're definitely better than some of the others we've met in a while. I hope that it'll be the same for me. I'll see you then. Wrath coughed at her seductive voice. Won't disappoint. Pick you up at 11. Later. Wrath hung up at the same time Flash did too. So, is this Star Labs gonna pick this hunk of junk? Wrath gestured to the mess around them. Flash hung up. I just got off the phone with them. They're on their way. As for the damage, it's in their budget. You won't believe what happens because of criminals trying to steal their tech or Star Labs confiscating their tech. Wrath looked over the street again. Wrath can imagine. I'm gonna have to come back as clockwork and fix some of this. I doubt most of these people have robot insurance. Hell, people back home were reluctant to buy alien insurance. Flash started walking toward the news crew. Are you sticking around for the public? I still have to tell them what happened. Nah, you go ahead. You know more about the robot stuff. I still have to take care of a few things. Flash frowned but shrugged. No problem. Before Wrath started to leave, he turned around. Hey, Wrath will be done in about a half hour. You hungry? A grin grew on the speedster. Are you kidding me? I'm always hungry. Wrath smiled back. Cool. Once Wrath's done with Wrath's errands and you're done with them, we'll meet back here and go get some lunch. Flash reached out and shook Wrath's hand. I'm down for that, but I get to pick the place. 45 minutes later. The Scarlet Speedster and El Tigre were ordering food at Chipotle. All around them, people were whispering with a few being brave enough to talk to them and ask for a photo or an autograph. Will that be all, sir? The woman behind the register asked. Wrath turned to Flash. You want anything else, man? The Scarlet Speedster read over the screen once more. Nah, I think we're good. We can get more if we're still hungry. She nodded. So that'll be 20 beef burritos and blows with guac, cheese, and sour cream, 20 soft tacos, and 6 large sodas. The total is $655. Wrath pulled out $700 bills from his pocket. Keep the change. The two carried their food to an empty booth. As they ate, they struck up a conversation. I can't believe it took me this long to actually meet the new guy in town. When Wrath came here, he heard about a speed demon living here. Flash brushed a fist his chest, fastest man alive. Seeing the opening, Wrath went for it. Must have been hard dating. You wouldn't imagine. Flash took a sip out of his soda as Wrath tried his best to hide his laugh. It took a few seconds for Flash to register his answer. Hey. Wrath stopped hiding it and let out a few hearty laughs. Totally fell for that one. Ha. Ha. Very funny. Flash grinned. I will get you back for that. Sure you will. By the way, don't you have a mini you running around too? Wrath saw him on the news with you sometimes. What's his name? Speedy. Flash did his best to hide his own laugh. Whatever you do, don't say that in front of him. He gets really angsty about it. Honestly, it's hilarious. We call him Kid Flash. Green Arrow's protege is named Speedy. Ah. Wrath gotta hand it to that modern day Robin Hood. He does good work. He's cool. He's much more of a conversationalist than Batman, he joked. Flash thought for a moment. By the way, I almost forgot to thank you, Fire, and Ice for taking down Sabretooth while I was indisposed. Wrath waved it off with a burrito in hand. Flash paused a sip. How'd an alien, like you, meet up with them, anyway? Honestly, it was a coincidence. Wrath didn't even know Fire and Ice till that night. I hope they were a good first impression of Earth sans Sabretooth. He scratched his chin in thought. So, what brings a guy like you to our solar system anyways? Wrath lived on Earth for some time when Wrath was growing up, and Wrath thought about coming back here. Wait. Are you telling me that you lived on Earth before? Wrath nodded. Yeah, I've met Martians and Kryptonians, but what kind of alien are you anyway? Wrath's an apoplexian. Hearing the name, Flash nearly choked on refried beans before coughing it back out. Wrath quickly handed the Flash his soda. Dude, you okay? Flash took a gulp and breathed slowly. Can you say that name again? Wrath raised a brow. Wrath's an apoplexian. Why? You've met Wrath's kind before. Considering humans can evolve in another universe, there was a chance that other alien species from my universe live here too. Flash breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, thank God. I thought I had to knock you out a second there. Wrath glared and flexed an arm. Give Wrath one good reason why Wrath shouldn't knock you out. Flash tried to recover from the awkward threat. The aliens that invaded Earth last time were called Apoplexian. Your species name sounds dangerously similar to theirs. Really? The alien tiger growled. Full name stealing invaders. The next time Wrath sees them, he'll show them what for. Flash laughed shyly. Kinda too late for that, we already sent them packing. Calming down, Wrath grinned. Let me tell you something, Flash. If anyone tries to invade this planet, you let Wrath know because Wrath will shove his fist where the sun doesn't shine. Flash laughed. I'll be sure to do that. After another bite, Wrath remembered one of Flash's friends. Hey, you said that you met a Martian, right? Yup. He took another bite. Has he ever mentioned popcorn before? Not that I can remember. Why? Flash started on another bowl. Wrath shrugged. Might be related to Martian culture. Weird. Later, the two spent the next 2 hours talking before they both had to leave. I'll be honest, today was nice. If I see you around, we should hang out again sometime. Maybe I'll introduce you to Green Arrow. Wrath's down for that. With that, Wrath saw the red blur speed off into the distance. If I ever meet him as XLR8, we should totally race. Sunday, June 20, 2010. Days passed since Pam's arrival and his date with Tora. When Beatrice was finally free, Ben invited her to the park. While the picnic lunch was delightful, the date took an exciting turn when Ben mentioned his time playing college soccer. A figurative fire lit her eyes. After correcting Ben with the international name of football, she passionately challenged him to a one-on-one game. Lucky for them, Ben keeps a spare ball in the trunk. Since it was just between the two of them, they would take turns as a striker versus goalie with each point. The first 5 rounds went off without a hitch, but it soon got more intense between them. Beatrice asked Ben if they could have super-powered matches. While Ben was hesitant, he eventually caved into the Emerald Beauty's request. However, this came with new rules and a new setup. Same as before Think Rocket League, neither could use their hands, but they didn't need to hold back in terms of strength and speed within reason, of course. Moving to a more secluded area of the city's park, Ben got to work creating the new field with Diamond Head as well as a new ball. After making sure that no civilians or cameras were around, they both powered up. Beatrice lit up as fire. Needless to say, the sounds of loud impacts and their smack talk drew people's attention. Soon, there were a few spectators. The game wasn't a competition, but it sure felt like one now. Neither of the two was going to lose without a fight. First to 50 goals won the game. Beatrice and Ben dashed across the field shooting and blocking shots one after the other. Half an hour later, the two were soaked in sweat with Ben tiredly pumping his arms up in victory. It was a close game, but Ben earned his soccer scholarship. Once they got cleaned up, Ben drove Beatrice to her hotel and walked her to the room. When Beatrice and Ben said their goodbyes, she was much more proactive and hands-on in her appreciation than Tora. Another enjoyable date comes to a close. Later, when Ben's not at the gym or out in the city, there was never a dull moment at the shop. It brought a smile to his face whenever one of his newest recipes gained another fan. Experimenting with acai and lychee paid off. Tropical fruit flavors were a summer day hit. In regard to his recent roommate, things have been progressing. Every other day, the two would have a movie night, alternating picks. With a small smile, Harley was more open to talking with Ben about her experiences. Her growing list of friends was a major contributor. Silence is a petri dish for abuse. It's where it thrives, and it needs to be broken. As for Pam, she often came by once Harley finished her shift. They haven't caused any trouble, so Ben paid no mind to their excursions. Some days, the three of them would go out for Mexican food. Unfortunately, there was a night that both of them came back drunk out of their minds as Ben came down to see the shop a mess. Both of them passed out on the floor, and cans of whipped cream and tree sap littered around. It didn't help that his plant grabbed him as some sort of self-defense mechanism for Pam, leaving him hanging once again. One transformation later, he was free and out of range. Suffice to say, they were closed for a few hours for cleanup. The next morning was filled with sighs, apologies, and admissions of self-defense. Apparently, someone received several bruises for trying to get fresh with them. Pam mentions a new breed of plant she was experimenting with to calm the nerves with little side effects, leading to last night. No surprise, it needs work. Thankfully, Ivy's plants cleaned up most of the mess. Friday, June 25, 2010. Eventually, the fashion show had arrived. Beatrice and Tora offered to invite Harley, but she declined, saying that it wasn't a venue she was comfortable with. Before the show, Ben greeted the girls backstage, and they introduced him to their friend Mari McCabe. Apparently, she also took part in heroics. However, he never got a chance to hear the details when the directors asked him to leave backstage for show preparations. The audience was bustling as they chatted away. Camera flashes lit the room. Everyone seemed to enjoy themselves. When trying to reach his reserved seat, Ben met a nice couple 2 seats down, Oliver and Felicity. They were nice but a little antsy. It might have been the crowds. So far, the event went off without a hitch. The host introduced their sponsors and exclusive guests. Ben was surprised to hear that Oliver owned his own company, Queen Industries. As the show progressed, many lovely ladies strut down the walkways looking fabulous as ever. When it was Beatrice's turn to strut down the runway, she cheekily blew a kiss and wink in Ben's direction. Unfortunately, the crowd believed it was for Oliver, much to Felicity's chagrin. As the show progressed, each and every model didn't lose their flair. Each outfit was as stylish if not more. Overall, the night was a success. While the three of them walked back to their homes, they brought up an interesting offer. Bethany Beach. July 4, 2010, 13:50 Eastern Daylight Saving Time. Soft waves washed over the warm sand. The cool ocean breeze diffused the scent of cooked meat from the nearby grill. Beatrice laid against her beach chair with a meat kebab, relaxing under the summer sun. It's great that you came with us, Ben. Not to mention helping out with the food. Tora nodded as she applied sunscreen. Especially since this is our last stop in the States before we head back to Europe. Ben sipped from his iced tea in his chair. You gave me the chance to spending the holiday weekend with you girls and beach barbecue. How could I refuse? A frown briefly appeared. It's too bad Harley decided not to come with us. Yup. He stood back up to turn the beef over. From what I heard, Gotham isn't what I would call a summer destination, but she knows the place better than I do. Finished prepping her skin, Tora got up to make herself a plate. I swear, some of them are psychotic. Did you hear? Some ICE villain attacked a public park there earlier today. Seriously. What a dick. Ben sighed. What does a person gain from that? To inflate his ego. Tora guessed. I don't know. Thankfully, Batman and the kid were there to stop him. Beatrice raised a brow. That one happened in Gotham. On the way over here, I heard about someone freezing over Pearl Harbor. Not even Hawaii is safe. Ben crossed his arm. How many villains are ice-themed anyways? Tora groaned. At least 4. I swear. If any more show up, people will start thinking I'm the bad guy when we show up. Nope, he snarked. You're too cute to be a villain. Tora giggled while Beatrice grew a sly grin. What does that make me? I don't know, added Tora. You can be surprised what the two of us can do. A wolf in sheep's clothing. He described the ice princess. Clever girl. Ben finished placing all the cooked meat on a platter and put out the flame. Anyways, that's enough of hero talk, it's time that we have some fun. What do you have in mind? The Emerald Heroine asked. With a smirk, Ben snapped his fingers as he was engulfed by the familiar green light. When the light faded, they immediately felt the temperature increase. In Ben's place was an alien with a body composed of a bright yellow magma and dark red or brown rocks. His feet have a slight oval-like design with only 2 toes and 1 back toe. Who's ready for fireworks? Realizing Ben's new form, Beatrice ignited her body's flames and walked up to him. She danced her fingers across his stone chest. You didn't tell us that you had an alien similar to moi. Tora allowed her ice to counter the radiating heat. Heat Blast shrugged. You didn't ask. Fire rested her head on his shoulder. So what can you tell us about tall, dark, and fiery? This alien is a pyronite, though, I called myself Heat Blast. They live on a planet-like star, and as you can tell, their specialty is fire. Heat Blast nodded. I have a few that I found so far, but do you want to know something weird? Fire tilted her head. What? When pyronites get sick, their abilities flip and they end up controlling ice. Both girls started laughing. Shut up. You can't be serious. Ben joined in. It's true. You can be surprised how illness can affect aliens. Composing herself, Fire walked to the water's edge. What are we waiting for? Let's see how good you are. Heat Blast followed her with Tora close behind. Ladies first. Fire shook her head. Newbies first. He smiled. If you say so. Charging his fists, Heat Blast sent out a coordinated array of fireballs. Some that were more charged than others exploded in a cluster of embers. He continued trying to make an appealing show before finishing it off with his signature in the sky. The girls applauded in approval. Fire smirked. Not bad. I can see that you've had practice with this one. However, I think your output was a little off. The dot of the exclamation point is still there. Ben waved it off. I've been using Heat Blast for years. I'm sure that it'll burn out soon. Washington, D.C. Cadmus. X stood in front of the maintenance computer, typing away at console commands. All I have to do now is overload one of the fuel lines, and hopefully, assistance arrives. Suddenly, a large explosion is heard that rocks the facility a bit. He reached for his comm. Security, report. What happened? I don't know how, but one of the rooftop generators exploded. We weren't able to cut the fuel line's time, and the fire is still spreading. Emergency services have been called to assist. X nodded. This will work. No suspicion will be placed on me as well. Thankfully, the lower levels are still locked and separate from the above-ground structure. Proceed with evacuation procedures. Washington, D.C. Outside Cadmus. A man in a white lab coat burst through the fire exit, coughing a lot. Where the hell did this fire come from? The next to come out is a coughing blonde woman. Thank God, I'm out of that hellhole. The man turned his attention to her. Janet, what the hell were you thinking? How many times have I told you that this, he made a mocking flick of the wrist, isn't putting out a cigarette? Her brows furrowed. It wasn't me. I flick it to the playground next door like decent people. Bethany Beach. July 4th, 1400 Eastern Daylight Saving Time. Once Fire did her routine, they ended up agreeing that Fire did it better. Who knew that her elegance and spontaneity also applied to pyrotechnics? Tora did a bit of her own demonstration by making a few ice sculptures. Ben had to admit, they were very impressive. It was a shame that they would soon melt. Still feeling the heat, the three of them hopped into the ocean. Just as Ben was trying to surf with Tora's ice board, the sun decided to take a midday break, causing the hero to take a dip. When he resurfaced, he looked at the sky with interest. Did it just get dark all of a sudden? I know daylight savings time is a thing, but this is ridiculous. Lighting a hand, Beatrice guided them back to shore. Checking her phone, she frowned. It's only 4:30. Tora nodded. Something's happening to the sun. Hold on, let me check the news. He held up the Omnitrix as the interface projected. Azimuth, you have any idea what's going on? The Omnitrix icon in the top left blinked as it replied back. It seems that we have a rogue magic user. I'll relay the news report to you three. The Omnitrix started showing a live news broadcast in the area. Attention! A Justice League level threat has been identified. A villain by the name of Woden somehow blocked out the sun by unknown means for unknown reasons. We are advised to stay away from the East Coast and indoors until the situation has been dealt with. Please stay safe until then. Crap, muttered Ben. Is it that bad? Asked Beatrice. I can't think of any issues because night came early. Tora answered her friend. Normally, it shouldn't. However, we're dealing with that wizard guy. Who knows what he's up to? Ben nodded. In my personal experience, nothing good happens when someone tries to permanently block out the sun. What happened last time? Asked Tora. The alien I was fighting was trying to mind control the entire planet and mutate them into shadow monsters. The girls whistled in shock. That's worse than what I thought it would be. Yeah, Ben nodded. And I don't feel like finding out what this Woden is up to the hard way. In a flash, Heatblast was back. Let's fly. While Beatrice became fire, Tora waved her hand. I can't fly, remember? Before her friend could reply, Heatblast laughed while Fire and Ice looked at him quizzically. Let me show you a trick I learned. Omnitrix DNA entry. Name: Heatblast. Species: Pyronite. Home world: Pyros. Powers and abilities. Pyronites are able to generate flames from their bodies in many forms. They can form fire into any shape or make them explosive if they choose to. When infant Pyronites have a temper tantrum, their firepower becomes greatly magnified. Pyronites can channel flames through other surfaces, such as large rocks, to generate jet propulsion, allowing them to surf through the air. Pyronites are fireproof, as well as heat-resistant and invulnerable to magma. They are also cold-resistant and ice-proof. Pyronites are not limited to simply creating fire. Because their bodies are naturally heat convective, they are able to absorb heat, effectively allowing them to put out fires. Despite their weakness to water, Pyronites can swim and use their powers while submerged, but with a very low intensity. When infected with an earth-cold virus, Pyronites gain cryokinetic abilities while losing their pyrokinesis. In this state, they can fire ice beams and an ice ball that freezes everything it touches. That's the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories. Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan-made audio stories.
Ben 10. Justice Incarnate. Part 2. Above the East Coast. Woohoo! Tora smiled as she soared through the air. To her left, Heatblast grinned forward, piloting their flaming rock. I told you that it'd be fun. Tora kept herself stable with ice stakes pierced into their platform. Even though the sky was dark, Beatrice and Heatblast's fire lit the way. She turned to Ice with a smirk. How's the hot rod? The three of them chuckled. Tora smiled back, a bit warm, but nothing I can't handle. A small wave of ice extended down the spices in her feet, keeping her in place. I have to try that out later, Fire smirked. Heat Blast sighed. It's too bad a doomsday scenario cut our day short. Beatrice shrugged. It's nothing. We're used to danger putting a pause on life. Tora continued. What use is a day at the beach if it's gonna be completely dark the entire time? Hopefully, we don't waste the whole 4th of July on this guy. Heat Blast narrowed his eyes. I think I see something up ahead. He pressed a finger to his headset to zoom into the distance. The Omnitrix symbol on his HUD lit up. We are nearing the state known as New Jersey. Guys, I don't think Woden's doing this alone. Tora's pupils shrunk for a second as she stared at a massive horde of unknown creatures swarming through the city streets. Not a second later, one of the smaller ones flew by before exploding into a mess of stone rubble. Heat Blast frowned. Reminds me of Charmcaster. Fire cringed. Wow, this is close to your story, Ben. The Pyronite witnessed a green anti-aircraft gun materialized before cutting down stone golems. Nearby, a bolt of lightning struck down, turning a parking lot into a crater. Whoa. That must be the League. Beatrice took the lead. As they drew closer, the trio started to notice the scope of the battle. Several heroes scattered throughout the battlefield. Each of them faced their group of summons. At the center of the enemy forces, a large pyramid had grown from the ground surrounded by a transparent yellow shield. At the top, the wizard they assumed to be Woden floated cross-legged with closed eyes. The strange object around his neck glowed with fury. Beatrice's sweat dropped. Are you seeing what I'm seeing? An ancient temple unleashing an army of darkness upon the city. Suggested Tora. She slowly nodded back. Oh, okay. Just wanted to make sure. I swear, this place looks like a disaster movie. Heat Blast noticed a giant golem flowing with orange light, launching someone through 2 buildings. Some of them are having more trouble than others. We better split up. Tora's eyes narrowed. Ben, drop me off below, and we'll all try to help push the enemy line out of the city. Heat Blast started their descent and gave her a thumbs up. Everyone stay safe. Activate comms. Beatrice started charging her hands. This will certainly be one hell of a story. Atlantic City, New Jersey. The Flash sped through the city. He scoured several city blocks to help evacuate any remaining citizens. Barry activated his comms. Bats, I've cleared the last of the civilians. What's our status? He hears a loud explosion before the Man of Steel is launched through an apartment building. You okay, Soups? Superman, the Man of Steel, replied with a heavy groan. I've been better. Getting up, he stretched his arms. Lousy magic. Gargoyles and wraiths took to the skies as they targeted the sleek bat-shaped jet soaring above. The Batwing's artillery guns fired several missiles at a swarm while being chased from another squad. Batman, the Dark Knight, shook his head. Not ideal. The smoking entities behind him gathered flames in their jaws, ready to unleash. Suddenly, a pair of heroes with giant wings tailed the Dark Knight and the flying squadron. A simple mace crushed the opposition. Hawkman took a deep breath. This is getting old, Hawkman declared. I've taken out like 50 of those things, already. Beside him, Hawkwoman rolled her eyes. You're just mad that I'm still in the lead. Hawkwoman snarked before stretching her dominant arm. Still, you're not wrong. We need to pull the plug on this. Batman grunted in acknowledgement. It's clear Woden came prepared for the League's interference. The Batwing fires a hailstorm of projectiles at Woden's pyramid only for them to not even scratch the magical barrier. Flash ran towards the fray. No kidding. Batman pulled up higher into the air. I need to locate Zatara so we can regroup for a counterattack. Dodging incoming magical bolts, Flash vibrated his fist before punching straight into a golem's torso. I'll get Canary and Ga. He switched channels. Canary. Arrow. You copy. No response. Barry groaned before a loud screech echoed a few blocks down. Better than my car keys. Approaching the area, Flash witnessed his friend cleaning up the last of the block. They heard a growl from above as a stray gargoyle dived for them. Dinah looked at the thing with an annoyed expression. Before the beast could attack, a blur flies by, freezing it solid before fracturing into pieces. First round's on me. Flash and Dinah turn to see the Emerald Archer jump down from his vantage point. Late as always, Flash. Green Arrow loaded another explosive arrow just in case. So, we got a plan B or what? I'm not an expert on this magic crap. Batman didn't tell Flash the precise details of the plan. We're working on getting Zatara back, but we need to get everyone together. Suddenly, the trio hears a chorus of inhuman wails coming from above. Taking a battle stance, they readied themselves for another wave of summons. To their surprise, lumps of flaming entities crashed around them as they burnt to ash. Breathing a sigh of relief, Arrow called out to no direction in particular. Thanks for the help, Soups. However, a much deeper voice replied. You're welcome, but I'm not Superman. The trio's eyes widened before turning above. They were not expecting a flaming bipedal rock monster. Remembering the invasion 7 years ago, Green Arrow quickly fired an ice arrow. Fire Lord. Fire what? Heat Blast's eye sockets widened. He leaned out of the arrow's trajectory before attempting to land. The sonic screams following him did not make it easier. Touching down, he quickly put his hands up as the speedster ran toward him, ready for a punch. Hold your fire. Hold your fire. To Flash, the world slowed. He reared a fist back, but as his eyes took in the newcomer, he noticed the familiar green hourglass badge on its chest. Realizing his mistake, Barry stopped his attack halfway, almost tripping over himself. What the heck? Rath's friends with an Aplexian. Arrow and Canary readied for anything behind the alien. Turn around slowly. Heat Blast complied. Whoa. Chill. He motioned his flaming hands as non-threateningly as possible. Green Arrow raised a brow. Seeing the universal hand gesture for surrender, he lowered his bow. Ironic. So you aren't Fire Lord? Asked Canary. She saw the report of the League's first team up. Heat Blast turned to the woman before staring in mild shock. Her hair was blonde, but he recognized her face and physique from their spars and hangouts. When the hell did Dinah become a superhero? No, I'm not. He kept a straight face, telling himself that he would talk with her later. Arrow turned to Flash. Who the hell is this guy? Flash pointed at the alien's chest. Judging by that symbol, he's with Wrath. Now that the tension settled, Heat Blast nodded in relief. Pretty much. You mean the tiger luchador-looking alien? Canary walked up to him and eyed Heat Blast. That's so. I haven't seen you around Central City. Far from there right now too. Arrow nodded skeptically. Right. Just to be clear, you're on our side. Yes, I am. Heat Blast huffed. I can say it all I want, but I doubt you'll believe me until after we clean up this mess. By the way, call me Heat Blast. Flash chuckled. Fitting. It's more of a code name. Where's Wrath anyways? Is he here too? Heat Blast dismissed it. He's got his mission at the moment. Sure, drawled Canary. Getting back on topic, interrupted Arrow. We have to regroup with the League for a coordinated counterattack. Hopefully, you can make it easier to deal with all the monsters. The speedster smirked as he pointed to the Pyronite. By the way, where's that mini-you that Wrath mentioned? Asked Heat Blast. I would have thought you brought him along to this. He and his friends are staying behind. Flash frowned a bit. We disagreed before I left, and I didn't want him caught up in all this. A nearby empty building toppled over. Heat Blast nodded. I see what you mean. In that case, I have good news. The Pyronite smiled. I brought help. Canary raised a brow. Who? Fire and Ice. She remembered meeting them in passing at the watchtower. Canary thought about their powers set. Would you look at that? You fit right in. The alien hero laughed. Just some of the time. The others didn't understand what he meant. Heat Blast placed a hand to his chin. I wonder who they're with right now. Several blocks away. A tall red robot with a blue cape flies upward. Red Tornado evades several thrown objects. Jean, the probability of our success is slowly decreasing. His hands become cyclones as miniature tornadoes sweep the area. Down below, a tall, green-skinned humanoid turns transparent as the strong winds and numerous creatures phase through him. I am aware of our current predicament. Martian Manhunter pushed out his hands, sending more enemies into the torrent of wind. Several wraiths and golems crash into each other like a blender, leaving only debris and ash. Before Tornado could send out another series of cyclones, his radar pinged, detecting incoming bogies. Turning in their direction, he noticed a familiar trail of ice and green fire approaching. Our probability of success has risen dramatically. Manhunter didn't notice the arrivals until an entire wave of summons became trapped in thick sheets of ice. Not missing the opportunity, Jean focused his telekinesis, releasing a wave of psychic energy. The frozen evils didn't stand a chance, shattering to bits. The Martian looked to the sky and smiled at the sight of ice raining down attacks. It didn't take long for him to remember who is always close by. His expression grew nervous and fearful as balls of green flames scorched the earth around him. Wraiths screamed in pain as gargoyles pushed through the fire. The summons, attempts to escape the fire were to no avail as ice trapped them in several frozen barriers. Red, fan the flames. The Emerald Beauty called out, continuing her barrage. Red Tornado outstretched his metal arms and complied. Each cyclone fed oxygen to the fire, burning brighter and hotter. Feeling the immense heat, Jean phased through several walls to evade it. He drew heavy breaths, safe from the danger. He waited a minute before feeling out for the women. Phasing through the walls back to the street, Get gazed at the scorched earth. The area had been cleared, leaving molten slag behind. Looking back up, he saw Red Tornado greeting the reserve members. Tornado shook Beatrice's hand. Thank you for the assistance, Fire. No problem, she smiled. It's why we signed up for the gig. The robot greeted Tora as well. It's a pleasure to work with you once more. Ice sighed. I hope we can take care of this soon. Looking down, she saw Jean. Oh, hey, Martian. The green man calmed himself before nodding. Hello to you as well. Floating down, Beatrice waved to the senior member. It's a good thing we got here. Everything is chaos. Martian Manhunter looked at the fiery woman before turning away slowly. Yes, it is. We must get going. Come Tornado, Ice. Fire. As the senior members took the lead, Beatrice crossed her arms in annoyance and turned to Tora. What's his problem? Her best friend simply shrugged. It's been a while since they last met. Maybe it's a Martian thing. With that, the heroes moved out to help the rest of their comrades. Meanwhile at Cadmus, a gray creature sits on one of the desks in an expansive lab as Desmond paces across the center. Finally slowing as 7 screens come down from the ceiling. All 7 are active, but instead of pictures, white outlines counteract the blue background. Dr. Desmond, you require an audience with the light. A man's voice asked, anger clear in his tone. Yes. I'm sorry to disturb you, the doctor replied. Just make your report, another man's voice spoke up, annoyance clear in his tone. His outline had an oval-shaped head. Of course, Desmond said quickly. Well, we had a small fire, here at Project Cadmus. The origin is still unclear, but I've heard rumors that it was caused by a cigarette. The screen with a smooth outline growled. This is why I was against smoke breaks. Full labor unions and their asinine demands. Let it go, L. We've heard your rant numerous times. That's why I control my men with strict discipline, the feminine figure replied. Continue, doctor. Anyways, the fire attracted the attention of 3 young men. A sly smile grew. Robin, Aqualad, and Kid Flash penetrated my security. They went deep into the facility, found, and released the Superboy. Of course, the Superboy is under my control and, as ordered, turned against his would-be liberators. His attitude went giddy. The 3 are currently restrained, and we don't believe the League knows they're here. With that, he finished his report. The room went silent for a moment as they noted the doctor's change in tone. Yes. Thank you for telling us. How do you plan on dealing with them? Asked the gruff voice, unnerved about his tone. Now comes the climax of the conversation, why he called them. The grin turned much more malicious. Shall I repeat what I did last time? I can't wait to get my hands on those boys. I'll be able to pull things out of them that they never knew he had. Once again, the room processed the request and the possible undertones. Ah, sure. Just dispose of them after, the deeper voice commands with a little uncertainty. Leave no trace behind. Desmond only smiles sadistically in response. Don't worry. I'll be sure to suck them dry. He turned around to leave the room. The white figures in the monitors went silent. We were talking about cloning, right? God, I hope so. Who was in charge of hiring him? The white figure with devil-like horns raised his hand and giggled. With Heat Blast. After giving Heat Blast a brief rundown on Woden, Flash scouted ahead while the others followed behind. Arrow turned to their new acquaintance. If we're gonna stand any chance, we have to find our heavy hitters. Heat Blast nodded. According to Google, there are supposedly gods among you guys. That true? The sky flashes with light before thunder crashes in the distance. Black Canary waved a horizontal hand. Well, yes, but actually no. It's complicated, summarized the archer. Suddenly, Flash zoomed in front of them. Quick! I found more of the others. He dashed back into the fray. As Heat Blast flew after him, the Omnitrix symbol illuminated. Uncatalogued DNA has been detected nearby. Knowing what would happen if he allowed the Omnitrix to continue, Heat Blast quickly replied. Please hold off the scanning process until I say so. Understood, replied Azimuth. By the time the trio caught up with him, they had found a blond man in an orange scale mail tunic, dark green leggings, and golden gauntlets stabbing into the stone beast with a trident. Above, a man in a red costume with a lightning bolt logo grabbed onto two gargoyles before slamming them into the ground. Not wanting to be left out, the trio made their moves. Blaze Rush. Heat Blast threw his hands back and propelled himself forward. Landing in the middle of a large group, the Pyronet charged up. Solar Flare. A brief burst of flame lit up the entire area, leaving molten shells of the summons. Seeing the newcomers, Captain Marvel dropped down to Black Canary. Thanks for the assistance. He pointed a thumb at the living torch. Who's the new guy? He's an alien, she replied before screeching in another direction. The captain looked back at the hero and smiled. Cool. The group made their way towards the central spire, fighting many minions. As much as Ben wanted to speak to Dinah, now wasn't an appropriate time for personal stories. The Justice League slowly pieced itself together, even meeting up with Fire and Ice's group. Heat Blast introduced himself to the likes of Wonder Woman, Captain Atom, the Green Lanterns. By the time Batman flew by with the Hawks, Azimuth was preparing genetic scans and analyses. He was most interested in the species cohabiting the Earth. It was surprising to see an Emerald Hard Light vehicle arrive. With the Dark Knight landed and updated on the situation, Batman gave each group specific orders to trim down the opposition. However, he was still suspicious about the newcomer. Several pairs teamed against large stone giants, more swarms of gargoyles and wraiths, and squads of artificial paladins. Heat Blast spun himself around in the air, building up momentum with his arms before firing a flaming tornado at a paladin that caused a massive explosion. Not stopping, Heat Blast moves through midair and grabs a golem before using his free arm to propel himself. He spins himself and his target with thrusters until he gains enough momentum to slam the magical swordsman into the ground forcefully. Collecting himself, Heat Blast took note that if this kept up, the beasts would overrun them. Turning his head, he notices Green Arrow bashing down on a wraith with his bow, his quiver empty. Several more wraiths came over with mouths charged up and ready to fire. In response, Heat Blast ignited his arms and rocketed toward him. Dinah noticed as well and called out to him. Ollie. A blast of purple and green light filled the area. When the smoke cleared, Dinah was both confused and relieved. In place of Heat Blast was a large green turtle shell. Its arms and legs wrapped protectively around the archer. The hell? She looked at the two in disbelief. When the new alien released him, Green Arrow got a better look, also confused. What happened to Heat Blast? Terraspin rubbed his head with a flipper nervously. Ha ha ha. Surprise. Dinah and Arrow shook their heads, deciding to save it for later. I demand an explanation when this is all over. Yeah, we all do, added Dinah. Captain Marvel touched down to check up on the archer. I'm glad you're okay, man. He looked at the alien with the same symbol on his chest. Whoa, you turned into a turtle. Are you like a Martian or something? Terraspin raised a brow. Martian. Before he could answer, Wonder Woman called out to them. I've found Zatara, but he's in bad shape. Following the voice, everyone made their way towards the pyramid. They soon came across a smoking man in a magician's suite crumpled up in nearby rubble. The warrior princes carefully pulled him out before setting him down on the ground with the others on guard. With Dr. Fate currently in retirement, normally the League's own master of the mystic arts could deal with him all by himself. But with the mystic amulet of Auden around his neck, it was simply too much for him on his own. But even with the help of his superpowered friends, this was proving somewhat difficult. Suddenly, every creature went still. Their glowing eyes slowly dimmed before collapsing into an empty husk. Ah, did we win? Questioned Hal Jordan, putting down his ring. As the last minion fell, the pyramid released an enormous beam of light from its peak into the clouds. Jon Stewart groaned. Why did you have to say that? The light at the apex of the pyramid faded. Zatara's eyes fluttered before he gagged. Seeing his teammates, he went somber. I couldn't stop him. I'm sorry, the magician muttered. Greetings, peasants. The being known as Woden stole their attention, floating down from his temple. Terraspin noted his light blue skin and red eyes. Woden was adorned in crimson robes with several golden lines, appearing like circuitry. The heavy aura of arcane energy permeated from him. The devil-horned hairstyle accentuated his presence. Woden looked down upon the League like ants. You know not what stands before you. The power of the sun is mine to command. From Terraspin's communicator, Azimuth warned, he's building up critical energy. Eyes widened, Terraspin grabbed onto the injured mage and gestured to everyone. Everyone take cover. Gusts of wind pick up as Woden floats higher into the sky. He laughed maniacally with surges of magic flowing through him each second. Everyone got out of dodge, braced for impact, or constructed their barriers. Several explosions raged across the battlefield. From a collapsed building, Terraspin vented the dust out of his shell. Thankfully, he could handle magic. Placing down Zatara, he asked the man, what the hell just happened? Zatara looked at the turtle creature and coughed up a bit of blood. It took a while, but Woden managed to unlock the amulet of Auden's power. I tried to cut off the ritual, but I wasn't strong enough. Now, he has the power of an Egyptian god. Remembering documentaries from the History Channel, Ben knew how serious that sounded. Terraspin looked at the floating wizard crackling with magic, thrashing against Captain Marvel in the distance. Well, shit. I might have to bring out the big guns. Green Arrow stood next to Batman and Dinah safe in a bubble shield with a strained John and Hal. Dryly, he turned to their leader. So, Bats. How's that plan B coming along? All he received back was a deep glare. Half a second before the bombs dropped, Flash raced to the rooftop of a distant high-rise and out of danger. Woden threw spells in several directions. The speedster sighed, seeing his friends taking up arms once again. I'm really glad that the kids are safe back at the hall. Meanwhile, 3 teens were trapped in pods as they looked down at their captors. You won't get away with this. The yellow speedster exclaimed. If we don't get out, the Justice League will bring this place down. Dr. Desmond smirked. Oh, you mean this place that's secluded and deep underground? Where there's no one nearby for miles to hear loud noises, like say someone screaming. Aqualad nodded without hesitation. Yes, exactly. In contrast, his friends grew worrisome. I don't like where this is going, stated Robin, discreetly taking out his lockpick. Desmond shrugged. You won't like what I'm about to do either. It's too bad for you fine young boys that all the heroes are away. Kid Flash went a bit pale. Robin, I don't feel so good. The doctor chuckled. I've been told that I tend to have that effect on people. Now, stay still. He stepped over to the terminal, typing out several commands. It's your first time, so I might be gentle. Drift away as I penetrate deep inside you and suck out your life juice. We need an adult. Robin smiled weakly, his right hand desperately trying to unlock his restraints. Desmond grinned at them innocently. I am an adult. His finger pressed down onto a large red button. Omnitrix DNA entry. Name: Terraspin. Species: Geochelone aereo. Home world: Aldabra. Powers and abilities. Geochelone aereos can retract their heads into their shell, where an opening in the shell serves as a viewfinder. Their fins become triangular and their legs combine into a similar triangular shape. Geochelone aereos can blow a powerful wind from the holes in their shell while also using their triangular shape arms as propellers, allowing varied powers such as creating winds and spinning themselves at high speed. They can use this blowing ability to fly. Their appendages rotate with their shell, staying static and suspended when flying. Geochelone aereos also have super strength. This species also has selective mana and magic immunity. Geochelone aereos can learn to use magic. Earlier, Gotham City, July 4, 1615 Eastern Daylight Saving Time. Harley pushed open the apartment door before crashing on the couch with a groan. Pam came after, taking a seat to the left. Did you really have to down all that food? The blonde raised her arms. It was an all-you-can-eat special. They were calling to me, Ives. The steak, the shrimp, the butter, it was so good. Her stomach grumbled in discomfort. Oh, why didn't you stop me? Ivy shook her head. I tried, multiple times. I said to pace yourself or have some of my salad, but you said, it's a holiday. I can treat myself however I want. Past Harley. You always make my life harder. That's one way to put it. Ivy handed the TV remote before walking to the kitchen. I'll check if I have any antacid tablets. Thanks. Harley lazily flipped through the channels before landing on a familiar face. Summer Gleason stood on the grass with several families being thawed or chipped from ice. Tragedy struck this 4th of July as one Mr. Freeze began his reign of terror. As many people were shot by his signature freeze. Thankfully, the Caped Crusader and his young ward put a stop to him. We have more details after the break. Huh, I thought I heard his name at the other table. What was that, Harles? Ivy called as she dug through the drawers. Nothing much. It looks like Freeze went out and got caught again. It's the middle of summer. He usually waits for the fall. What the hell is doing in this heat? Don't know. Kinda weird for Freeze to terrorize people. He's usually robbing places. It's not in his profile. You really need to stop profiling us, considering you're also one of us. What can I say? Old habits die hard. Hey, you ever think I should start my own crew? I run solo most of the time, so I don't think I'm the right person to ask. Soon, the sky and the room began to dim, leaving the girls confused with only the TV partially lighting the room. Who turned out the lights? The girls looked out the window to see the entire city darkened. Slowly, street lights illuminated, showing many concerned citizens. This can't be good, Pam stated dryly. Harley waved her off dismissively. Nah, I'm sure the Justice Dweebs has it covered. Atlantic City, New Jersey, present. Terraspin looked at the floating wizard crackling with magic, thrashing against Captain Marvel in the distance. Well, shit. I might have to bring out the big guns. Just as Wotan began chanting another spell, Wonder Woman caught him in her lasso to slam him into the earth, cratering the ground. Pulling himself to his feet, Tora struck him with icy blasts, keeping him in place. Aquaman followed up, striking his chest with a trident, sending him flying through another building. Seeing the opening, Hal constructed 2 jets before unleashing their arsenal down below. It didn't take long for the entire building to explode. With the pause in fighting, John released the shield around some of the members before flying up to his. Was that really necessary? Complained John. Hal shrugged. It worked, didn't it? I think he disagrees. Captain Marvel pointed at the rubble slowly rising. Below, Wotan's eyes glowed in fury. Such insolence will not go unpunished. I will have my retribution. He raised another barrier around him, and the material divided and coalesced, changing shape. 10 godly wizards stood in front of the league. All of them grew smirks as arrays of magical beams and lightning rained from above. I know. If this keeps up, we'll miss the free food and fireworks, added Captain Marvel. Beatrice looked at him incredulously. That's the only problem. Her flames sped forward only to be pushed back by a gold barrier. Captain Adam frowned at the current situation. His earpiece buzzed before a gruff voice spoke. Captain, we are requesting a sitrep. General Eiling, it's not looking great. Wotan doesn't seem to budge, and I haven't been authorized to remove my limiters on domestic soil. This asshole blocked out the sun. I've got calls coming in and people online claiming it's the apocalypse. I need you and your associates to nip this in the bud before it gets worse. The Pentagon is currently at DEFCON 3. If not, the Defense Council will make the final decision. Pray that we don't have to. Captain Adam nodded. Don't worry, sir. You may not like the League all that much, but I trust them with my life. The general sighed. That's what I worry about sometimes. Keep us posted. The atomic hero flew back into the fray, landing an energized punch against one of the duplicates. Meanwhile, in a damaged building, Terraspin protected the magician from any stray debris. He patted the old man on the cheek to keep him awake. Come on, wizard guy. Please tell me you had a plan. A cough left him. Just let me rest, creature. His eyelids started to flutter. A weak smile crept to the man's face. Your words remind me of my daughter. The turtle raised a brow. Your daughter? He slowly nodded. Yes. He blankly stared in the air. It's been rough since we lost Cinderella. Seeing where this was going, Ben planted both flippers firmly on his shoulders and looked him in the eyes. Man. Pull yourself together. He shook the man a bit. You can't say that and then leave her too. Realization dawned on the tired man. No. He gasped for air. I can't. She knows no one else besides. Constantine, he hissed out the name like poison. Terraspin blinked at the shift in tone. Ah. The Magi grit his teeth, sparks fluttering in his core. Constantine. Ah. Ben took a step back. Zatara struggled to his feet, denying help. He looked to the ceiling in protective fury and screamed. Constantine. After taking several ragged breaths, he muttered to himself. Slowly, the wounds around his body started to close. The man winced in pain. While the bleeding stopped, the flesh was still senstive. Zatara was running on fumes. He turned to his companion before chuckling. It'll be a cold day in hell before I let that fool raise her. Terraspin was just as confused from the start. Do I want to know? I'll save you the trip to hell by saying no. Zatara waved him off. Now, there is a way to stop Wotan, but I cannot do it alone, especially the way I am now. We must regroup with the others. Terraspin smirked. On it. In an instant, the strange being changed once more. A flash of light later, a reddish pterodactyl-like creature wearing a green harness stood. You are a changeling. The man tilted his head in slight confusion. The new alien shrugged. Sure. Why not? With that, Astrodactyl grabbed onto the Magi with his talons and flew to the war zone. So far, the League was not having a good time. Everyone once again fought in groups, but they were losing ground. From the sidelines, Batman, Dinah, and Arrow sprinted around the battlefield taking potshots and commanding the members. Bats. Oliver fired another explosive arrow, giving Diana an opening to uppercut. They're kicking our asses, and I'm starting to run out of arrows. Not all of us have an extra weapon cache in the trunk. Your concerns are noted, but we still don't have enough information to properly take him down. Do this incorrectly, and we'll be either killed or in the dark for the rest of history. As if answering his question, a voice shouted from above. Incoming. They looked up, ready to fight. Oliver raised a brow in confusion. What now? A large bird creature with a jetpack swooped down to their location, setting down the previously mentioned mage. I got a wizard who can solve all our problems. Dinah took a breath at the sight of Zatara. You had us worried there for a sec. Batman narrowed his eyes with a batarang in hand. Who are you supposed to be? His gaze drifted to the green symbol on its harness before he put his arm down. Were the turtle, a shapeshifter? Pretty much, shrugged Astrodactyl before waving to the others, hey guys. Dinah and Oliver helped support the exhausted man. Glad to have you with us again, Z. He smirked at the alien. Thanks, man, bird. No worries, the alien waved off. How are things here? Dinah rubbed her neck. Not good. We're lucky that you brought fire and ice along. Bruce shook his head at the newcomer. We'll deal with you later. In any case, Zatara may hold the key to ending this. If you say so. Ben turned to the elderly father. So, Gandalf, what's the plan? Zatara sat down in relief on a concrete block. Well, the first step is to break Woden's connection with Aten. The second step is to drain him of his magic without blowing up the entire city. Canary frowned. Yeah, that would be very bad. Oliver rolled his eyes. Easier said than done. I assume there is more to this plan, continued Dinah. Indeed, Zatara smirked and coughed. If we're going to win this, we're going to need Flash, the lanterns, and a distraction. He continued to elaborate on what needed to be done. Batman, you're assisting me in calculations and navigation. The three of the heroes in front of him smirked. Dinah crossed her arms. I think we can get that done. It's risky, but it's a shot we'll have to take. Batman put a hand to his communicator to relay the plan. Meanwhile at Cadmus, the tops of metal arms broke apart into 4 fingers, 2 prongs on the tips of each one. With no hesitation and a slight electrical buzz they plunged the prongs into the boys. All 4 screamed out, which only increased as the fingers began to pull on their insides. The screaming never gets old, Desmond said wistfully. He turned around only to see the anthropoid shadow coming out of the darkness. Ooh, he gasped, taken off guard. Lurking as usual. You've learned a lot from me. Anyways, get the genomes downloading their memories. When that's done, pacify the source material. For disposal. Yeah, sure. Let's go with that. Suddenly, a boom that echoed through the containment room, catching Desmond's and Guardian's attention and turning it back to the door, which is being crinkled as Superboy removes it. He held it over his head with ease. As he did, the torture device's power down. Then he threw the door away and stalked into the room. Desmond, Guardian, and Double X all made their way towards Superboy. What the? I thought I told you to get back to you, Desmond began, but was cut off as Superboy's right hand swiped him away. His left hand took out both Guardian and Double X. Guardian got thrown into the wall while Double X and Desmond hit the ground with a thud. Superboy stood tall and glared down at Desmond. Don't give me orders, he nearly growled. He then stood in front of the teen heroes. Please tell me you're not gonna kill us. Kid Flash relented. Superboy declared to the redhead, come on me if you want to live. Calder shook his head, only now clearing his head from the pain. What? Go where? Kid Flash stared at the clone with a shocked expression. I changed my mind. Death is starting to sound like a very tempting offer. Robin paused his lock-picking to look at the clone. Don't you mean, come with you? Superboy blinked in confusion. Why? What did I say? Wally cringed. Dr. Desmond was in charge of your Flash learning, wasn't he? The clone nodded. Yeah. How did you know? The speedster groaned. Just a hunch. I don't follow, replied the Atlantean. Just forget it, Aqualad. I'd rather not have that conversation. Robin managed to get his wrist restraints open, then jumped from his pod. Ah. Finally. He says, annoyance in his tone as he rubs his wrists. Lucky Batman isn't here. He'd have my head for taking so long. Seriously, that's what you're worried about? Kid Flash groaned. We just got caught by a super suspect doctor. I'm not even sure if he was using metaphors or not. That doesn't include the whole league having our heads after tonight, he snapped angrily. Robin shrugged. Still better than Desmond having our asses. Literally or figuratively. Yes. Wally deadpanned his best friend. Rob. Just get us out of this thing. Atlantic City. Hawkwoman flew back as a mystical typhoon whisked her into the street. Getting back to her feet, she lashed out and struck true with her mace. A loud clang echoed through the block, and the entire arm tore apart. In return, the duplicate grabbed the mace and swung her body through a minivan. Hawkwoman clearing her throat through the injury. Can we please go back to the rock things? In the background, red and green figures traveled all around the city. On the bright side, fewer targets, remarked Wonder Woman as she came up from behind Hawkwoman. Her lasso restrained a pair of hands, redirecting a spell downward. The magical explosion consumed the immediate area. While the copy was strong enough to harm itself, the body started to piece itself back together. Doesn't make them any less annoying. Coming through. Wonder Woman backflipped as a brown creature with a familiar symbol opened its mouth and unleashed an energy blast at the copy, staggering it back. Fire flew alongside him and smirked. About time you returned. So, what do you call this guy? The avian gave his version of a smile. Astrodactyl. With a wave of his claws, energy whips projected out. Twisting his wrist, the two strands of energy shot outward to Awoden. Crossing his arms heavily, the two fakes crashed into one another. You all heard the plan. Yeah. Tora swept out a wave of frost, trapping two Woden copies in thick ice. While she punched one of the makeshift statues to shards, Beatrice turned up the heat, attempting to melt the fakes into slag. Unfortunately, while their material glowed red, their movements didn't stop. Tora barely had time to erect a barrier before being struck by lightning. At the center of it all within a golden shield, the true Woden maintained a meditation position, channeling energy from his medallion to his pawns. Just outside the barrier, a red-clad hero unleashed his might. Shazam! A great bolt of lightning shook the block, arcing all over the place. However, the shield only shuddered. How did that not work? Growled Captain Marvel. He slammed his fists into the shield in anger, each hit created distortions. Woden opened his eyes. You have been blessed by great beings, hero, but I have a direct line to one. Woden crossed his arms and separated the NHB. Just as Marvel was about to strike another blow, he felt something wrap around his leg. Looking down, he sees the feet sinking into the ground. Ah! Before he could fly upward, he was quickly pulled underground. Astrodactyl's eyes widened at the man's disappearance. He was about to chase after the guy. Someone tugged on his arm. Diana shook her head. Don't worry. He'll be fine. It'll take more than that to stop Marvel. We have to follow Zatara's lead. Over the comms, the man in question spoke. So this is what being buried alive feels like. Itchy. Ben shrugged at his calm tone and continued to stall time. The copies motioned to attack only to be halted by a loud screech that echoed through. The familiar blonde fighter advanced forward. Sliding down a stretch of ice, she released another scream as it staggered the metal body. Astrodactyl hovered nearby in surprise. You would be killer on karaoke night. Dusting her coat a bit, Black Canary smiled. Been a while since I was banned. Tora made an ice wall to cover their rear. If we make it out of this in one piece, we're celebrating. Nathaniel stood back to back with Red Tornado, holding off their own partners. Yeah, well if we don't fix this and fast, the military's gonna. He was cut off by his league communicator going off. Yeah, what is it? He deflected a punch and countered back with a kick followed by an energy beam. Superman. He turned his gaze to the Man of Steel. While he looked roughened up, he still pulled his weight with assistance from Aquaman. He's managing. You want me to do what? How? He paused in his stance before dodging another blow. You do realize how dangerous that is, right? Fine. He turned around. Tornado, cover me. The android's lower half accelerated along with the gales coming from his palms. The artificial tornado masked both heroes from view. The sensors in the android went off as he detected rising radiation levels. In Captain Atom's hands, atomic and quantum energy coalesced, and then a yellow star was born. The intense glow filled the area with light. It's ready. A translucent green hand descended from above and wrapped around the star. Soups, heads up, called out Hal. The energy extended to the Man of Steel and wrapped around his torso like armor. The star was positioned right over his symbol. The effects were instant as Clark's eyes shimmered and his muscles tensed. With a shout of adrenaline, several Wotans were forced off his body. I feel great. Superman felt better than his old self. He quickly caught the punch one copy and slowly pushed it back. Clark's eyes glowed red, unleashing heat vision into the fake head. Astrodactyl and the other heroes glanced at the rejuvenated Superman. He certainly looks better, commented the alien hero. Ha ha. That's more like it, laughed Aquaman. He pulled a fist close to his chest as a wave of water carried an unsuspecting drone. He thrust his trident with immense strength, only managing to pierce a few inches. Nathaniel smirked. You're welcome, Soups. Any more, and I risk giving people skin cancer. Thanks for the courtesy, scoffed Green Arrow over the radio. A distance away, Manhunter increased the density of the fists before bashing Apon's chest. In response, a circle of flames engulfed the green hero. The burning sensation raced through his body, screaming in pain. He didn't know how long he was aflame until the pain stopped. He rubbed his singed face and arms in surprise before looking up. Above, Beatrice just finished absorbing the flames. Don't worry. I got ya. Jean breathed heavily while recovering. Thank you. She simply smiled and nodded back. That's what friends are for. The Martian smiled back, getting ready to fight once more. The battle continued for a while until all their comms rang. Flash and John finished the connections. Keep them in the area. Zatara yelled. Zatara clapped his hand together before pressing them down against a line in the dirt. Nerefo Ruo TPECCA. HTARWSNS EHT Morph Su Eraps Redum HTRAEHT Yam. Instantly, green light spread through the markings in an intricate pattern. If one were to look from above, the entire city was engulfed in an incantation circle designed with several geometric shapes and Greek symbols. As the light completed the incantation circle, every copy of Wotan, including the original, screamed in pain. Feeling the source of the torment, they attempted to flee further to the skies, but the Justice League would not let them escape. A fist burst from the ground, uppercutting a minion and revealing the missing marvel. Each member attempted to restrain the villainous wizards. Wonder Woman grabbed her tiara and launched it toward a rusting copy. The projectile sliced at its leg before returning to the princess. With him slowed, she threw her lasso to reel him back to the circle. Don't let any escape. Wotan's golden shield began to falter, flickering as magic was literally pulled out of him. No. He fell to one knee as he tried to accumulate magic in his hands with little success. Astrodactyl landed in front of him and wrapped his whips around him, binding the villain's legs. Dude, just give up, so we can get on with our lives. You're only making it worse for yourself. Martian Manhunter followed up with a passive expression. Our new friend is right. Please, surrender. The foreboding feeling slowly crept. Weak, helpless, vulnerable. The world around Wotan shifted to that of a dark cavern lit by fire. Wotan looked up at the wall, only to see a shadow loomed over with malicious intent before pouncing on its prey. Wotan screamed in anguish, nails driving into the skin and bleeding. Not again. All around him, the copies deteriorated to scrap, and the heroes started to gather at the ready. He will be mine. Batman pulled out restraints from his utility belt, but just as he was about to cuff him, Wotan slammed his skull into the dark night. With blurred vision, Wotan wrapped his bloody hands around the amulet of Atem. The artifact absorbed the crimson liquid and vibrated erratically. Quote exclamation mark. Eid. With that one word, all eyes widened. In a flash, a burst of gold and green blinded the area. Tora stood still, waiting for an attack that never came. Cracking open one eye, she saw her hastily made barrier. Not all the Leaguers had some form of protection or enhanced durability. As the light faded, everyone got a view of a new creature. They saw a muscular black being with one green eye, two antennae, a tail, and the familiar symbol on his chest. Several of his appendages had metal tips that made contact with Wotan's body and the amulet. Wotan strained to hold on, but each second, his strength was fading. His last spell was supposed to vaporize at least half of the heroes, but the gods were not on his side. The menacing aura around him diminished. He stared at the changeling in front of him with utter contempt. Wotan's chance at revenge fell from his grasp once again. Almost had us there, but you're gonna need to be faster than that. Having drained enough of the volatile energy, Feedback unplugged himself from the villain who clung to his chest for air. Feedback felt the magic course through him, gathering a bit in his hands, and he smirked. Oh, yeah. Time to give this planet a recharge. His various contacts plugged themselves into Zatara's seal as it dumped the godly energy into the planet's biosphere. The circle glowed brightly. Across the country, all the plants grew a bit taller. A certain swamp acquaintance and Redhead felt the equivalent of a brief acid trip. When the transfer ended, Feedback stretched his arm and smirked the defeated Wotan. Gotta hand it to Zatara. The guy's a miracle worker. Above, the mass shadow disappeared, revealing the orange sunset on the horizon. That was a close one. Arrow got out from behind Clark and readied his weapons. The archer leveled a tired expression. Done yet? Wotan simply looked up at them before collapsing on the ground. We'll take that as a yes. A tired Zatara limped to him before securing runic bindings. So much potential thrown away once again. As much as I would like to banish you to the Nether Realm, the UN will decide your fate. Fire walked up to stretching Feedback and nudged him in the elbow. You sure know how to make a good impression. Ice came up on his left and smiled. Not how I would spend the holiday, but it's still exciting. She glanced at the others coming by. Wonder Woman, Superman, Batman, Green Arrow, Captain Marvel, John, Captain Atom, Hawkwoman, Hawkman, Manhunter, Aquaman, Flash, Red Tornado, Black Canary, Zatara, and detained Wotan walked to the trio. Captain Atom breathed a sigh of relief on his comm. The threat has been neutralized, sir. I repeat, the threat has been neutralized. Thankfully the higher-ups didn't get the chance to blow them up first. As the Justice League walked forward, none of them seemed to notice the infrared scans. Within the Omnitrix, Azimuth was intrigued by the DNA samples of this universe. Such strange developments in their evolutionary line. Superman opened his mouth to greet the trio, but he was cut off. Dude. That was so cool. Exclaimed the godly man-child. Up top, Captain Marvel emanated friendliness. Feedback smiled in return. Yeah. The two clapped hands. You weren't bad yourself. What happened after you got dragged down? Asked Feedback. Marvel scratched his head. I got pulled down deep. Like way deep. What's that place under the crust called again? The mantle. Yeah, that. Marvel wiped his forehead. Too hot for my tastes. Anyways, we saved the city. An exploding car sounded in the distance. Well, most of it. We really trashed the place. Just as Ben considered turning into clockwork, someone interjected. All is not lost, my friends. Zatara held up the amulet of Aten. Even after the ritual, there's still enough residual magic in the ley lines and the medallion for one more miracle. He held the artifact with reverence as he chanted. Quote exclamation mark. YTICEHT Riper OT Rewap Rui ESU EU Yam, Net A. A few seconds later, the entire city glowed bright yellow. Slowly but surely, pieces of buildings floated back into place. Dented metal bent back into place. In minutes, the entire city was back to normal. Seeing the relatively pristine city, Oliver laughed. Ha! Who needs insurance when you have wizards? While Hal was happy about the repairs, he sulked at a realization. Are you telling me that we could do that anytime we wreck the city? Do you have any idea how many court orders I got before joining the League for property damage? You're lucky that a certain someone was able to settle those for you. Wonder Woman turned a glance to Bruce, who turned away. How many times must I remind you that I'm a magi? Completely different. You're a man who makes magic happen. That's good enough for me, shrugged Oliver. Ahem. A cough caught their attention back to the rest of the League. The miniature sun and green armor have since faded away, and the Man of Steel walked up to Ben with a relaxed step. I've heard a little bit about you from my friends. We were having trouble here, and I'd like to thank you, Fire, and Ice for helping us stop Wotan. We were in the area when things got dark, so we decided to help out, stated Tora. Beatrice smirked. What are reserve members for? Can't let the bad guys ruin everyone's day off, added Ben. The Man of Steel held out his hand. Superman. Ben smiled back. When I'm like this, you can call me feedback. He reached out and the aliens of two different worlds shook hands. Well, feedback, you seem like a nice guy. Fire and ice seem acquainted enough with you. Heroes stick together. He clapped his hands with dirt. So, who's down for dinner? My treat, offered Ben. I'm down for that, answered Dinah. It'll be a good chance for us to talk, Heat Blast. She crossed her arms and gave feedback a knowing smile. The alien hero chuckled meekly. I did promise an explanation. Oliver rubbed his neck. After all that happened today, I could use a drink right about now. Captain Marvel beamed. You're buying. Sweet. It wasn't likely that the beach celebrations would start back up any time soon, and he was starving. Hal and John shared a look before shrugging. We could eat. I think the only ones available now are bar style the next town over. One by one they were all hopping on board to eat out. Red Tornado didn't mind tagging along if just to socialize. I'm going to have to take a rain check on that, replied Zatara while rubbing his back. Diana nodded. I'll be taking Zatara to the hospital to get looked at before I drop off Woden to Bel Rev, but I can meet up with you all later after I make sure he's okay. Batman was about to chastise everyone until his communicator started blaring. Yes, what is it, Gardner? What do you mean the kids are gone? Yes, this is your fault. We explicitly asked you, yelled Batman. Hold on, I have another call. We're not done with this. What? Excuse me. Okay, we're heading there immediately. Everyone was now staring at the now upset hero. What happened now? Complained Dinah. Batman gave the group an irritated look. Our wards snuck out, and Cadmus exploded. It doesn't take a detective to know what happened. Feedback blinked in amusement. Huh. Just like the old days on the Rust Bucket. Omnitrix DNA entry. Name. Astrodactyl. Species. Turbosaurian. Home world. Terradino. Powers and abilities. Astrodactyl is capable of flying through the aid of his jetpack, and with his retractable wings proving stability for this ability. He can create a propulsion blast from his jetpack using some kind of internalized star power to enhance his flight. Astrodactyl's star power can be used to create different forms of weapons, the most common weapon being energy whips. Astrodactyl can use his star power to fire an energy beam from his mouth. Astrodactyl possesses enhanced strength, strong enough to carry and lift a cerebrocrustacean with his prehensile feet. Astrodactyl can survive in the vacuum of space. Name. Feedback. Species. Conductoid. Home world. Teslaver Nebula. Powers and abilities. Conductoids have the ability to absorb and redirect any kind of energy from any source. This ability is refined to the point that feedback can redirect energy at point-blank range. They absorb energy through the conductors on his antennae, tail, and fingers. Any stored energy can be used to generate electrical charges, which can be used as ranged attacks or to empower his punches. By joining hands, they can fire an energy blast. By projecting energy behind them, they can fly like a jet engine. Their antennae can be used to sense radio signals. Washington, D.C. When the Justice League and their new companions prevented the would-be apocalypse, they honestly wanted a short break. Unfortunately for them, dinner had to wait. At the moment, they were all following Jon Stewart and the other members he carried. The other Green Lantern offered the Flash a lift, but the speedster decided to run there. At the moment, the recently transformed Astrodactyl was carrying ice while flying alongside Fire, Captain Marvel, and Wonder Woman who was carrying Zatara. Come on. Please. Begged Captain Marvel. Ben huffed. Like I said the past 5 times, you'll just have to wait until we eat. The caped man frowned. Fire said that you met the Loch Ness Monster. Ben looked back at the flying woman who averted her gaze. And I told her it was a different lake monster somewhere here in the States. Wonder Woman chuckled with a smile. I must admit that is a very tempting story to hear. The alien hero shook his head and looked at the elder mage. How are you holding up? He breathed easy in Diana's hold. I'll live. My little girl just won't be happy about me being late for our neighborhood block party. Marvel raised a brow. Wait, you live in a regular neighborhood. How do your neighbors not recognize you from the news and stuff? Zatara gave him a humorous look. Magic. Then he raised a brow in return. Isn't that what you do as well? Oh, yeah. Me too. The man of many gods nodded back. Wonder Woman smiled. Don't worry. As soon as we are done with this Cadmus incident, I'll get you checked out. If all goes well, you can spend the rest of the night with no more interruptions. Beatrice started flying on her back, resting her head on her arms. So, what do you think happened with the sidekicks? Tora raised a brow. And what exactly is Cadmus? I was wondering the same thing, added Astrodactyl. Cadmus is a genetics research laboratory, the Amazon answered. Ice blinked. That doesn't sound so bad. The alien narrowed his eyes. Wait for it. Ice nodded along. Ah, I see your concern. I keep telling you guys, Luther has changed, retorted Marvel. I hear he's working with international relations now. Diana smiled softly at him. I'm aware of that, Marvel, and while I'm happy you are giving him the benefit of the doubt, some of our members still have reservations if his motives are true. I know, relented Marvel. I guess we'll see what drew Kid Flash and the others to Cadmus, argued Astrodactyl. From there, we'll see if Luther did anything or not, concluded Fire. Looking ahead, Astrodactyl pointed at a large pile of rubble in the middle of the city. I take it this is supposed to be Cadmus. Descending, Ben could recognize the protégés from the news except for one. Robin, Kid Flash, Aqualad, and another teen stood in front of the remains of the research facility, each having their fair share of injuries. He whistled at the sight. Wow. When Batman said that they blew up the place, he wasn't exaggerating. His eyes drifted to the strange being still covered in rubble. Who the hell is that? Superman was the first to land in front of the teens, and the rest of the heroes followed. As Diana set Zatara down next to Astrodactyl, she saw the mentors walking up to their wards. I believe we should let them talk first. Captain Atom nodded in agreement. He pulled out his communicator and started calling local law enforcement so they could begin a joint investigation of the incident. The Flash walks up to his nephew and brushes the dust off his shoulders. You all right, kid? Kid Flash returned a wry smile. Yup. That's good. The Scarlet Speedster clicked his tongue. So, it seems that you three have been busy tonight. He looked at Superboy and then to the hulking being. Who are your new friends? Superboy steps up first, gaining scrutiny in Superman's eyes, but not stopping as he lifts the torn front of his suit, revealing the same S that is mirrored on his own costume. Superman's eyes widen in shock, while Superboy's features soften. The Man of Steel continued to open and close his eyes as if this was all a dream. Superman's gaze turned confused and worried. Superboy mirrored the expression as well. In the back of the large group, Oliver, knowing Clark's age, snapped his fingers. Supes had a prom night baby. As soon as Oliver said that, there were several whispers going on in the background. Dinah glanced at Oliver. I don't think that's what happened. Maybe the girl never told him about the baby, replied Astrodactyl. Hal crossed his arms. It's like one of those episodes of Maury. Super Herring made their banter very clear for Superman. He started massaging his temples to control his developing migraine. Why me? Batman rolled his eyes at the other's assumptions and turned his attention to the boy wonder. Robin, is that what I think it is? He doesn't like being called an it, corrected Kid Flash as he stepped up and gestured his left hand to face Superboy. Superboy took a breath. Superman is inside of me. That one sentence seemed to shut everyone up, causing most of them to make disgusted expressions. Robin pressed his face into his hand. Dude. Don't say it like that. Superboy frowned at his new companions. Why? I have another man's DNA inside of me. Superboy, Calder, Red Tornado, and Captain Marvel had no idea why the others were upset. Batman groaned at the constant misunderstandings. He's Superman's clone. The other heroes look on in shock and realization. Meanwhile, Clark groaned at how easily they believed he was a teen father along with the other bombs dropped on him. Batman's eyes zero in on the four teens. Start talking. Superboy opened his mouth before the others could. They came here because of the fire, but it really started when they entered the basement and met me. Dr. Desmond, he pointed to the large unconscious man, took them from behind, tied them down, and tried to suck them dry. Everyone went wide-eyed at the teen's explanation. The doctor did what? Robin and Wally tried to correct them only to get cut off by Calder. Yes, that is all true. Immediately, many of the heroes wanted to rush over to the doctor and pound him into the ground. Flash was doing rapid-fire stomps on the man's arm an instant. Unfortunately, he was barely making a scratch on the durable skin. He yelled several curses about the man at high speed. Dinah leaned over to Martian Manhunter with her own glare. I may need to bring out the therapy doll. Bruce sighed at those around him. This is going to be a long night. 1 hour later, everyone seemed to calm down after repeated assurances that they weren't violated in the basement. After talking with the cops and dropping off Blockbuster, a lot of the adults really needed to blow some steam. Checking his texts, Ben answered a few from Harley asking if he was okay. She replied back that she was fine and that it ended up being another day in Gotham City for them. She said that Ivy was sick for a moment before getting back up feeling much more refreshed. At the moment, they were out and about in the city. Batman walked up to Astrodactyl with his usual bat glare. While we appreciate your assistance today, it would be in your best interest if you met with the League later this week to discuss your future activities here on Earth. Ben turned to Fire and Ice, who gave their nods of approval. It seemed they knew what he was talking about. Sure, he replied. Come to the Hall of Justice on Monday at 5 p.m. sharp. We would like to share a few words. Okay. With that, Batman, Captain Atom, Hawkman, and Hawkwoman went their separate ways. The rest of the League hit the town. Wonder Woman would get Zatara checked out before meeting up with them later. Thankfully, a nearby bar was more than eager to accommodate the heroes who saved the city. As much as Ben liked being an alien, he preferred relaxing in his own skin. Right outside City Tap House Penn Quarter, he reverted back to human. Instead of his normal appearance, the Omnitrix left him in his black, green, and white uniform and digital face mask. Many of the heroes were surprised by his new look. Is this what you normally look like? Asked Dinah. Something like this. The uniform is still a work in progress, answered Ben in a digitized voice. Diana raised a brow. So you're a human. Listen, we can all talk in depth when we get inside. So, what do we call you? Asked Jon Stewart. I guess I've been putting it off for a while now. He shrugged. For now, I suppose you can call me Ark. Short and simple until I think of anything different. Once they all got seated and ordered, Dinah and Flash were the first to start asking questions. Ark, who exactly are you? Asked Black Canary. Yeah, and what's with the different transformations? Added the speedster. Right. You know how I told you and the others that I was an alien. Yeah. Well, that is partially true. I'm also part human. How did that happen? My grandpa fell in love with an alien after saving her from getting kidnapped by a different alien. Green Arrow chuckled. Sounds like one of those early sci-fi movies. Green Lantern smirked. I've romanced many girls from other worlds. Jon Stewart rolled his eyes and snarked. Yeah, and how long did those last? Not very long. How are you able to transform? Asked Manhunter. That's actually a bit of a secret. He looked at Fire and Ice across the table. For most of us at least. Come on. They know, but you won't tell us. Complained Captain Marvel. It was a bit of an equivalent exchange of secrets between us, explained Ark. We can't show off all our cards at the start. Am I right? While most of them accepted the answer, Ben threw them a bone on his hero activities. He talked about some of his adventures from when he was 10. There were so many to list that he didn't get a chance to think about his teen years. And that's how I made friends with a lake monster, concluded Ark. Hal took a gulp of his beer. It's hard to believe you started at 10 years old. Dinah bit into a fry. I'm impressed. I didn't start my training until my mid-teens. I'm pretty sure Robin is only 12 or 13. To be fair, I've made my fair share of mistakes at that age. A 10-year-old with the power of different aliens led to many misadventures. Captain Marvel bit into his slider. You're not wrong. I still can't believe your grandpa is Santa Claus. Was Santa Claus? We saved the town and stopped me and my cousin from staying as elves. Diana was amazed that such a holiday device could be built. Flash laughed. You saved Christmas in the middle of July. That's one way of putting it. Dinah snorted. Still, you named one of your aliens 4 arms. He shrugged. I was 10. Since then, the name has kinda stuck. He fulfilled my 10-year-old dream of being a professional wrestler, without the soap opera stuff. They all continued to get to know each other better. Eventually, they started talking about some of their more recent issues. Ark patted Green Arrow on the shoulder. Sorry to hear about you and Speedy. The Archer sighed as he took another shot. Where did I go wrong? Meanwhile, Superman took one himself, knowing he couldn't get drunk from it. My old partner Rook had our differences, but we eventually worked it out. If anything, Speedy probably needs time to cool off. I know. He's an adult, now, and I can't force him to stay. You shouldn't have gotten his hopes up about becoming part of the League, answered Aquaman. Diana sipped her tea. He's not wrong. It's a very serious commitment and responsibility. Yeah, interjected Fire. Ice and I are just reserve members. Even Speedy has more privileges than us. Hal smirked at Ark. It's likely the same reason Batman asked you to come by the hall. I'm being called in for a job interview. Something like that. If you don't screw up, you'll be on probation before you become an actual reserve member like the girls. That seems nice. Ark turned to Superman, who stared at his drink. Everything okay? Dinah sighed. He's still hung up on the new addition to his family. In fairness, Cadmus created him for the sole purpose of fighting Superman, argued John. Not the best first impression. I see. Ark turned back to the sulking man. So, how does it feel to be a father/possibly mentor? Superman rubbed his eyes. I don't know. I'm not ready. This is all just happening too fast and out of nowhere. It's all so confusing. The burn of alcohol was just a temporary relief for his troubles. Ark nodded along. Well, if it's any consolation, at least you're not the last Kryptonian anymore. Maybe you can toss the football across Metropolis or dive the Mariana Trench, he joked. Superman looked at him annoyed. Too soon. Yes. As entertaining as that would be, we now have to worry about any other people trying to make weapons against us, remarked Martian Manhunter. Who knows if they attempted to clone any more of the League. They already tried it on the kids, remarked Flash. If it wasn't for Superboy defecting, they might have been replaced without us even knowing. Ark sighed with a frown. You have a point there, but your wards seem to handle themselves well enough. Superman rested his head in his arms, still in his own anxious state. Seeing this, Green Arrow ordered a round of drinks for everyone. Come on, guys. The world may be tough now, but we always pull through somehow. Things have certainly changed for us, but that's life. He raised his glass and looked at Ark and Superman. To new friends and new beginnings. Everyone in the room smiled and did the same. Cheers. For the time being, they set their problems and did their best to relax. Even as a drunk, Green Arrow would beat the others at darts. Arm wrestling was fun until Hal accidentally broke a table. They finished off the night with a bit of singing. As good as Dinah was performing Whitney Houston's I Will Always Love You, Martian Manhunter killed it with his celebrity impressions. He pulled off Diana Ross and Lionel Richie's Endless Love without a hitch. Monday, July 5th, 1:05 Eastern Daylight Saving Time. By this time, everyone had already left the bar and made their way home. Who knew that lantern rings could cure drunkenness? Much like before, Ben walked with Beatrice and Tora to their hotel room in their civilian clothes. I gotta say, everyone was pretty cool tonight. If anything, I hope we get to do something like that again. Fire winked. Are you sure about that? You lost most of the games. He laughed. I wanted them to know the real me. Also, I was not expecting Diana to do so well in bar trivia. She is like 80 years old, added Tora. But she doesn't look a day over 25. We really need to ask about that Amazon magic. Fire pulled out her key card and opened their door. She turned around and hugged him, and Tora did the same. Thanks for coming all the way out here with us this weekend. I've said it before. I would regret not spending more time together. Ben placed both hands in his jacket pockets. So, this is it, huh? You two will be heading to Europe in about 18 hours. Beatrice smirked. We've had fun this past month. It's been nice while we were back in the States, smiled Tora as she rubbed her forearm. I feel the same way. Ben smiled at the duo. I guess I'll see you guys off at the airport. The trio knew that their time together was a brief thing, but the girls wanted to end it on a high note. Beatrice and Tora gave each other sly looks before grinning in agreement. Both of them grabbed Ben by surprise and pulled him into the room, shutting the door close. Hall of Justice, Washington, D.C. 1645 Eastern Daylight Saving Time, Monday, July 5, 2010. Across the world, the Hall of Justice was known as the headquarters of the Justice League. From what Ben heard, their HQ used to be secret, but it was discovered a few years back, so they had to move and decided to go more public. It was about an hour ago that he saw Tora and Beatrice off on their flight. They certainly know how to leave a lasting impression. I hope they have fun in Europe. The uniformed hero observed its grand marble structure. Much better looking than the Pentagon. Turning to the steps, he saw several families taking pictures on the steps to the building. When Ben first arrived on the grounds, he got a few worry looks from visiting parents. Unsure who he was supposed to meet, Ben went with the direct approach, entering the hall. Immediately, the guard by the door noticed the masked individual and radioed it in. Please advise. We have an unknown super on the premises. You know that I can hear you, right? He called in again. The super is getting snippy with authority. Officer Johnson walked up to the man with suspicion. Can I help you, sir? Ben sighed. I'm not here to cause trouble. I have an appointment with the League. Johnson raised a skeptical brow. Oh, really? Let's see if you're on the list. This way, please. The officer led the alien hero past reception and toward the administration section. There, a Caucasian woman with green eyes and long black hair worked at her computer. He cleared his throat, bringing her attention away from the screen. Oh, Officer Johnson. How can I help you? Looking behind the guard, her eyes widened at the masked man. Colbert blinked at the innocent behavior. Hi. She turned back to the officer. I see that we have a unique visitor. I hope to God that we aren't about to get held hostage again. Are we having any issues? She asked nervously. Johnson crossed his arms. He says that he has an appointment with the League. I'm sorry. Did I come at a bad time, Miss Catherine Colbert? She carefully replied. I'm Ark. I have a 5 o'clock appointment. I see. She started checking her work calendar and found a new entry from yesterday. Reading it, she raised a brow. I believe this is the right one. Johnson huffed. Looks like you weren't lying. Again, why would I do that? The officer crossed his arms. You'd be surprised by the upstarts that try to sneak in here during the day hoping to pick a fight with the League. Johnson placed a firm hand on the young man. Stay out of trouble, you hear? I know Superman. With that, the officer started walking back to his post. At the admin section, Ark sat quietly, not wanting to upset anyone by accident. He saw other workers leading tour groups, and a few stares were sent his way again. It was interesting how the supposed HQ was partially open to the public. Maybe there's a secret elevator to an underground bunker. Catherine called out his name. I got a response. Someone will be here shortly. Like clockwork, one of the security doors opened, revealing the representative, Wonder Woman, or rather Ambassador Diana. Instead of her uniform, she wore business attire. Seeing her new ally from yesterday, she smiled. I apologize for the wait. The session at the UN took longer than expected, and the others still have business to take care of. Ben waved off her worries. Don't worry. It's fine. Being both a government official and a crime fighter must take a lot of your free time. Similar things can be said for your friends. She chuckled at her life as both an Amazon princess and a superheroine. After many years in service, one learns better time management. Ark checked if there was anyone in earshot. So, how's Superman handling the new edition? Similar to last night, sighed the princess. Not that great. That bad. He should really talk to someone about that. Don't worry. We have a friend working on that. Anyways, I welcome you to the Hall of Justice. She gestured to the building around them. I've seen pictures of it before online, but it's much different in person. I gotta say, though, it really does look more like a museum than a heroic headquarters. Diana shook her head in amusement. You're not the first to say that. Much of the building is dedicated to educating the public on the history of our relationship with world leaders. Ben hid a wry smile under the mask. I don't suppose you could give me the tourist experience. The princess rolled her eyes in amusement. Well, it wouldn't hurt to educate a possible reserve member on our founding and principles. We still have to wait for the others to arrive. Seeing Ark's expression, she elaborated. You will be interviewed by me as well as 3 other League members. Ah, I see. In that case, I'm all ears. Lay it on me. Wonder Woman nodded in approval and led the alien hero to the first room lined with bronze statues of several heroes. At the base of each of them was a plaque with their aliases and a personal photo and autograph. The second one wore a cape with a high collar and a domino mask. His tunic had an emblem of a classic oil lantern on the chest. The next one wore a golden helmet that covered the entirety of his head. He wore a long, high-collared cape, fastened with 2 large buttons. Beneath is a shirt with an oval set in the chest. He also dons a large belt with a circle in the center, and pants with boots. One wore a regular suit and tie with a cape and a fedora. He hides his face behind a gas mask. The last human wore a monochromatic unitard with a cat-shaped hood with large lenses. It had tiny cat ears and a nose. The bandage around his fists and wrists signified the American boxing background. The final figure was a familiar one, Red Tornado. He looked exactly the same years ago as he did just the other day. I'm still surprised that someone built an advanced android in the 1940s without any alien technology. Makes me wonder what else the world made during that time. Wonder Woman smiled nostalgically at the figures. The JSA's origin began at the early years of the Second World War. I've heard a few snippets on the History Channel, but it must have been a shock to everyone at seeing superheroes for the first time. Indeed, seeing someone who can fly and break the sound barrier caused a major shift in society. Foreign powers thought so as well. The British informed President Franklin Delano Roosevelt of German Chancellor Adolf Hitler's plan to dominate all of Europe through rather supernatural means. Wait, are you telling me that Raiders of the Lost Ark was based on a true story? That's one way to use the draft. She shook her head. It was entirely voluntary. They could have said no, but they accepted the opportunity anyway. That goes to show their dedication. Ark blinked in thought. Is there any relation to the other Green Lanterns I met? Diana chuckled. Interestingly enough, no. While both share similar abilities and names, their origins are different. Now, it wasn't until later that the known as Dr. Fate joined the crusade against the Axis powers. Ben nodded solemnly. Must have made a huge change in the tide of the war. You're not the only one to think that. With the rise of superheroes came the rise of supervillains. President Roosevelt knew their foreign involvement was inevitable and proposed that they become a formal team to protect America's home front. Thus, the Justice Society of America was born. The duo walked up to a large mural of everyone gathered on the White House lawn with FDR. Once the society was established, they started helping more domestically than overseas. Makes sense, nodded Ark. After introducing superheroes to the nation, you want to show what they can do for society and attract people of similar ideals. Indeed, while there were other heroes appearing in the States, very few were able to join the society. In another corner of the room, they saw a statue of a masked woman holding a flame with both hands. Below, her plaque stated the following: in loving memory of Firebrand. She gave her life to save another. She will be lost but not forgotten. Ark noticed the Amazon's forlorn expression and connected the dots. I'm sorry for your loss. Diana sighed. It has been years, but the feeling still lingers. She was a noble soul. She took a breath and spoke again. Come, let's move on. The two would continue through the rest of the museum wing, getting absorbed in the history. Members came and went. War pushed our heroes to the front lines. Wonder Woman and her people reconnected with the world. The World War may have ended, but the JSA was still under threat. The group returned to being the JSA, but they were under fire of allegations of communism. Politics and the threatening of civil liberties ensued. Even though the Justice Society instead elected to disband, the public never lost faith in their heroes. Several ex-members of the JSA continued to serve the people on a smaller scale. It took more than 50 years until another group of heroes banded together against a global threat. In the trophy room of the hall, Ben examined the 7 extraterrestrial husks through the plexiglass. Each case had their respective designations: Golden Rock, Wood King, Stone God, Crystal Creature, Fire Lord, Glass Man, and Mercury Monster. So, these are the jerks giving Wrath and Heatblast a bad representative. Within the Omnitrix, Azimuth analyzed the remains, comparing and contrasting with samples already in the databanks. I apologize for any confusion between you and the other members. Ben waved off her concerns. No harm done. I've had to deal with my fair share of alien invasions. Really? Diana raised a brow in surprise. That would have been an interesting story to share with us over drinks last night. Ark sighed. Some of them are more complicated than I would like them to be. He shook his head. In any case, tell me about the day you all saved the world. Diana noticed the deflection, but she didn't press. It was 2003 when they arrived. Each one descended on a different part of the country, overrunning entire city blocks to construct strange towers. In turn, Superman, Batman, myself, Flash, Green Lantern, Aquaman, and Martian Manhunter went to investigate. Unfortunately, they started attacking on sight. While some of us were busy fighting, Batman and Green Lantern were able to figure out the purpose of the pylons. They were all transmitting hyperspace coordinates. They couldn't complete the invasion with just the 7 of them. They needed reinforcements, deduced the alien hero. Wonder Woman smirked. Thankfully, Batman and Green Lantern traced the signal back to the receiver just before the signal stopped. Realizing that their plan was in jeopardy, all 7 invaders converged at the landing zone with all of us on their tail. How did the first team up with you all go? At first, it was rocky. Upon reaching the interstellar warp gate, we inadvertently got in each other's way. It took Batman's and my own commanding demeanor to get us organized. Understanding the basics of our skills, we split into groups to hold off the Aplexians and to disable the teleporter. Thanks to our coordination and timing, we succeeded. On the verge of defeat, the aliens left their physical bodies and retreated back into space. Ark blinked in surprise. So they got away and are still out there. Sadly. Last I heard from the Lantern Corps, they are still on the run with their homeworld being monitored. Since that little success of ours, we collaborated more often. By the time 2006 rolled around, we'd expanded and went public as the Justice League, commissioning this hall. And now, I have the opportunity to become a part of it. We'll see. Her phone buzzed, and she read the notification. It seems the others have arrived. We can get started now. Exiting the museum, Wonder Woman scanned her key card, opening the door to her office. Inside, there was the center desk along with 3 heroes in their own respective chairs: Black Canary, Green Arrow, and Green Lantern. Seeing the familiar faces, Ben smiled. Hey, guys. They all exchanged greetings before shifting to a little small talk. I would have thought Batman would be here. Gaul laughed. That's what I thought too, but apparently a lot of crap went down in Gotham during the eclipse. Bats found a lead on a cold case he's been working on and will be busy for a few days, added Canary. I like to think that he just trusts to be good judges of character, shrugged GL. Diana cleared her throat and took a more professional mannerism at her desk. Now that introductions are over, are you ready to begin your interview, Ark? Ask away. Central City. 11:30 Eastern Daylight Saving Time, Tuesday, July 6, 2010. Harleen forced a smile on her face for the customer on the other side of the counter. Again, ma'am. We do not sell caramel macchiatos or any other coffee. We also have tea. If you like, we have some fresh dragon fruits for. The mother in her mid-30s raised a fist in irritation. What kind of Mickey Mouse establishment is this? The 9-year-old next to her sunk her head into her hands. Mom, please. The store is called Mr. Smoothie. At least the kid seems to know better. Harleen couldn't help but imagine strangling the mother. The woman waved the child off. Quiet, honey. The adults are talking. Well, one of us at least. She stuck a finger at the cashier. I demand to speak to your manager. Oh yeah, you want to speak to the manager. A sly grin crept onto Harleen's face. Well, guess what? I am the manager, and I'm asking you to leave. She huffed in indignation. Why? I never. I am a Yelp Elite member. I will ruin you. She grabbed onto her daughter's wrist. Come, Jenny. We're leaving this hussy and her dump of a shop. As the two walked out of the store, the kid mouthed a, sorry, to the worker, waving goodbye. Harley rolled her eyes and waved back at the child. As soon as the door closed, she collapsed against the counter. God, I hate people like that. The backroom opened, revealing Ben against the door frame. I must say, you handled that better than I expected. He chuckled. Although, this is my first time hearing about your promotion to manager. Ben shrugged. Kinda. I still try to be nice to them, but I don't accommodate unreasonable people. What about the fake reviews? Don't worry. If I find any fakes, I can sometimes find their picture. From there, I match it up to the security tapes. After I report it to the admins, they usually remove it. Smart move. I swear I would have strangled that fool. She made the hand motions only to notice Ben's flat look, but I didn't. Not with her kid there. Right, that's the issue I had with the strangling. How about you have an early break while I take over? She sighed in relief. Thanks. Harleen dropped onto the shop's couch by the window. Ben started wiping down the counter. I'm surprised that you're feeling this stressed already. I thought you blew off some steam during your weekend in Gotham. He paused. Actually, I don't think you told me what you guys did. What's fun in Gotham this time of year? Harleen went stiff at the question before straightening herself a bit. Well, we did some bird watching, flew some kites, and tried one of those escape rooms. Unknown building. 1945 Eastern Daylight Saving Time, Saturday, July 2, 2010. A man in a green suit decorated with a question mark appeared on the monitor. Welcome to the think tank. Riddler grinned wide. If you don't find your way out in time, you'll either lose your life or your mind. In the middle of the dim room, Harleen and Ivy stood, staring irritatingly at the man. Thanks a lot, Harles. The blonde raised her arms in indignation. Oh, come on. How was I supposed to know it was a trap? The Riddler rolled his eyes. I was saving this for the Batman, but you'll do well for a trial run. Besides, Penguin asked for a favor. I would have thought he would have taken a day or two to recuperate his resources. You two blew up his most recent shipment and escaped on kites. The monitor showed a recording of an explosion at the Iceberg Lounge. His reputation and profits took a serious hit because of you. Oh, he started it. Yeah, well, I'm ending it. He gestured through the screen. If you look behind you, you will see several doors leading to different rooms, each with a different theme and array of tricks. Kinda. Riddler shrugged. Less overcoming your personal struggles and more mind games and bodily mutilation. Harleen crossed her arms. Nigma, I've read your file numerous times in the past. I know how you tick. It's never the obvious answer. Also, you cheat, like a lot, added Ivy. Personally, I don't really care if you two live or die, but I don't feel like cleaning up your bodies when Batman gets his turn. Harleen deadpanned. This helps us how? Okay. Fine. The Riddler held up one hand with the other on his heart. I promise that I'll go easy on you and not cheat. There. Happy. Ivy rolled her eyes. Yeah. Real reassuring. Whatever, Riddler. We'll play your games. The blonde smirked. In fact, I'm sure we'll get out of here in less than an hour. The redhead pressed her face into her palm. I just wanted to have a good time this weekend, and that full well doesn't include dying. So, there's no way we'll lose to you. We don't need you. Ivy covered her friend's mouth. We'll take as many as you can give. Very well, but I doubt you'll be able to find the exit. Begin. The door opened, and as soon as the duo entered, it locked behind them. Ivy saw a potted plant, thinking it would be their easy ticket out, but it turned out to be plastic. In the corner of the room, a TV displayed several question marks. Immediately, Harley opened stuff randomly. Ivy kicked away the broken vase. Harley, what are you doing? I'm trying to find the key to the door, duh. Well, yeah. But, we're supposed to work on the other locks first. Do you even know how these things work, let alone solve an escape room? Harleen dismissed the concern. So what? Joker and I robbed a Thinker Toys last year. I don't think this is so different. It's a miracle that we made it out of there alive. We must have used God knows how many hints. I think at one point Nigma just wanted us out of the building. That last one was a mind bender. We improvised some stuff on Sunday, but it was nice. What did you and the girls end up doing? Oh, man. We ate out a lot. I'm a sucker for food. We ended up doing a lot of tourist stuff in the first 2 days. We were at the beach when the whole eternal darkness thing happened. Considering how dark it normally is in Gotham, about half the city didn't care. The other half decided to have fun in the chaos. The GCPD hasn't been that active since the Arkham incident. Ben ignored the voice in his head telling that Harleen and Ivy were part of that other half. Well, you came back in one piece, and the city didn't burn down. That has to mean something. Ye of little faith. She placed a hand dramatically on her heart. You wound me. He chuckled. Yeah. The governor put us in a state of emergency. Everyone had to stay indoors until the situation ended. So much for their last day in the States. Thankfully, we found a way to pass the time before they had to leave. Oh, I'm sure you did. She scoffed. What are you on about? Hey, don't think I haven't noticed that dumb look on your face when you got back. Ben groaned in irritation and slight embarrassment. Come on, Harleen. She resisted a laugh. Hey, I ain't judging. I'll have you know that I was talking with a group that's interested in my services. Oh, really? The blonde raised a brow in skepticism. You met sponsors. How'd that go? Something along those lines. I'd like to think it went pretty well. They said that they would give me a call after some more checks. Hall of Justice, Washington, D.C. 1750 Eastern Daylight Saving Time, Monday, July 5, 2010. The 4 representatives of the Justice League took their respective seats in front of their new recommendation. Black Canary placed a smartphone on the desk. For our records and future reference, do you consent to have today's interview be recorded? Ark shrugged. I'm fine with that. Thank you. Diana handed him a packet of paper. Since the Justice League has a charter with the UN, they have provided their own set of questions in addition to our own for the recruitment process. I must warn you that some of them are rather blunt. Green Arrow nodded. It's important that we reiterate that this is an interview, not an interrogation. You are free to answer or not answer any questions that you feel are uncomfortable. We hope to understand your character better to see if you are a promising fit for the League. If things go well, we'll have you fill out any necessary paperwork, added Green Lantern. Canary brought up her clipboard. With that in mind, we will start with the simple ones and work our way up. Any questions? Ben thought for a moment and came up with nothing urgent. I think I'm good for now. Diana smiled. All right then. Why don't you start off by telling us a little more about yourself? Ga agreed. You've spoken of a few of your endeavors last night, but we still have questions. Considering your current uniform and alias, it's safe to say that you prefer to have a private identity. You would be correct. I have insight on what it's like to go public. Ben groaned at the thought of having another will harangue. It would be a weight off my shoulders to not have to deal with the media and interference in my personal life. That's perfectly fine, acknowledged Black Canary. It's important for people to be able to have a balanced lifestyle. Devoting oneself entirely to a single goal would be detrimental to relationships and possibly health. I agree, added Diana. People are more than machines. Even Red Tornado has Desras beyond his initial programming. So, could you tell us what it was like when you started in this line of work? Asked GL. Ark chuckled at the memory. Well, it all started when I accidentally set a forest fire. They raised a brow at his admission. As I said before, I was 10 at the time. During the first few weeks of getting these superpowers, my life stopped being ordinary. I started fighting all sorts of bad guys ranging from mad scientists, clowns, and alien bounty hunters. Clowns, repeated Ga with a snicker. Hal's expression went stern. Wait, what bounty hunters? His thoughts went to the Guardian's most wanted list showing a gray alien with dreadlocks on a flying motorcycle of all things. Ark held his hands in defense. In that order, it was an evil clown that practically tried to steal the souls of me and my family. The quartet stared at him blankly from the declaration. I know. It sounded weird to me too. I'm starting to see Bat's paranoia regarding Joker now, thought Green Arrow. As for the hunters, one wanted to mount my pelt on his wall, and another cut my left hand off. Eyes drifted to the still attached appendage. I was able to get it back on. Lantern shook his head. All right. Let's move on. We've seen a few reports of your work in Central City, and you seem to be doing well. With that in mind, why do you want to join the League instead of staying independent? Ben leaned back against his chair. Whether or not you have the power to change the world, fighting on your own can leave an empty feeling. I've had family and friends by my side, giving me different perspectives or even pointing out my mistakes. I'd like the opportunity to work with others again. I understand the sentiment, replied Arrow. Helping Star City was a difficult task. I started building up my own little group. Once I met with League, we started sharing advice and resources. Things have been much more positive since. Yeah, my old partner Rook was really by the books, but I would trust him with my life. Speaking of perspectives, how would you describe your morals? We would like to know how you see right and wrong. Dinah coughed into her fist. On a more sensitive topic, have you committed any criminal offenses? Ark raised a brow. Am I including vigilantism? For the sake of this interview, no. He started listing things off on his hand. Let's see, trespassing on a military base to stop a time wraith. I technically entered Egypt illegally when I crash-landed after fighting a ghost and a knockoff Frankenstein in space. Not for the last time did the four heroes look at their recruit in surprise or disbelief. Oliver stood from his seat and walked to the nearby liquor cabinet. I think now's a good time for a quick drink. Central City. 10:24 Eastern Daylight Saving Time, Thursday, July 8, 2010. X tapped his foot with eyes narrowed at the supervillain now tied up in front of him. Let me get this straight. You wanted to defeat the Flash. The captive wore an orange and blue striped shirt and a midnight cape. His pants were half orange and half yellow with blue polka dots. Exactly. For I am the trickster, his greatest archenemy. Uh-huh. The alien hero blinked. I was just walking down the street, and I saw something sticking out from behind the warehouse. He gestured to the Rube Goldberg machine of assorted objects and weapons. Lo and behold, I find you stuffing a bowling ball into a turkey. Yes. It is one of the ways that I will overpower the Scarlet Speedster. He snapped his fingers. I never had a chance to set up the crates of Orbeez and marbles. Before Ben could reply, the familiar speedster finally arrived. X. I got your call. Thanks, Flash. X pointed a thumb at the trickster. We were just talking about you. A yellow blur soon followed with the red-headed teen from before coming in. I came as fast as I could, Flash. Ben smiled. Hey, it's Mini Flash. Hearing the name, the protege frowned. It's Kid Flash. No one gets to call me Mini Flash. Yeah, only I get to do that, declared the trickster. Ben raised a brow. Am I missing something here? Flash apologized. He's got a medical condition. We know who to bring him to. He walked around the contraption for a bit. I have to say, James. This might have been your most complicated work yet. The villain smiled. Thanks, Flash. That means a lot. That's not a good thing, replied KF. He looked over X. So you're the new guy. Yup. Nice to finally meet you. Flash has said a lot about you. The teen laughed. Good things, I hope. He mentioned how you kept crashing into walls when you first started out. I figured. Kid Flash rolled his eyes. I heard how you helped out the League against Woden. You turned into a bunch of different aliens and kicked his butt. Man, I wish we could have joined you guys. I mean, I helped, but it was Zatara that really took control of the situation. It was a battle of magic, after all. X noted the tone, but he didn't press on the matter. Meanwhile, James was chatting with Flash. I was really hoping we could try it out later today, but never got a chance to finish. That's for the best, really. We'll take care of you in a bit. Flash turned to X. On lighter news, the League finished going over the paperwork, and they want to see you again today about your probation membership. Ben smiled. That sounds like good news. The Scarlet Speedster turned to the teen as well. We would also like to see you and your friends as well. Kid Flash stopped taking apart the contraption, holding a turkey with a bite taken out of it. You guys are actually keeping your word about giving us more freedom. Something like that. Batman will explain it better than I can. Flash walked over to the trickster and picked him up. The two became a blur, and a few seconds later, Flash returned, dusting his hands. Kid Flash gave a thumbs up. Great. Let's get to the alley. Ben blinked at the teen. What? Soon, Flash, Kid Flash, and X stepped into the derelict-looking phone booth and disappeared. However, they never noticed a man in a Victorian lab coat standing on a rooftop not that far away. He tapped his cane against the floor. It seems things are all coming together. He checked his metal right hand. I better not be late for the God of Knowledge. Who knew being let in here would lead to this? Checking his pockets, he pulled out a red fez. I hope my old friend is right about this sort of gift. I'm not sure if they are still cool. In an instant, he disappeared from this plane of reality. Mount Justice, Happy Harbor. 10:58 Eastern Daylight Saving Time, Thursday, July 8, 2010. The trio exited the portal to see cave walls and an assortment of advanced hardware. Several heroes were moving equipment and cargo. Kid Flash ran further into the cave. Whoa. This is so cool. X smiled as well. Nice place. You got here. Thanks. It's kinda old, but it'll do. Flash walked over to the other Leaguers. We still have time before the rest come, so let's help out with cleaning. Overhead, Green Lantern and Captain Atom lifted the last large pieces of equipment around the mountain. Batman stepped forward. This cave was the original secret sanctuary of the Justice League. Due to recent events, we're calling it into service again. Since you four are determined to stay together and fight the good fight, you'll do it on League terms. Batman gestured to the others. Red Tornado volunteered to live here and be your supervisor. Black Canary requested to be in charge of training. I will assign your missions. Wearing a pair of dark sunglasses, Robin spoke up. What kind of missions? Objectives will vary, but you will be deployed when the League is unable to respond, replied Batman. Flash spoke up from behind Kid Flash's right shoulder. The League will still handle the obvious stuff. There's a reason we have these big targets on our chest. The Cadmus incident proved that criminals are getting smarter, and the League can't be everywhere at once, continued Aquaman before turning his head towards Batman to continue the flow of conversation. That's why we've decided to try something new. Batman nodded and turned to Ben. After further discussion, we at the League would like to welcome you as a probationary reserve member. X smiled as the rest of the room congratulated him. Thank you for the opportunity to work with you all. However, what does all this have to do with me? He gestured to Mount Justice. As part of your probation, you will be shadowing the League's senior members for the next few months. I believe that assisting Black Canary in training, for now, would be beneficial to you and them. X nodded at the offer. I see. That doesn't sound too bad. I'll do it. Cool. Wait. Robin blinked. 5. Batman only looks over his protege's shoulder and they turn to see Martian Manhunter stepping out of the shadows with a green-skinned, red-haired teenage girl. This is the Martian Manhunter's niece. Miss Martian. Along with the other adults, Ben waved at her as another genetic sample was logged. She raises her left hand, giving them a small wave and smile, then a shy, hi. Kid Flash quickly introduced himself while skimming over the others. I'm honored to be included. Miss Martian clasped her hands in front of her to enunciate her point. Upon greeting Aqualad, she gave him a wide side high five. Was up. She then leaned back to the right while snapping her fingers. The Atlantean teen smiled. I am doing well. Thank you for asking. While Aqualad and Aquaman shrugged off the unusual greeting, the others in the room looked at each other with raised brows. Green Arrow leaned to Jean. Where did she learn that? Oh, she and I have been watching a lot of Earth television to understand the local culture, he whispered back. From what? The 90s? Yes, actually. They were highly recommended online. Elsewhere. Under a Cadmus reconstruction, Guardian spoke to Double X and the scientist from the Endeavor. Cadmus changes today. With Desmond out of the picture, the board has placed me in charge. He turns to the scientist. Dr. Spence, your acting chief scientist. No more genomes suppressing our wills. No more secret breeding projects. This is a kinder, gentler Cadmus. Double X ensured Guardian. Then I will of course help in any way I can, brother. Unknown to the group, the entire conversation is being watched. Ocean Master hummed in contemplation. Can the light afford to leave Guardian in charge without the genomes? Lex Luthor shook his head. We have a subtle means of control. What concerns me are the two new pieces on the board, the children and this shapeshifter. L7, did you know of Woden's plans? Clarion shrugged in indifference. I mean, yeah. It was supposed to keep the League distracted, but how was I supposed to know their kids would intervene? My interest in this shapeshifter and its possibilities, added the brain. Vandal Savage nodded. We shall deal with these new variables carefully. We may be able to use them to our advantage. Even the temporary loss of the weapon may prove useful. Eventually, everyone sees the light. Mount Justice. July 8, 12:30 Eastern Daylight Saving Time. Once the teens made their acquaintances with Miss Martian, both the teens and the adults either returned home or continued work within the cave. Ben had left the mountain to get supplies before he returned to the teleporter. Recognized. ARC CO10. Ben exited the yellow light carrying a few boxes. Just as he thought about what to set up, his eyes came across the room in front of him. There were several holes in the wall with broken furniture strewn around. At the center of the destruction was a crater. Superboy stood there breathing heavily while glaring at a small gray creature held in his hand. Miss Martian came running into the room not long after. I have many questions on what the hell just happened, but let me just say I am not cleaning this up. July 8, 13:11 EDT. After making a call, Red Tornado finally returned to the mountain, and as caretaker, he was busy cleaning up the mess. On the sidelines, Ark, Superboy, and Miss Martian sat around the table with the little gray creature sitting on it while munching on a celery stick. The clone had given them the general explanation for his outburst. It was a genome, a small, four-legged white creature with black stripes on its head, and short horns with red eyes. This creature caused him to experience the previous attack on the mountain by the Joker. Megan cooed at the little guy. Aren't you cute? She handed the little one a carrot which it took appreciatively. Ben examined the creature while Azimuth did his own studies. So, this is a genomorph. Superboy took a sip of water as he glared at the little monster. Yes. Ben shook his head. I know that I wasn't privy to what happened at Cadmus besides you, but this is pretty concerning. They created new species, and their top priority was to make an army of these guys. Azimuth grumbled within the Omnitrix. While the overall feat is impressive for this Earth's humans, as expected, they did a shoddy job with the DNA structure. It's no wonder they had to splice your friend Superman's genes just to get this stable clone. The clone sighed. There were classes of them, each with a different purpose. As much as I am annoyed, this is the same genome that helped with my flash learning. Megan patted the creature on the head as its horns glowed for a moment. I can tell he missed you. Yeah, well I don't. That thing was controlling me almost all the time, scoffed Superboy. Ben crossed his arms. I can't imagine why it would follow you here and make you see the psychic residue. Megan agreed. Even on Mars, cases such as this happen rarely. It must have been very traumatic to the victim of the previous break-in to leave such an imprint after all these years. Even though it was all in your head, because your connection was so strong, all of it felt real, even the pain. Finished with most of the work, Red Tornado walks over to them and takes hold of the genome. It would appear that the mountain's security still needs improvements. He turned to the clone. Considering recent developments, I would recommend that you get some rest. Yes. Such mental feedback can cause significant fatigue, added Megan. I'm fine, argued Superboy. If Superman wasn't bothered by it at the time, then neither am I. Ark's expression softened. Has Superman gotten a chance to speak to you since the 4th? Receiving only a scowl that Desred heat vision, Ben swore under his breath. When are they gonna talk to Supes, on his deathbed? Seeing the opportunity, Ark stood up to follow him. I hope you don't mind if I come along. What happened at that facility sounds like slavery with extra steps. So long as you don't touch anything, I have no concerns. With that, Tornado and Ark left with the genome. Miss Martian took a bite of her carrot. Since your friend came all the way here to show you something, did you happen to learn anything about yourself? Superboy huffed. Yeah, I hate monkeys. Huh, I was expecting you to say clowns. Infinity Island. July 8, 22, 18 EDT. An old, light-skinned man with white hair and dark brown eyes stood before a group of people. He has a large scar across his chest, and a smaller scar extending from his forehead to just under his left milky eye. Our employers are ending their relationships with certain corporations they were previously doing business with. Cutting ties, so to speak, because of the fiasco with Cadmus. They are being cautious. They do not want anything traced back to them. This is the reason we are called into action. He held out a photo of their target. We are the solution to the problem. We are the League of Shadows. Do not fail me. Mount Justice, Aqualad's room. Kid Flash raised a brow. So, who am I looking at a picture of? Next to him, Robin answered. Her name is Gonzalez, Selena Gonzalez. And we care why. Other than the fact she's a hottie. Robin shook his head. She lives in Central City and is being targeted for a hit. There's a reason. I just don't know what it is yet, but I think I found something that might be related to her. On his bed, Aqualad crossed his arms. Related how? The boy wonder sighed. Looking through some of Batman's files, I found that there have been a few targets, seemingly unrelated. However, I've cross-referenced tons of data, and I think I found a pattern. Looking through. KF scoffed. You mean you hacked into Batman's files? Robin didn't answer the question. Anyway, I think this CEO might be next. All of the other hits have been made to look like accidents, random muggings gone wrong, things like that. Anyway, I figured we could look into this. Aqualad nodded. And what brought this to your attention in the first place? Kid Flash chuckled. You want us to look into a possible CEO assassination in Central. A grin crept onto his face. Cool. What's this about an assassination? The trio quickly turned around to see the bedroom door open, revealing X. Robin and Aqualad looked at the last of them to enter the room. Kid rubbed his neck in embarrassment. Hee hee. Forgot to lock the door. Attempting to salvage the situation, Wally started talking. Assassination. No. We were just talking about asses in the nation. We hate politics. The second those words came out of his mouth, the regret permeated the room along with silence. Cringing, Ben crossed his arms in and broke it with sarcastic skepticism. Ooh, his eyes drifted to the nightstand. If that's the case, then I guess you wouldn't mind handing me that headshot photo still out in the open. The teens internally swore. First off, kid, if you've got nothing, let someone else handle it. 2. I was preparing some stuff for our first training session, but this is obviously more important. So, who's getting killed, and by who? KF groaned in defeat. Okay, we're investigating someone. Come on man, please don't rat us out. Ark waved his hands in defense. Whoa. I'm not gonna tell Batman or whatever. Can I see what you guys have so far? Robin looked to the others before relenting, bringing up his gauntlet and several documents and articles. From within the mask, Azimuth started doing his own cross-referencing. It would appear that there is a 70% chance that Ms. Gonzalez would be targeted. Considering her advances in CRISPR, I can see how she was associated with the developments at Cadmus. Ben nodded as he read along. I understand why you couldn't report this to the DOJ. If that's the case, I want to help out. The trio exchanged looks before replying. You do. Why not? I would rather check it out and nothing happens than to do nothing and hear about her death afterward. Besides, my impression is that you three would end up going on your own anyways. Robin smirked. You say that like it's a bad thing. If I recall, the last time you guys went out on your own without telling anyone lead to getting locked in the basement with Dr. Stranger Danger. Robin and Kid Flash gave an embarrassed laugh. He's not wrong about the risks. In fact, should we not include Superboy and Miss Martian? Asked Aqualad. Yeah, Ark said aloud. Where are those two? I would have thought that you all would want to do this together. Robin shook his head. I asked Megan to take Superboy shopping. He can't just have the same clothes for missions. As I said, I'm working on limited evidence. Besides, they're still new to the gig compared to us. We don't want to get them in trouble before the team. Ark raised a brow. I take it that this isn't your first group mission besides Cadmus. KF gave a thumbs up. You know it. Bats and Rob teamed up with me and Flash when one of our Rouges tried something in Gotham. What about you, Aqualad? Asked Ark. While I have limited experience on the surface, I have been trained for years in the Atlantean military and under my king. See, Ark. We got the skills. Let's do it. The speedster patted the Atlantean on the shoulder. Come on, Aqualad. This could be fun. Calder hesitated. I am not sure about this. Well, I am. Count me in. Kid Flash looked at the photo again. You think Selena likes younger guys? If she liked guys your age, we would be taking her to jail instead, answered Ark. The speedster stuck his tongue out in response. Robin turned to the alien hero. If you're willing to help us, then you can treat this as a training session. We're always doing our own crime fighting thing with our own partners. It would be a chance for us to clear the cobwebs before we get into full team mode. Cobwebs. Kid Flash laughed. You've been hanging out in dark caves way too much. Ark shook his head. I see. It's clear that you did your homework on the matter. So, did Cadmus hire a middleman, or are we gonna be fighting more of those genomorphs? Kid sighed. Please don't let it be that. Rob shook his head. It's hard to tell. It could be Cadmus, but none of the evidence points to them. However, I think I know the likely candidate taking the job, the League of Shadows. KF's eyes widened. Whoa. Really? Yeah, answered the pre-teen hero. I think these accidents were executed by them. Executed. The redhead leaned back. That seems like an appropriate word. Both Ark and Calder blinked at the name. Who? What? You've never heard of the League of Shadows? The speedster blinked. Have you two been living in a cave or something? More like underwater, replied Aqualad. And off-world, added Ark. Oh, yeah. Robin pulled up several articles mentioning the group. The League of Shadows is an organization with connections all over the world. Betts theorized they were involved in numerous political conspiracies throughout the years. Assassinations are only part of their business. Wally crossed his arms. I'm still suspicious that they were involved with JFK. The boy wonder continued. You wouldn't be the first. Only a few people have met the actual organization in person, and they have their ways of avoiding public attention. No hero or government has been able to gather enough evidence to expose them to the public. Those suspected or captured have either claimed allegiance to other organizations or suffered medical complications before interrogations. Ark narrowed his eyes. Well, it seems we're just gonna have to blow the whistle one member at a time. Aqualad stood up. Just to reiterate, we are going to look into what may or may not be a sanctioned assassination attempt, carried out by a covert organization called the League of Shadows, with a reserve member but without authorization from Batman or the rest of the Justice League. Since it is all circumstantial, we wouldn't have anything to show them, offered Ark. We'll check it out and radio for support if we can find something more solid. We don't need a Cadmus repeat. Besides, if no one dies, we should be in the clear, defended Robin. Yeah, pretty much, shrugged Kid Flash. Star Labs, Reception Room. July 10th, 5:45 Central Daylight Saving Time. As a speedster, patience was an extreme virtue, and Flash was currently pressed for more. He pinched the bridge of his nose in front of three nervous teens. I'm sorry. Can you please explain this? He gestured to the TV. A woman with green eyes and long red hair took on a serious expression. This is Iris West Allen with GBS giving you breaking news. Central City had a rude awakening with the destruction of Ferrano Enterprise Complex. While we haven't received reports from officials, eyewitnesses say they saw numerous masked men fleeing the complex prior to the blast. Some are suggesting the cause to be terrorists, but this is still just speculation. We'll keep you updated as more information comes. Wally shrugged his arms. Technically, they aren't wrong. Yeah. Depending on your definition, the League of Shadows can be called a terrorist organization, added Robin. That's not the point I was getting at, Flash replied dryly. Why were you guys there? The teens looked away from him in silence. Flash sighed and turned to the other adult in the room. Care to add anything? Ark shrugged. They wanted the mission, so they'll handle everything that comes with it. This includes the fallout. I just made sure none of us died. That's good, but not what I'm looking for. Flash took a breath and turned back to the teens. Well, Kid Flash cracked. Please don't tell the rest of the league. They'll never trust us again. We just got our chance to prove ourselves, and we might have jumped the gun a bit, admitted Robin. Flash replied dryly. A bit. Unfortunately, the threat was more than we initially anticipated. Nevertheless, we completed the mission, concluded Calder. Barry groaned and caved. Fine. I'm not going to rat you guys out. Flash narrowed his eyes. I can't do anything about Robin and Aqualad, but you bet your butt that your parents will be hearing about this. A wave of relief washed over Robin, much to Kid Flash's chagrin. Oh, thank God. Flash crossed his arms. Yeah, I stuck my neck out for you guys at the meeting, and I'll be fooled before I get another I told you so. Ark chuckled. Ah, pettiness. The best motivator. The Scarlet Speedster shook his head in annoyance. Just start from the beginning. Central City. July 9th, 21:54 Central Daylight Saving Time. About 100 meters north of the Mondera Industries, a certain boy wonder monitored his wrist computer, surveying his surroundings. Motion sensors still haven't picked up anything out of the ordinary. To the west, the Calder sat on a park bench reading a newspaper. Patience, Kid Flash. We all have a part to play. To the east, Ark tapped away on his laptop, doing his own surveillance. Yeah, kid. It was your idea to draw straws, and you lost. The speedster rolled his eyes. I am aware of that. Couldn't I have gotten a better disguise or location? Why do I have to play the homeless guy in a dingy alleyway? Robin frowned. Considering the area you were in, you wouldn't be able to hide out on a civilian's balcony or the sidewalks without drawing unnecessary attention. Remember what happened last time? The redhead groaned. Don't remind me. That old lady accused me of being a peeping Tom. Robin managed to patch into the facility's external cameras, but anything deeper was on a closed network, needing a direct connection. Using binoculars, he could see Selena Gonzalez in her office on the second floor from the top. Kid Flash sighed. Why is she still here? Everyone else went home hours ago. Looking at the corner of the office, Ark took note of the leftover TV dinners and stray energy drink cans. She's one of the lead researchers in the company. It's not surprising she binges on her work for days at a time. Robin thought about Batman sitting in the cave basically living off of Alfred's coffee for the same amount as well. I'm familiar with the concept. This is a cakewalk compared to other stakeouts I've done. Hell, Batman posed as someone in the mob for weeks. We were able to stop 4 meth labs, 2 human trafficking rings, 3 military-grade weapons deals, and 1 cult. The speedster cringed. I grow more concerned about Gotham by the day. Robin sighed. You and everyone else. Now, quit complaining, KF. We're on the job. Well, sorry. I'm pretty sure pretending to be in the mob is better than being homeless. He batted away some flies. I'm cold. I'm hungry, and I'm pretty sure I saw a rat glaring at me. The boy wonder frowned and took a stern tone. Take the time to understand the experience, man. A memory from his training became prominent in his mind. Batman said people like us have so much to lose. Not many understand the ugly side of life. I can confidently say that you've never tasted desperate, KF. Everyone paused what they were doing for a moment. Robin closed his eyes for a moment, images of people going to extreme lengths just to live. It is a world that some people never understand. And people always fear what they don't understand. He's right, you know, Ben interjected. For some of the people I've come across over the years, I can't even imagine what they have gone through, what they go through every night. I haven't experienced squalor. I've never felt the fear that they feel. Hearing these words, Calder agreed with them wholeheartedly. How can heroes ever hope to stop the fear if we can't understand it, if we can't at least try to empathize with it? Thoughts drifted to his former schoolmates Blubber and Topo and how some of the more purist students would harass them from time to time. 3 hours later, Ben narrowed his eyes behind his mask. Something just tripped sensor number 4 by the south entrance. Do we have a visual? One of his screens went dark. We just lost camera 3. Aqualad nodded. Thank you, Ark. Kid, stay sharp on your end. Robin and I will start closing in. Finally, some action. Wally stood up and checked for any lingering civilians. Knowing the coast was clear, he ditched his getup and dusted himself off. The speedster sighed in relief, feeling warm again in his insulated uniform. Note to self. Don't complain to mom and dad about living in their house. Kid Flash sped towards the complex just outside the security gate. Back pressed against the adjacent wall, he did a quick check of the face of the building. Immediately, he spotted a dark figure climbing the 4th-story window. I found our killer. I'm going in. Wait, Kid Flash. Don't. Calder's words were left on deaf ears. Unfortunately, for Wally, he didn't thoroughly check the path ahead of him. After a few yards in the lot and past a shed, he felt slight pressure against his ankle followed by an ominous click. Survival instinct kicked in as his world slowed down. Eyes drifted to the source before widening at the familiar shape of a grenade. In a sudden burst, the hero jerked right, narrowly avoiding getting ripped by the blast. I've been had. With that trap going off, their cover had been blown. Not too far away, a man cackled with glee. Hello, flashy boy. KF turned around to see a blonde-headed man wearing a watch and helmet with green lenses. His outfit seemed to be a modified flak jacket with metal plating. Okay, who the hell are you supposed to be? The man's smile seemed to deflate. How disappointing, I figured the other rogues would have mentioned me. Kid Flash kept analyzing the area for a safe way out. Humor me. The seemingly deranged man took a bow. You may refer me to as Ziggy. KF paused his search and looked at him with a raised brow. Really? Ziggy's face turned indignant. Yes, really. I'm the greatest explosive expert on the East Coast. He turned to the sky, placing one hand over the other. For years I have supplied all the black powder, TNT, nitroglycerin, and C4 to the criminal underworld, but now it is my time to shine. Good for you. Finished calculating his path to victory, he got into a sprinting stance. But not for long. In superhuman speed, Wally ran between the visible mines and tried his best to twist his way through the wires. One caught onto his elbow, and a chain reaction began. One by one, explosions chased after the teen speedster. Nearing the edge of the field, 3 consecutive blasts singed against the back of his uniform, launching him out but in the direction of Ziggy. Arms outstretched, he prepared to take him down. Gotcha. Unfazed by the outcome, Ziggy simply pressed a button on his wristwatch. In an instant, the flak jacket on his chest burst, launching a massive glob of brown goop at the midair teen unable to dodge. Kid Flash landed flat on his chest. He attempted to get up, only to get forced back to the ground. His fingers tested the consistency of the material only for him to go slack at the results. Is this a godful human glue trap? Yup. The man began dancing with glee around the now trapped teen. Wally pulled against the adhesive to no success. You've been talking to James, haven't you? Ziggy beamed. We go to the same improv class. Wally tried to vibrate out, but he just got a splitting headache. Just great. Earlier. West. Calder took off his disguise and prepared for battle. Before he could reach the western wall, he was struck by a metal object from a blind spot, crashing into a nearby dumpster. The object revealed itself to be a hook of sorts being pulled back by a chain, leading to the forearm of the attacker. A muscular man in combat gear with white hair smirked. The large metallic hook for a right hand scraped against the wall. He noticed the gills around the boy's neck before flexing his metal appendage. Would you look at that? An Atlantean. Hook, line and sinker. Igniting his water bearers, Calder simply groaned at the poor attempt at humor. He leapt at the large man, with aquatic maces in hand. Anticipating the attack, a raised metallic arm holds back against the strike while the other counters against the teen's chest. Calder analyzed his situation. This is troublesome. He quickly parried a metallic hook with an aqua shield, before riposting with a water saber. The enemy's sheer size and power would make this fight take longer than he would like. Earlier. North. Hearing the detonation across the property, Robin quickly swung toward the main building with his grapple. Just as he was about to land, he spotted something in the corner of his eyes. They widened as he veered right to narrowly dodge an incoming red projectile. Gloved fingers latch onto a window ledge. After pulling himself up and crashing through the window, Robin finally got a good look at his attacker who followed. Seriously? You're here? The man wore purple and black spandex of different shades. His red eye lenses contrasted with the spider emblem on his forehead. I should be saying that to you, you brat. The hell are you doing out of Gotham? Don't tell me Bats is around. He paused before looking behind him and back to the boy. Don't flatter yourself, Black Spider. He's got more important things than you to take care of. A smile grew under the man's mask. So, what you're telling me is that the big guy isn't here to save your ass. A bead of sweat formed on the younger hero's brow. That implies you're gonna beat me in the first place. You're going down. He took a fighting stance with berdarangs in his left hand. Black Spider, such disrespect from kids these days. A man's just trying to do a hard day's work. Robin made disturbed a face. Dude, you kill people. Yeah, for money. I miss the part where that's my problem. He scoffed in indignation before shrugging. You're not my target, and I'd rather not have Bats on my ass for killing his sidekick. He aimed and cocked a wrist gun. So, I'll just shoot out your kneecaps. Thinking fast, Robin threw 2 berdarangs before dashing right with his bow staff. He weaved through bullets as one of his berdarangs grazed Black Spider's left forearm and right leg. That's all you got. Wincing a bit, Black Spider jumped back a few feet to prepare for close combat. He ducked under a staff swing before throwing a right hook. Robin managed to deflect it, but he caught a surprise kick to his side, stumbling him. Keeping up the flow, the assassin went to sweep the leg only for the boy to catch it and flip him on his back with the new leverage. He rolled left, letting the bow staff slam into the floor where his chest would have been. Seeing a gun barrel taking aim, Robin jumped over the man, using his staff as a pole vault. Using the opening, he stomped at the back of the spider's knees, bringing the man down. As soon as Black Spider's knees fell, he crossed both arms, bracing against another strike. Before it could retreat back, he grabbed the staff and chucked it down the hall. As if expecting the loss, a pair of Eskrima sticks extended out from his thigh compartments. Black Spider got back into his combat stance. "That's a cute toy, did your daddy give it to you?" Robin huffed in annoyance. "You know what they say. Beware of choking hazards." The two charged at each other in a flurry of strikes, counters, and dodges. While Robin had the advantage in speed and being a smaller target, Black Spider had the edge with experience and training. With a well-timed kick to Robin's calf, it sent a sharp pain through the boy, causing him to retreat to a safe distance. The calf kick targets a much more vulnerable part of the body than the traditional low kick. Instead of going to the meatier thigh, the calf kick lands near the top of the shin, where the comparatively small tibialis muscle provides scant protection to a bundle of nerves. "Stings, doesn't it? Compared to the bat, you're trash." Black Spider checked his watch and grumbled. "You're lucky, kid. I've got places to be and contracts to complete." He pulled an object from his belt. "Now dig on this." He slammed it against the floor, engulfing the entire hallways in a cloud of smoke. Blinded, Robin coughed as he tried to find fresh air. Unfortunately, Black Spider was nowhere to be seen. He knew his destination. Robin took off, hoping to cut him off within the 7-floor trip, albeit slower due to the calf strike. East. Earlier. Back in the east, Ark transformed in a green flash. In his place was a blue-furred monkey-like creature with 4 arms and 3 pairs of eyes. The Omnitrix was on a green sash worn across his chest. Ready, the extraterrestrial simian leapt into action. With his enhanced strength, he punched through the high-rise window and into their target's office. Upon seeing the unnatural blue beast crashing in, the doctor reasonably screamed in shock, throwing several desk ornaments at the apparent intruder. Spider-Monkey easily caught them with his extra appendages. "Calm down, lady." Selena pressed herself behind a filing cabinet. "Who are you?" "Sheesh. I'm with the Justice League. You've got a target on your head, and there are bounty hunters outside." Processing the creature's words, she visibly paled. "I should have known those guys on the dark web were shady, but no, the board just had to get those discount stem cells." Ben blinked at her words. "Wait. What are you talking about?" Selena Gonzalez blinked back. "What are you talking about?" "Your company's business with Cadmus." The woman visibly paled. "Ah, forget I said anything." "Ooh." Spider-Monkey shook his head. "Whatever. We gotta get you outta here." Just as he reached for the woman, the hairs on his back tingled, so he quickly tackled the doctor to the floor. Selena narrowly missed throwing knives now striking the wall behind her. "You know, we didn't expect much resistance with tonight's job but 4 heroes. Isn't this a bit overkill? I was hoping to get this over while the others were preoccupied." At the doorway stood a woman in a dark green kimono and black knee-high boots. Adorned on her face was a white mask, resembling a cat's head with red stripes and a wide grin. Spider-Monkey helped Selena back to her feet while keeping vigilant on the new arrival. "Considering what I'm hearing on my comms, 4 hunters to get 1 doctor is overkill too." "Touché." She shrugged. "But that's what the client paid for." Ben slowly backed up, guiding Selena behind him. 4 versus 4. Balanced, as all things should be, huh? He raised a brow at the apparent assassin. "The shadows, I presume." She shrugged nonchalantly, juggling a knife in each hand. "Who knows?" Spider-Monkey rolled his eyes. "Sure. Now, why don't you be a good little monkey and hand over the doctor? I'd hate to get on the wrong side of PETA." Spider-Monkey scratched his chin playfully with 2 arms before smirking. "Nah." His tail quickly extended, shooting his web directly onto the woman's mask. At the same time, his other two arms grabbed onto the professor and backflipped out the window. It took a few seconds for Cheshire to rip off the webbing, leaving her confused and pissed. This night can't get any worse, right? That's the end of part 2. Part 3 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories.